doesn't throw it away, which he seems to be threatening to do almost every ball.
Well, the run rate's back above run a ball, 6.35. For a long time in my previous spell, it was dropping as low as 5.5. And Hafeez plays a beautiful roll of the wrist pull shot there. What a classy man he is when he's in form. All the way to deep square leg for one of these. So the ball there was just played on its merits. It was a short ball. Hafeez wasn't trying to do anything out of the ordinary, but he was so quick onto it and then rolled the wrists over it, middled it, and even though the sweeper, probably Johnny Bairstow, only had 10 yards or so to make, he couldn't do it. This is a leg stump half volley, help yourself, and he does, and it's Jofra Archer tumbling and flings the ball back in for fine leg, and they're through for 2. I tell you what I've noticed about Archer is that he's very good, obviously, throwing the ball and everything else. He's not quite as athletic in the field as his run-up and his bowling action suggests, you know.
Well,
he's not a camel. He's not a Morne Morkel.
That to me is, well, if you can do that without being an athlete, that's pretty good, though. He's still that's a tremendous throw over the top.
The throw is
he's
tremendous.
Had two direct hits as well.
Yeah, his throwing is excellent, but he's no way as good over the ground as a Bairstow, for example. As that's another attempted Yorker from Ben Stokes, and it's turned into a low full toss, and Hafeez was happy to punch it through extra cover all the way towards the fence, and goes through for 2, and Ben Stokes kicks the ball away in a fit of pique, as was always his one, not quite so often these days, but he's conceded 8, 10, 13 from the over. Pakistan go to 265 for 3. Hafeez has 72, Sarfraz 32.
Well, he's conceded 21 off his last 2 overs, Stokes. He had really good, impressive figures of 5 overs, none for 22. Now it's none for 43. And this partnership up to 66. At a good rate, really, off 51 balls as well.
There's a bunch of people saying stuff on Twitter.
What are they saying?
Nothing very interesting.
Oh, right, okay.
Is Donald Trump one of them?
I don't know when we last what we last heard.
What the last tweet was.
John Perry says, having trouble synchronising you chaps with the TV coverage. Could you just sit quietly for 10 seconds before carrying on as normal?
Okay.
Chances of you getting Gary to sit quietly for 10 seconds are negligible.
Yeah, did they have to keep telling you to shut up during the jury service?
I'm a model of discipline in such circumstances.
Yes.
Jamie the Wise says, if you're not selected, they throw you back to the jury pool.
Oh.
Are there sharks in the jury pool?
Change your bowling
Plenty
again.
of them in the courtroom. Very full from the as yet unnamed bowler, and driven, but only back to the unnamed bowler.
It's the unathletic bowler come fielder.
Archer. Not only handsome, but also
a secret agent. That's what I am.
Was anybody singing
Singing what?
in here?
No. Oh, I was.
Oh.
Well, not singing exactly. I was trying to remind people of the theme to the former lunchtime show Crown Court.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Very full again from Archer. Since I was moaning about England not bowling enough Yorkers, they've attempted to bowl plenty.
Not a Yorker more, not a Yorker less.
No,
from Archer.
little half inside edge there by Sarfraz. He goes to 33, one of the many of the collected works of Geoffrey Archer.
Oh yes.
I think that was his first, wasn't it?
I think there may be another point about. I wonder whether the bowlers have the patience for Yorkers if they don't get them right a couple of times, and then they opt for some other ball.
Archer in slower ball and mistimed by Hafeez, but he gets enough on it to raise it over extra cover. There's always room over extra cover, and a couple of bounces into the fence for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And also I think that's pretty much the shortest boundary as well. There's that where that little bit where the ground is cut off or cut across.
It's always a good shot over extra cover. Archer's in again and bounces Hafeez, who was expecting it, and therefore goes underneath it. 1 for the over from Maurice Erasmus.
Jamie the Wise says, I'm studying the very helpful nearby restaurant map they provide to jurors. Shall I be good and get a smoothie, or treat myself at the nice little Italian restaurant across the street?
Italian restaurant, I'd say. Italian restaurant.
Well, in Florida, surely it's the
Considering
oranges.
Jane with
orange
a Y
juice.
is a big fan of New Zealand cricket, and Brendan McCullum's jingle is based on scenes from an Italian restaurant by Billy Joel. I think
That answers
there's
your
the
question.
connection.
Yes. Man going back at long off now. He's come outside the circle. I think they brought the long on up into mid on.
So it's Hafeez on strike, and he attempts to uppercut Archer. They've failed to connect with any of the attempted uppercuts of Archer, and that goes through to Joss Butler. No run.
Mike Taylor says, hello from... Which country do you think he's in?
England?
It begins with A. There are lots of countries that begin
Angola?
with A. No.
Argentina.
Is correct. From Buenos Aires. He says, Wokes is 0 for 50 off 6. With all your jury service, you should be able to tell us what's he guilty of.
Allowing the batter to free their arms, I would suggest. And Hafeez can't free his arms to that ball. It's a tight line from Archer, who has bowled quite a tight line throughout. He can only sort of paddle it round to square leg. He takes the single, he pinches the strike. Pakistan 271 for 3 after 42. Hafeez has 77.
Well,
Sarfaraz has 33.
Let me remind you that if you want to sample the Gorilla experience, you can do this for a certain outlay, which is less than a premium ticket at the World Cup. Have a look at our website, gorillacricket.com. You'll see a thing called the 200, and that will tell you what you can get for your money. You get to come in, you can do a bit of commentary, you'll get a nice limited edition T-shirt, you'll get some beer made by Manny. There are so many things, I can barely mention them.
I thought we were paying them 200 quid. They pay us 200 quid.
Apparently so.
And
Apparently
I
so.
have news on that score.
Oh, do you really?
We have had a sign-up.
Yay! That makes 4 now.
Arthurshire
Arthurshire
will be joining us
brilliant.
later in the competition.
We'll look forward to seeing you. That'll be fantastic.
We shall liaise as to when and where.
I also need to check the size of T-shirt that you require.
I was wondering where you were going with that.
Well, it looks like Mark Wood's coming back into the attack.
The fielding diagram says England only got 6 fielders, which is probably not very good.
Oh,
Or
that's a good point.
counters.
Yeah, they've run out of counters, that's what it is. Anyway, this man back into the attack.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
We saw Ben Stokes disappearing into the outfield, chuntering after that last over, so...
Yes.
He does like a good chunk.
he does like a good chunter.
He definitely does. He's from the McGrathian school of chuntering.
The deep square leg boundary is incredibly short, isn't it? Is it the way it cuts off across there?
So England's taken an eternity to start this over, but
Oh.
it started with a leg stump half volley that's pinged by Mohammad Hafeez, who just helps it on its way miles back into the stand for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
Well, that kind of actually illustrates my point. That's a very short boundary that he flicked that to. I mean, not that he didn't hit it well, he picked it up beautifully.
It was a lovely shot. The secret of it, and it has been, maybe there's a lesson here for England, because the Pakistan batsmen who haven't tried to hit the ball too hard have succeeded perhaps more than the ones who really tried to slam the ball.
Yep.
We've seen the sixes in the main have been timed rather than strong armed. Because England can go both ways, they can time sixes and they can strong arm them as well. That was a really lovely stroke from Mohammad Hafeez. It was to 83.
Yeah, it was just 69 metres, so on another part of the ground that could easily have just been a quite nice catch for the man at deep square leg, but that is such a short boundary, and it was such an inviting delivery that all he had to do was get bad on it, and it was away. I think I might have to reassess how many Pakistan are going to get here, actually.
Wood in again, and this is a half volley, and it's lifted over towards deep extra cover, but a man runs round to sweeping, and they just go through for 1.
A few people have joined us on Quick Tracker.
Hey.
Javed Sumro, A Latif Mangal, Abdul Qadir, probably not that one. Nadeem Akhtar.
It's great to have you along.
And there are some tweets.
Excellent.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says things you get to hear on Gorilla Cricket. The tweets reader goes, people are just saying a bunch of stuff on Twitter. Well, they were.
As Wood's in again, and this is a length ball, it's a slower ball, and it's a bottom edge from Sarfaraz, who really wants to cut and pull but can't really get to it, any of them to do so, and they jog through for an easy single.
He's just over trying, isn't he? He's just trying so hard that he's tensing up at the inopportune moments.
Well,
Really.
Sherpa.
With Hafeez playing so well, maybe you should just sort of dab it down, take
Yep.
one, and get Hafeez back on strike.
That might be the wise way to play. Yeah.
They found some more counters for the
good.
England field.
Excellent. The Mahjong board is back. in
Fallen off.
full
They've fallen
effect.
off.
And it's Wood again, slightly wider on the crease, but it's a half volley outside off stump, and it's hit straight, or not so much straight to, but he's picked out the man for
Specialist fielder.
England.
He is.
Chris Wokes running round, taking what was a tricky catch, but it's the easiest of the three that he's taken. And Pakistan lose their fourth wicket. Mohammad Hafeez out for a splendid 84, but he'll be disappointed he didn't really try and hit that for 6. And although there's always room over extra cover, Wokes ran round well and took a fine catch.
Oh, actually,
On your point, mate.
I think he made a very difficult catch, or a difficult catch, look very easy
Yeah,
indeed.
I think you're right there, Hendo, because it was more towards long off than extra cover, but he still had some ground to make.
Indeed so. Indeed so.
Nakul Pandey says, or rather Ashley says, just finished watching on TV late here in Outback, Australia, in bed now listening to the great coverage, but noted on the TV pictures, is the oval seriously a really odd shape, and does that affect the tactics?
Well, this isn't the oval. This is the Trent Bridge.
Although they do call cricket grounds ovals.
They
so-
do a lot of the time. Yeah. Was it ever an oval, the Trent Bridge
I
ground,
don't know. It was a bridge
over the river?
owned by Terence Trent D'Arby. Nakul Pandey says, Rashid to come back at the death for an over or two. Pakistan seem very happy with pace on the ball. Perhaps.
It's a thought. He's got a bit left in the tank, hasn't he?
Mog has joined us, always a pleasure. If I happen to be in London right now, I'd happily come experience the gorilla experience. And Jacko Maverick says, Offspring! Where
What?
is the Disturbed jingle? No, me neither. Alex Green says, greetings from hot and humid, guess where?
Sydenham.
Lambeth. Time for a beer. Reckon the rest in the meeting will mind?
Oh,
would
very
have thought so.
full on the legs, and Sarfraz is bottled up here by Mark Wood. There's a half-hearted appeal, but that was going way down leg side. So it's a dot ball. The batsman had crossed. So as yet we leaving the new batsman unjingled. But Sarfraz now has got some work to do here. He's got to work out where he's going to score his runs here, because he's kind of trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6 and he's not really succeeding. So what's he going to do? He's got one ball left in this, the 43rd over. What's he going to do? Wood's in, and he attempts the uppercut, misses that as well. Goes through to Joss Butler. It's the end of the over. Pakistan 279 for 4. Asif Ali has yet to face a ball. Sarfraz 34 off 32.
And this is the new batsman.
If you're blue and you don't know where you get the runs, the answer is a guy called Hafeez.
What? Anyway, Gordon Meredith says, is the reduction in Yorkers to do with field placements and ground dimensions? Is it not easier to set sweepers square and behind square, bowl a variety of short balls, and take the V away from batsmen?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not ideal to bowl half volley just outside leg stump when you've got a boundary of 65 metres.
No,
Um,
that's true.
and at that pace, really.
He got his man in the end.
He did.
And it was never a good time to lose a wicket, but I would suggest that was a particularly bad time, because another sort of 3 or 4 overs from Hafeez could have caused England significant damage, where now new batsman's going to make a start, and England might be inclined to throw to Asif Ali's end if there's a run-out chance, because I think they might want to keep Sarfraz in the way he's playing. As this is a decent shot from Asif Ali, goes back in the crease to Jofra Archer and just clips him off his legs, and running
Oh!
two. Well, the 2 wasn't there. They did throw to Sarfraz's end. It was Johnny Burstow, and had the bowler been behind the stumps there, he might have been able to take the bails off. It was that bad a second run, but they're through for 2.
Well, he'd given up, hadn't he? Really, was. I mean, it wasn't that far away from Johnny Bowling throwing from deep backward square. Oh, he's short by 3 yards.
Yeah,
if
I don't
that's
know why
hit.
Jofra Archer didn't. I mean, it would have been a difficult take,
he
but he
think
should
he was
surely
gonna-
have tried to.
Well, I think it's very difficult when you think it's going to hit the wicket, and I think that's probably what he did think.
Break a finger.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Archer
wide.
bounces him and gets called a wide, and you can see him going, "Oh man," or something of that kind. Because
I don't think he's got any complaints there, to be honest.
no, he's bowled at least 3 or 4 here, Jofra Archer, and well, understand why a paceman wants to bowl bouncers and thinks it's a good idea to do so. He's just getting it slightly wrong, and there's a bit of bounce in this pitch, and it's flying over the batsman's head. He's in again, close to the stumps, and rolls the fingers round that. It's a slower ball, and it's absolutely carted by Asif Ali, but he only gets an edge to it, and it goes away down to third man. Ungainly stroke.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't good looking at all, was it? And it was a slower, almost like a leg cutter from Archer. Rolled his fingers down the side of the ball. And he's upset about that as well.
That was the previous
was that a
one.
replay of it?
Yeah. Wiggy says he's on the way to the bus stop. What better to have as an accompaniment, but could do with a few wickets?
Yeah.
Well, Sarfraz is on strike, so you're about 50-50, and he plays a decent shot to that. He makes room for himself, but again, he so wants to play the horizontal bat stroke, and he sort of late cuts it, lets it run off the face to Adil Rashid, who runs round from third man to a deep backward square, and they're through for 2. Sarfraz moves to 36.
Yeah, I think he adjusted quite well there, because the way he was moving down the wicket and giving himself room, you thought he was again going to slap it into the onside, and then he just waited for it, and actually, because of that, he timed it a lot better.
He goes back, and it's a full ball, but again, he can do very little with it except drive it to Moeen Ali at mid-off on the edge of the circle, and they scamper a single.
Armchair Cricket Podcast wants to know if Chris Wokes is a designated catcher.
Well, it would seem so today. Well,
They should stop hitting the ball towards him.
Yeah, well, on the basis of what Roy did with his attempt, I suppose it's just as well that it's been Wokes in that position most of the day.
Archer's in again, another slower ball, but it's spotted early by Asif Ali, who plays an extraordinary uppercut. Square of the wicket on the offside, deliberately
short
up in the
boundary.
air, and all the way for one of these.
Great shot.
I mean, what impression?
And we're back. Same team as before lunch, funny enough, but me and Gary are swapping places. Can you hear us, Gary? You're on mute. You're on mute, mate.
Sorry about that. So the blue skies are shining on us down in Southampton, and shining on. Who do we think? Are those blue skies shining on New Zealand or shining on India?
I still think New Zealand have got the best chance of winning this currently. Could change, as you said. A quick, blast from needs to could switch things around.
Yeah, I mean 104 wickets in this session. 5 wickets in this session would be fascinating. I think that would give a lead of about 200 with 40 or so overs to go. I'm still not sure whether we get all the overs in or whether some can be lost, but I think they get all the overs in. But I'm sure tweeters will let us know on that. Umpires coming out. New Zealand in the huddle. Kyle Jamieson literally head and shoulders above all of his compatriots there.
I think New Zealand will be trying to get India all out for a roundabout. I mean, they'll want 150, 160 lead tops.
Yeah, I mean they won't be comfortable even at 150. They'll want 120, but that would be quite a collapse. There'll come a point. I think where India have a lead of 200, where you might get in that situation where the umpire gives a batsman out, and it's the fielding captain who asks for the review so they can keep them in, because they may fancy a shorter time batting out a draw once they believe that, say, 230 in 35 overs is not a conceivable chase.
Well, yeah, but the flip side of that,
the batsman out there.
But the flip side of that,
off, of course.
The flip side of that is, of course, that India probably won't believe they can bowl New Zealand out at 35 overs. They'll probably, if they want to win this, they'll probably want 45, 50 overs. You'd have thought, which only gives them 20 overs, 25 overs to get the runs they would require. This is why I think New Zealand are in the box seat, really, in a chance of going for a win.
Oh, I don't concur with that. I think India will think even with 25 overs they'll have a sniff of it, because there's been collapses all over the world in Test cricket over the last 5 or 6 years of sides being bowled out in well under a session. Didn't they have Australia sort of 28 for 9 or something like that at some point? I mean, Australia seem to have been 20 odd for 8 or 9 quite often. Of course, they themselves were bowled out for a very low score, weren't they, in Australia in the winter? So
36.
I don't think they'll be writing it off, and they've got a couple of world-class spinners, albeit on a pitch that hasn't shown much propensity to spin. But we all know what it can get like when fielders around the bat and there's lots of excitement in the air, a lot of pressure, a lot of talk, a lot of chirp. And in Ashwin and in Jadeja, they've got a couple of players who can work on that trauma for batsmen. But we've got a different bowler who's going to open up, not unexpectedly.
Well, he's bowling too. And it will be...
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
Yes, he's got something of a Steve Reeves look, if not a Frankenstein frame, as Frankenstein's monster frame, as this ball goes through to the keeper. We'll say hello to Nestle Boy. Hello.
Hello. I was on a completely different thing. I was interested in your Richard Carapaz for the tour, Gary.
Yes.
It's probably going to come from Ineos, isn't it?
Well, you do think they've got so many cards to play, and Carapaz is in form. He's just won the Tour de Suisse, and he has a Grand Tour victory under his belt. And I think he may just go under the radar. And on that double ascent of the Ventoux coming up,
that's brutal.
It is. Down the track comes Rishabh Pant, trying to give a bit of brutality to Jameson, and as he's done almost every occasion that he has danced down the track, he missed the ball. So no change in approach from Rishabh Pant over lunch, and I really think he's a better batsman than this. His bottom hand goes off the bat. He's trying to hit it far too hard. He's got no kind of shape. The best that's going to do is going to go straight up in the air.
Second ball of the afternoon session.
Yeah. Who do you fancy for Le Tour then, Nestle Boy?
I'll let you know after this.
As Jameson's in, and this jumps a little, but we're used to that from Jameson, and Pant just deflects the ball down into the gully, where is that Tim Southey? Tim Southey, yes, I think it is, reflecting on a couple of drop catches in this match.
I like Carapaz as well, but there are so many potential winners.
There are.
It's very hard. You think of one person, then you go, oh no, hang on, what about? And it's a hard one to pick, this one. But going up Ventoux twice is just fucking nuts.
This is defended, and this is a smart single taken by Rishabh Pant. The only thing about that is that they don't finish at the top. There is a downhill element before the finish, so there is the opportunity. There are, I think, only 4 summit finishes.
Going up once would kill anyone.
Well, they may just go up in the autobus. They may just somebody might attack off the front. A climber who's deliberately lost time in order to get a chance to win the Queen stage might be let go. But I suspect all the GC men will just coast up the first time, and as much as one can coast up.
I've stood on it and looked at it and just thought, no way on earth.
The Giant of Provence, as this goes through to BJ Watling, who will have had some ice on his fingers as well as ice in his drinks at the lunch interval. India lead by 99. Jadeja has 12. He's batted beautifully. Pant a little frenetically, but he has 29. And when last I looked, I had 0 test match runs. So,
you sure?
Yeah.
Who's the winner there? Jameson 2 for 22 off 17 overs, and he's about to finish this over. He really is a wonderful bowler. I know we've sung his praises He's over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who just drops the wrists on that. Sensible play from Jadeja, goes through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. India 131 for 5, and your tweets.
Well, Brian Barish is being very American today. He says, "Good day and good morrow, cricket fans. I was about to ask if it's too late to petition the ICC to not have an end time on today in order to ensure an actual result. They don't like draws, Americans, do they? Make them stay out late and break out the pink ball. But we might not need it with 5 down," he says.
Well, it's today is 2 days after the longest day of the year. It'll be light here till about 10:30 anyway. They wouldn't need a pink ball till about 9 o'clock. So they could go a lot later, Brian, but they won't.
Yeah, they all want to be off so they can watch the T20 on the telly from Cardiff anyway.
Well,
there's football on tonight, as there is, isn't there?
Must be.
Alfric Cricket Club have tweeted us saying, "Make or break session. Love watching Pant bat." Yep, so do we. Even though he's a bit of a loon.
It's exciting. This man's going to bowl.
Yeah.
Given a shiny red ball that unleashed upon the pitch. He is Neil Wagner, the destroyer of batsmen.
And he's round the wicket, left arm to the left-handed Pant, and somewhat inevitably the ball goes way down the leg side to BJ Watling. Surprised, really. I thought Saudi would have opened up after lunch. You play your 2 best bowlers to start the session, Jameson being one of them, Saudi probably the other one. But they're going to work on Pant's ego with Wagner, and immediately he attempts to hit Wagner to Portsmouth, but misses the hook. He's missed an awful lot of deliveries for Rishad Pant in this innings.
Wow.
It goes through to BJ Watling.
He missed that by miles as well, didn't he? through the batter.
He was late on it, and he was well under it. Again, he's shown good judgment in some of his knocks, particularly in Australia here. I mean, surely just have a little look at it after lunch. Just 4 or 5 balls or something. Just get yourself back into a rhythm. A short leg, I wouldn't want to be standing there. This is off the hip, and it's an easy run down to long leg, and through for that, where Trent Bolt is doing the fielding, perhaps reflecting on why he's not bowling. Thumbs up from Pant to Jadeja.
He believes in
The
all his
lead
own
now
hype.
100.
He believes in all his own hype, Gary.
Yes, indeed. We'll come to your tweets at the end of the over. You can tweet us at Gorilla Cricket, and if Evil Scootus wants to give us his tip for the Tour de France, I'm sure we'll take that one.
When does it start? Sunday?
Saturday, I think.
Saturday.
This ball is through to BJ Watling, who takes it, and there is no run.
I'm not sure this is a great line here.
No, it's. I'm not sure it's the line he wants to bowl. I think he wants to bowl into the body of both players, cramp them for room, and get them mistiming the big shots into the leg side. But his radar is a little askance at the moment. Jadeja, who probably won't slog as much as Pant, is in. Again, he just goes onto his toes, drops the ball to the man running in from Gully, who I think is Devon Conway, and there is no run.
Do you think we'll get a run out?
It's always possible, and these two are trying to bat positively, trying to put the pressure back onto the bowlers, and one way you can do that is by dropping and running. They're both pretty quick between the wickets, but you do have the idea that calling may not be the leading skill of either of them. This is into the body again. It's a little better in the way of a line, but Jadeja just arches his back. It goes through to the keeper. Just one from the over. India 132 for 5.
And on cue, Angelic Scooters tweets, "Evening all, and it turns out I tune in when Gary and Nestlers are discussing the tour. You could almost say my ears were burning." Spinner Grace says, "I can finally switch away from the sycophantic drivel on Sky." Brian Barrish says, "Party foul on Gary Naylor for not saying Jameson's figures in Richie's voice. I'm disappointed." And he also says, "For the record, I have no issue with ties. I think the NFL and NHL should bring them back and weight them as they so in soccer or football, so the wins are worth 3 times what the ties are." Well,
Here's Jameson, and this ball is just defended by Pant. Goes to short extra. There is no run. I was postulating in my final over of the week in county cricket at the Guardian a couple of weeks ago that in the Vitality Blast, that's the domestic T20 competition, if there is a tie, I think they should go to a super over. I mean, what do we lose? The fans are there, give them what they want. I think they should do that, but instead we have ties. I know it's a group stage, but I still think a super over.
Oh, you must have a super
fun.
T20s deserve super overs.
I think so too. That's through to the keeper. It's a bit of a half-hearted shot from Pant there. He sort of left the bat at one that was wide and short, and he sort of hung the bat out to dry. He's got to get back to playing positive shots here. Drive the full ball, cut the ball that's wide, pull the ball that's short on the leg stump, and defend the ball that's hitting the top of off. He doesn't need to have too many thoughts in his head here, Pant. At the moment, he's thinking, do I charge it? Do I sit deep in the crease? Where am I going to hit this for six? And he needs to clear some of those thoughts, as he does to his credit here, and just defends slightly open bat face that goes to Devon Conway at short extra. And there is no run.
Ravi says all the excitement may have gone by the last session, but give Test cricket credit. 6 days gone, and it's still exciting now with all 4 results still a possibility.
Indeed, all 4 are. Knackle was absolutely right earlier today when he said that if the scores are level but the batting side have not lost all 10 wickets, then it is a draw, although it does look a little bit like a tie. As this is very full, and it's defended by Rishabh Pant, who seems to have got his heart rate down to about 70 or 80 from its 140, which is what it was when he came out. There is no run.
Effectively, they're the same thing, though, aren't they? I mean, a draw and a tie.
Well, you often get different points if you're in, certainly do in county championship cricket. The ties are obviously much rarer, runs scored level. All 10 wickets down in the 4th innings, but yeah, if you tie without losing all your wickets, sorry, I'll just break off as this is punched by Pant to the left hand of short extra. It's Kane Williamson who rather ungainly runs round from mid off and fields, and they're through for 2. Pant goes to 32. Certainly in the county championship, if you were the side batting when the scores were level and you had not lost all your wickets, you used to get more points than you would get for a draw. I'm not sure that's still the case in the county championship, but they used to be treated differently. I'm not sure whether that's the case in other first-class competitions around the world. I'm not even sure if it's the case in the World Test Championship for its next iteration, but they're rare events. As this ball is defended by Pant again to Devon Conway at short extra. It's the end of the over. India 134 for 5.
James says draws are okay. Some sports try to avoid them while others don't, but a championship match should have a winner. Isn't that the point of having it? Yeah. Angelic Scooter says I'm deviating from normal and tipping Van der Poel for the green jersey. Gosh, I'd love to see Roglic win the yellow, just so we see less of the ugly grey Jumbo Visma jersey. But Ineos look terrifyingly strong. 4 of their riders could win overall. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, a mate of mine's got an each-way bet on Alaphilippe, who's a similar rider to Van der Poel. Van der Poel's probably more talented and probably got a greater range, but I don't think either of them can climb, even for a parkour like this, which doesn't give a great premium to climbers. I don't think either of them can climb for 3 weeks and seal yellow. But it's Jadeja on strike as he hooks round the corner. There's a man out deep, but it's he kept that down partly because he was just paddle hooking rather than full-bloodedly hooking. Helps himself to a single. He goes to 13. India 135 for 5.
Team Ineos, are they the old Team Sky?
Yeah.
So have they got what's his name back, who was injured? The Kenyan English, yeah.
No, he's riding for Israel Startup Nation, the worst named cycle team in professional sports.
And he's not really been able to get his mojo back since his injury, somewhat understandably.
So hasn't been able to pump himself for the drugs now?
Pant plays this extraordinary kind of T20 shot where a short ball from Wagner, and Pant was both knees, I think, on the floor as he attempted to lift that over the keeper's head, and he's having a smile here with Wagner. He missed the ball completely, as he has done so often with his attacking strokes, or rather his less orthodox attacking strokes. Though he had one knee on the floor, but he was grovelling about soon after that, attempting to sort of it's a kind of upper pull, isn't it?
Yeah,
because
it's
if
an
he
upper
connected
pull,
with
yeah.
that, it would have gone straight over the keeper's head. Don't play those shots. He's got enough shots in his locker.
Maybe they're going for the win, Gary.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Pants certainly is going for a win. He knows no other way. Jadeja gets one on the hip, as he has regularly from Wagner, and just dabs it down, and the man runs in from short backward square.
You
No run.
You assume that the team tactics, that Coley or whatever have said, look, just play your game, go for it.
Yeah,
he wouldn't have gone out there on his own and just thought, right.
God, he might have done. He's Pant, but you know.
I mean, he's been given his head, but he can't actually connect Willow with leather in these attacking strokes. He'd be better playing some more orthodox ones until he's really got his iron. As Jadeja covers up and is as orthodox as possible, knocking the ball back to Wagner. As I say, if he's connected with one of his charges, I think it was the first one he connected with, but I think he's missed the rest of them. And some of these more unorthodox shots from T20, there is a place for them in Test cricket. He hasn't. I don't think he's connected with any of them yet. And by connected, I don't just mean not timed it. I mean not actually hit it. As this is knocked down by Jadeja again off his hip, and there's a man, I think it's Harvey Nichols, in there at short leg, but no chance of a catch because that was played with impeccable technique by Jadeja.
I mean, he's going along at 32 off 62 balls.
He's not exactly going along at rocket pace, is he?
No, he's not, because he's missing a lot of the big shots. That's why.
Yeah.
And he had a period just before lunch where they gave him the whole of the leg side, and he was happy to drop it into the leg side and take one. I think a couple of times he got two. Wagner again is short, takes the glove, I think, there of Jadeja, but bizarrely there are no slips, possibly because it's this leg stump line, and it goes to a man, a kind of crazy fly slip position. Funky Fields.
No, I think that's wrong.
The end of the over.
I thought that was going to fly to a slip, and then, as you said, there was absolutely none there. It seems a bit bizarre straight after lunch.
Jeff Perkins says there are places a draw just won't do, and you can only get into with a tie. Brian Barish says they changed it for last year so that draws and ties are both worth 8 points, wins are 16. They may change it back next year. I think he's referring to NFL, NHL, or whatever.
Well, I think he's referring to the county championship because
yeah.
it was 5 points for a draw last year, and Joe Root led voices that were saying we need to encourage players to bat out the draw, so it's gone to 8 points and this ball goes through to BJ Watling. Again, that little bit of extra zip that he always gets, does Jameson, taken head height by BJ Watling. And Dinesh Karthik, who is probably man of the match, certainly from the media people, is doing a little selfie there with the DK Shared Appreciation Society.
I thought
he's very good. If you haven't heard Dinesh Karthik on commentaries, he has a very relaxed and dry sense of humour, but allies it to perceptive comments. Here is Jameson is in again. This is wide of off stump, and Jadeja is happy to leave that alone. He's seen that before. Yes, it's a bit of Jadeja vu for that delivery.
Briney 001 says, speaking of the Vitality Blast, I tried to buy a ticket to the next game at Northampton. The only tickets available for non-members are blocks of 6 for £150 in the bench area. I don't want 6, I just want 1.
Yes, he no wantages 6 for Northampton. You've got to cut them a little bit of slack in these COVID times, particularly when they were gearing up for unrestricted crowds, and then have had to restrict crowds. I'm pretty quick to criticise counties for making life difficult for spectators, but I think in these times we just have to accept a little bit of that. As that's outside off stump from Jameson, and there is no run there.
Would it be the case of if you're near the grounds, maybe just going and seeing and saying, look, can I just get one ticket on my own somewhere?
It's really hard to know, because on Monday I decided to go and see In the Heights at Curzon Wimbledon, and usually I'd just turn up and show my membership card and go in, but this time I thought, I'd better book it. So as Jameson is in, and this is hands dropped by Jadeja through to the keeper again. So I ended up booking it just in case when I got there they said, you haven't completed the right forms, or you haven't booked in time, and we haven't got seats that we can guarantee socially distancing and so on. So the bizarre position of I booked online 40 minutes before the show was to start. And then it was a bit of a disappointing film, to be honest. But,
Did you have to wear a mask in the cinema?
You're supposed to, unless you're drinking. So I take a gin and tonic in, and Jameson.
Oh my word!
That's a lovely delivery. And Jadeja seemed to lose sight of that one because it was on middle stump, and he seemed to fail to play a shot at the last minute. Tried to jab down on it, and the ball passed over middle by a matter of inches.
No, it swung back into him, Gary.
Again there. What do you think of that there?
Well, it came back into him, and they've all been going across.
Yeah,
and that one was slightly a bit fuller and shaped into him. Crikey, that just missed the off stump.
He was very late on it, and it went over off rather than middle. But yes, had that taken middle stump, that would have been as fine a piece of bowling as you could see, because Jameson just has this ability to move the ball both ways at will, in the air and off the seam, and that goes through to the keeper. It's the end of a splendid over from Jameson. He helps himself to a maiden. He has the remarkable figures of 2 for 24 off 20. And you have their tweets. Nestle Boy.
I do indeed. Let me have a look. Chris the Choir says, can't say I'm a fan of Bahrain Victorious as a team name either. Yeah, I know what you mean. National sponsorship is an escalation of when horses had names like Everest, Double Glazing, Snapples. Farong just made it to the club. Interesting walking past the local market. An elderly man, perhaps mid-60s, buzzed past me on his old Suzuki 80cc two-stroke, which he probably purchased as new 25 plus years ago. Throttle in one hand, cock in the other. And I'm assuming that you mean the animal variety, or if not,
maybe not.
That would have been interesting.
Here's Wagner again, and Richard
word.
Pant plays a reverse.
I don't know what that was.
It seemed to be a reverse pull, and he got it down to what would be third man, but looked like long leg. And again, there are so many orthodox shots you can play to that ball, which are likely to get you more than the one run, because the fielder did not have to move for that.
That's something you play on the beach.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of beach cricket.
Yeah, with a tennis ball and a tennis racket or something.
It's all well and good being unorthodox like this, but he's not actually scoring.
Quicker. I know, that's the thing, isn't it? It's weird.
Wagner is in, and Jadeja, who's cramped for room again, and Wagner's beginning to get a bit of success from this, because I think that hit Jadeja, and the way he's walking around, I think it hurt him.
I think it caught him on the inside of the thigh, just where the pad, the thigh pad and the inner thigh pad aren't.
Yeah, it was halfway down, and Jadeja is mindful of the short leg that's in there. At the moment, he's playing this short-pitched stuff a little bit like Sehwag, in the ball that's under the armpit. He doesn't really seem to have much of an answer to, because it's hard work keeping on getting that ball up into the armpit area. But Wagner's the man for it. This is a little offline, and Jadeja's able to leave in a slight camp style by sticking the bum out, but it goes through to PJ Watling, and there is no run.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable when it's actually online, but so many of them aren't online that he's not really having to play a lot of them. But as soon as he gets it in line, he got hit just before lunch, didn't he? He just pulled away and got hit in the chest.
Yeah. I mean, they'll have the analysts, and they'll go round, and they'll know that Jadeja and Ashwin both are susceptible to the short ball. Ashwin wore quite a few in Australia. Jadeja just lets that one go through down the leg side to BJ Watling. He showed great bravery, because Ashwin wore a hell of a lot in some crucial innings in that extraordinary series win for India in the winter in Australia. But just because you're prepared to be hit by the ball doesn't make it any less painful and doesn't make it any less effective a line for the bowlers to attack. The lead's 106 as Wagner again is round the wicket.
Ooh.
Again he's short. Again Jadeja is taken on the midriff, and Harvey Nichols does a little bit of a showy dive and catch there, short leg. There was never any possibility of glove or bat being involved, and there was no run.
Angelic Scooters doesn't like UAE Team Emirates either.
What are these? Are these cycling teams?
Pro cycling teams, yeah.
So the UAE and the bloody arseholes over in the Middle East have bung loads of money at this shit now, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we all know that the greatest name, which was corrupted a little later, was La Vie Claire. The best name and the best team jumpers. This is right down the leg side through to BJ Watling. End of the over. India 138 for 5. Lead by 106. And those Piet Mondrian shirts, wow.
I've got visions of Bernardino climbing Alpe in that La Vie Claire shirt, hand in hand with Greg LeMond.
Indeed.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
And then the next day he fucking attacked him. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Ravi Nair says, "Phew, thank you. I'm still very much middle-aged and refuse to be considered old. Yet, even though seemingly all of India calls me uncle."
Well, yeah.
It's a thing. It's the thing. Uncle's a thing, isn't it?
Yeah. My wife.
I remember one of the places I worked at, we had a builders in, and they were all Sikhs.
This is very full and flat-footed swipe by Rishabh Pant, and it goes all along the ground.
I think he got an underage on that. Hence, it went all along the ground.
Daisy cutter.
Yeah.
But these guys, I asked their names, and they just said, "Oh, uncle." So I was going around calling these builders uncle, all of them.
Speaking of age, I was at a play last week, and it was sort of late blooming romance that wasn't quite a romance between these two people. So break off as Jameson is in, and Pant again tries to play a kind of awkward paddle shot, misses the ball yet again, and it drops in front of him. And the woman in this, she's doing a Zumba class or something, and she says, "Well, you know, I've got to get on with these things. I'm 63." And I thought, "Oh yeah, 63. Yeah, that's getting on a bit." Until I realised it's only 5 years older than I am now.
We all think we're young, Gary.
Nah, I'm still 35, Gary.
In my head, I'm still in my 20s, but my body says no.
I was climbing up Woodridden Hill yesterday on my bike. I was pushing it, and I was thinking, "Yeah, I'm too old for this."
This is a defensive shot by Rishabh Pant, and would you believe it, the first authentic shot out of the Dennis Compton coaching manual brings him a run, his first for quite a while. He just dropped it, ran, and there was an attempted bit of football there from Devon Conway.
And if the foot had
hit the stumps, it might have been close.
It would have been out. It would have been about a couple of feet short if that had hit.
Let's have a look. Oh, he would have been,
He was nowhere near it, but he didn't have time to reach down. It would have been a good bit of footy skills if he had to hit the stumps.
Cristiano Ronaldo would have got it, but not Devon Conway. Are we due a change at the end of this over?
I reckon so.
As this ball is through to the keeper, and there is no run. It just bobbled up nicely for him, so he was able to sort of slightly take it on the volley, and he wasn't far off it. Would the World Test Championship be decided on a kicking down of the stumps as Rishabh Pant dived in? That'd be
cool,
amusing, and something that perhaps only Test cricket can serve up.
It's a really strange innings by Pant, this, isn't it? I mean, thoroughly entertaining, but.
Here's Jadeja, who's on strike. He drops the hands on that one from Jameson. It goes through to the keeper. I think Jadeja is playing Jameson at least as much on length as he is on line. Once he sees that ball as anything other than full, he knows he can drop the hands. He knows the ball is going to go over the stumps. But Jameson's given him plenty of width. He's playing on Jadeja's patience here. He's got to He's got an orthodox gully, and he's got Colin de Grandhomme almost in line at a kind of deep gully, and he's got a man at a deep point here. He wants Jadeja to have a slash at him, but instead he plays a lovely shot, actually. He just puts foot to the ball and steers it between those men square on the offside, and there's a long retreat for Conway, and they're through for 3. Jadeja wins that little battle with Test cricket's leading bowler of the moment.
Indeed, it's time for
I think I'm staying on, but you're going to hear some different voices now.
Gary, the next tweet is layers.
Right.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome to wrongly paraphrased. Who was it? David Frost? Who am I thinking of, Gary?
David Frost, you're right.
Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Well, I haven't seen much of the play to date, although I've been following it by various electronic means. This game is still very much alive. The wickets that fell have reduced the one option of India setting New Zealand a target, you would have thought, or unless, of course, it was a completely unrealistic target with 20 overs to go. But India still have to be very watchful, and it seems like they are being watchful, because a clatter of wickets now, and they would probably lose.
Well, Jadeja's being watchful. Rishabh Pant is being uber Rishabh Pant. Well, even more so than normal.
Well, Jadeja it is who's facing up to Wagner, who's round the wicket to him, and a shorter ball, unsurprisingly, is just dropped into the offside by Jadeja. So, I didn't see... Did I see any of the wickets? No, I haven't seen any of the wickets today. So, what have I missed in terms of wicket-taking balls?
You missed some excellent bowling from Kyle Jamieson, leading to some to a Virat Kohli poking at a ball he shouldn't have been poking at and nicking to the keeper.
As Wagner's in again, it's short, and Jadeja ducks underneath it. It was slightly down the leg side.
You missed a little cutter from Jamieson that Pujara thought was going to come into him and didn't, and then tried to leave it, and it still carried to slip. And then you saw Ajinkya Rahane
strangled.
Yes, strangled. Really off a ball that probably he should have hit for 4 down the leg side off Trent Bolt. You also missed Rishabh Pant being dropped at slip on 5.
Dear.
Simple drop.
As Wagner again wide of the crease from round the wicket, and a shorter ball into the ribs of Jadeja, and he does manage to get on top of the ball and play it down into the leg side, but judging by Wagner's reaction, that could have been close to the short leg.
Straight over the head.
Side on view. Oh, it went over his head. Did it go down into the ground? Let's have a look from here. No, it went just past the helmet of the short leg fielder, who was ducking. Which
there are 2 players in a line separated by about 20 yards, and it dropped in the middle of the 2 of them.
Well, that will be... Wagner will be looking for that again. Again, it's a short ball. And this time Jadeja ducks underneath it. How exactly does Wagner get away with bowling so many short balls?
Because very few of them are actually over the shoulder. He's very good at... Because he's fairly skiddy and bowls with a slightly round arm. He's very good about getting them into the chest.
Well, the people who made that playing regulation, I don't think it's a law, would have... If you would have said to them, what's the problem that needs solving, they would say short balls. And if he is managed to get away with 6 short balls and over, as he's in now to Jadeja, he's got an outside edge, and it's taken by Watling, the only man behind the stumps, because there's no slips. But this one went across him. He just nibbled at it. He's got a thin edge through to the keeper, and well, the 6th wicket is down. Game very much on.
Beautifully set up by Neil Wagner. Jadeja had been looking to try and score some runs rather than ducking all of the short balls, and then he's got him on the back foot. Oh, no, we're looking for a back foot no ball, which is how wide of the crease he's bowling, but no. Actually, maybe.
No, it's where its foot lands.
Oh, it's where the foot lands.
Was well within.
Right, okay, yes.
As far as I remember, that's the regulation. Yeah, you look at that ball in isolation, you say that's just a nothing ball outside the off stump. and he's wafted at it and got a nick, or fended at it and got a nick. But you have to take it in conjunction with what's gone on before. And they've all short balls into the ribs.
It's just caught on the crease a little bit.
Thinking about playing it on the leg side, he's pushed one across him, and he's just got a little thin nick.
It's just extraordinary. Everyone knows what's coming from Neil Wagner. It's a 3-card trick he's been playing for 7 or 8 years in Test cricket, and they all seem to fall for it. But there you go.
He's very skillful at what he does.
Absolutely, he is, and I'm not going to deny him his wickets. It's just he just thinks somebody would have worked it out by now, but they haven't. Lee, fan with the raspberry pie, says, I want Jadeja to make 50 and do a sword dance because it seems to annoy people. Well, that wish has gone. Brian Barry says, I turn 40 in 2 months and I only feel like that some of the time, mainly whenever I have to do anything above walking. That's why the most strenuous sport I play these days is mental gymnastics. Yes, I get most of my exercise jumping to conclusions, as everyone here knows. Farong says, you get called Mama as well, Ravi. Same for me in Bangladesh. And I'll just read one more before we introduce a new batsman. Thanks for the info. I haven't been able to see much of the AFL lately. This is James, and lost track of changes in recent years. Still trying to attempt to break the tie in the championship to get a clear winner, so my general point still applies. Well,
let's
the tie is still in play here.
Let's jingle up the new batsman.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Quite late on the second day. Quite late on the second day. Trying to find a shot. Trying to find a shot. That it's safe to play. That it's safe.
Ashwin it is, and this ball is right on the money by Wagner. He's back over the wicket, and that was full and straight, and Ashwin defended it well. He did pull away before his first ball, allowing Knuckle to get more of that jingle in. Somebody in the first innings, was it Ashwin or was it Jadeja, who kept pulling away when the bowler was about to start?
Jadeja pulled away. I think he clearly wasn't ready, and so pulled away to a ball that Tim Southey still actually let go of, I think, and hit the stumps.
But somebody did it a few times, as I recall hearing. At the risk of sounding like Gary, it's very much not on. The batsman is supposed to be ready to receive, other than in exceptional circumstances, when the bowler is at the back of their mark. Sometimes when the bowler's got a one-step run, you need to take that into account. Anyway, Pant is now facing a new over from Jameson, and a ball which is just outside his off stump. He drops the bat on it in a sort of an aborted cut. I'm not quite sure. It's difficult to describe a lot of Pant's shots, but basically he just blocked that square on the offside and didn't take a run because there wasn't one there. So 6 wickets down. The lead is 110. How many overs are there left in the day? There's somewhere around
65 at the start of this over, and they have to get all of the overs in.
Are they going to play forever? We're going to play at 9. Is it going to be a Lancashire Gloucestershire Gillette Cup semi-final as Jameson comes in and bowls a full ball, slightly slower perhaps, which Pant just drives up to mid-on, thinks of a single. There isn't one there.
Well, once you get into the final hour, the last 15 overs have to be bowled.
Right. Well, hopefully the light will not be an issue.
Well, it's bright and sunny.
The forecast is good.
Yeah, it's bright and sunny
at the minute.
Yeah, I think yesterday it was fine by the close of play at 7, so I think we'll close of play at 6:30 today. We should be all right. Yeah, Jadeja was just caught in the crease with that one that Wagner flung across him. Very clever bowling from Wagner.
Jameson again short, and it's pulled by Pant. Dead square, and there is a big man, in fact, a French big man, de Grandhomme, out on that boundary, so it's a single, which brings Ashwin on to face the music. I can reveal to listeners from other countries that sunset in the south of England is about 9:20 p.m. at this time of year. It's the latest sunset you're ever going to get around the solstice. So there should be, if the sun is out, there's no reason why these overs should not get bowled, if indeed they do have to bowl all of them.
Can I just ask, Knuckle, they have to bowl 15 in the last hour, but does the last hour get delayed enough time to get to a position where you go?
Shorter ball from Jameson. Ashwin goes on the back foot, fends it to cover, no run.
I'm not. I've been reading the playing regulations. There is this phrase, the actual last hour, and it's all a little bit complicated. We will be told when all of that is relevant, if it is relevant.
In cricket, an hour can sometimes be sort of 45 minutes or 2 hours 15. You know, it's a fairly elastic concept.
The final hour on the last day of a test match is a movable feast.
Well, let's hope that it's important. That's all I'm going to say at this point, because it might be, as Jameson comes perhaps a little bit wider of the crease and Ashwin is beaten outside the off stump. He doesn't seem to be bowling all that quick, Jameson. I haven't seen much of him today. But then he's bowled 20 overs in this innings, or more than 20 overs, so he may be feeling the pace a little bit.
Well, he isn't that quick. He rarely bowls above 85 miles an hour, but he's so skillful. That's almost the Jimmy Anderson really, going wide of the crease and bowling the outswinger, or the Tim Southey. He's got all of these classic swing bowler tricks, and it's coming from such a height.
And his short balls are going to be more effective because of it than somebody like Jimmy.
He doesn't need to bowl short to jar the bat handle. That's the other thing.
He's in again, and this is well left by Ashwin. It wasn't too far outside the off stump, but he left that perhaps as much on length as anything, as it rose taken by Watling at shoulder height. The end of the over, the score is 143 for 6. The lead is 111 runs. And Gary, what are people saying?
Well, Ravi Nair says, for not Fred, the problem is not short balls, but balls that could hit the head. I actually thought the problem was that with the ball that's passing over the shoulder, that there were very few shots you could play to it, so it was very negative.
Well, also injuries to ribs and fingers and such like that.
Well, I'm saying if you would have told those people who drafted those regulations, well, it must have been about 25 years back, maybe.
Longer, much longer.
That somebody like Wagner could be bowling 6 short balls and over, and not being prevented from doing so, they may have thought to word the regulations differently. That's
I think they were trying to avoid bouncers rather than short balls, but I know that's a semantic point.
Yeah. And try writing those kind of differentiation into law as Wagner starts a new over. He's bowling to Pant. It's short outside the leg stump, and it's helped on its way down to long leg. A single. I don't think Wagner will be disappointed that he gets a crack at the new boy.
Brian Barish says, I didn't realise how far north England was. In my head, I thought it was on the same latitude as Philadelphia, but turns out Southampton is 5 degrees further north than us. I'm surprised you don't get more blizzards.
We're on the same latitude as Moscow and Wood, bar for the Gulf Stream.
Yeah, the first time I went to America, I went to Cleveland, and it was around Labor Day, and it was very hot, but then I looked at the map, and it's on the same latitude as Rome, so Cleveland and Rome.
Maps do funny things. You get ideas about areas and continents which don't always accord with reality. I hadn't realised that the whole of South America, pretty much the whole South American continent, was east of Florida. As Wagner comes in and bowls a short ball, which Ashwin does essay a pull at, but he doesn't time it, and it goes along the ground towards the square leg field. And again, Wagner will be quite happy to see him play that shot.
Tall man, he got on top of it. There's a lot of fielders out there. There's the short square leg, there's sort of catching square leg, there's a deep square leg, and there's a long leg, and possibly a leg gully as well.
Yeah. So should Ashwin be pulling?
Well, I think he's decided that he's better off pulling it than trying to defend it.
Well, let's see how that works. It's going to be short again. It is, and it's pulled, and it's gone on the bounce to the man at square leg. The middle of those three, as Knuckle says, they're in a line. You've got forward short leg, you've got forward square leg, and a deep square leg just in front of square. Presumably he's got a long leg.
And I think a leg gully, and he's also got a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah. The fact that all those three are in front of square means he must have 2 behind square.
Yeah.
And the authentic forward square leg is Jameson, and the man on the boundary is de Grandhomme, the 2 tallest men in the side.
Yes, a much underrated part of captaincy is getting the right people in the right areas, not just the fielding positions. As Wagner bowls short, and it's pulled between the square leg and the long leg. Square leg has to take 20 yards to his right. Good bit of running by Ashwin. Runs are important at this point, and he comes back for 2.
India have been playing all day as though runs have been important, which has been good to see. Even last night, Kohli was very busy in his little innings yesterday. That was quite nicely placed by Ashwin.
Very condescending. Kohli's little innings, says Knack.
Well, it was. It was.
Give him a pat on the head.
It was a very pleasant.
Good little innings there, Virat.
It was. It was a very pleasant and busy 8 that he scored last night.
On your point about captaincy, Fred, I haven't captained sides very often. Some may discern that from my comments.
Wagner bowls short, and it's pulled. It's close to the man at, I would think, at square leg, the middle square leg. But it finds its way out to the deep square leg, and the single is taken.
Because
I'd like to see how close that was.
What they'd done there, Jameson had moved to leg gully, and Williamson had gone in there, who is quite a lot shorter than. So actually, that's quite clever from Ashwin.
Well,
I'm not.
Yes, if he's aimed to put it 2 feet over Williamson's head, then in the air, then perhaps it's quite clever.
Jameson would have caught it.
He just got lucky.
Jameson would have caught it.
When he might have done. It was quite high.
When I've been captaining a side, I've picked the 2 fastest fielders and said, no matter how busy or how distracted I get, I want you 2 on other sides of the wicket, please.
Round the wicket now to Pant. It's a full ball on off stump, which Pant drives back to the bowler. And perhaps some words were exchanged because there was a bit of a grin on Pant's face. That's the end of the over.
Punt was disappointed that he didn't drive it down the ground for 4. He was admonishing himself.
Well, when you have to play 3 or 4 short balls per over, and you're expecting a short ball, it's difficult to get into the right body position to play a drive, which is what may have accounted for Jadeja.
I was going to say, viz the Jadeja dismissal, where he wasn't really in any sort of position to play any kind of shot.
We have a question from Farong, who says, Jameson reminds me of a young Sean Pollock. Anyone else agree?
I've heard so many different comparisons.
Yeah.
He was better than Richard Hadley this morning.
Well, I don't think Jameson's much like Sean Pollock, if truth be told. Pollock used to get very close to the stumps and move the ball away, where Jameson often goes wide.
Well, this is the start of a new over from Jameson. He's bowling to Ashwin, and it's a rising ball outside the off stump, and Ashwin did play a shot at it. He wasn't all that close to it, but it interested the keeper and slips.
I think Pollock's about 5 miles an hour faster, I would guess, as well.
Well,
so there's something in it.
In his younger days, yes, I think by the late 2000s, or the mid 2000s rather, early mid 2000s, he was similar pace to Jameson. He was also, Pollock got quite close to the crease and sort of didn't really use his front arm much. Jameson has a very different style of bowling, more chest on, as most very tall bowlers are.
Well, he's in again, and this is a fuller ball on off stump, and Ashwin does lean forward and play an authentic defensive shot to cover.
I suppose what you can say is they do. Sorry, I suppose what you can say is they do similar roles. The number 8 and also frontline bowler.
That's true. Brian Barish says our sunset here is only at 8:33 p.m. and I feel like that's an eternity. Well, I can tell you that in Sweden, I've sat on our balcony reading the newspaper in daylight at midnight at this time of year.
Yeah, was that the previous day or the next day? That's the question. As Jameson is in to Ashwin, it's on his leg stump, and he tries to find a gap in the leg side, can't beat mid-wicket.
It's sort of dusk between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. this time of year.
The long summers in the UK always make me glad that, I have a number of Muslim friends, and when Ramadan falls in the height of summer, it is particularly punishing.
Yeah, it's... We've had visitors in Sweden, I wasn't there at the time, who were observing Ramadan, and they literally had to wait till 1 a.m. to eat and then stop again at 2 a.m. It was a tough gig.
Jameson in his 23rd over. Balls, and that is a swipe at a wide ball from Ashwin, and it goes past the Q end of the bat. And it may have actually bounced twice before it got to the keeper. But, well, if you're the Indian coach in the dressing room, I think you may be tempted to offer a few expletives.
Perhaps, although they've clearly been sent out there to score runs. It was no sort of shot, really. Jameson's bowled, this is his 23rd over of the 66 that will have been bowled at the end of this. To put that into context, India's 3 seamers bowled 25 each, or 25, 26, 26 and 25 out of nearly 100. Jameson, another Neil Wagner who can just bowl forever.
This is short and cut, but the ground home is the man at cover point, and it doesn't beat him. So Ashwin is trying to score runs, and yet there have been 5 dot balls this over. And as I pointed out earlier, and I'm sure other people have been doing all day, runs very much in the equation, because the more runs India can get, it means that even if they are bowled out, it's going to take that much longer for New Zealand to knock those runs off.
Yeah.
You get into the runs time equation, which is always tight.
It says there in the graphic that Ravichandran Ashwin likes short stuff. He doesn't, I promise you.
Well, this is just a regulation delivery outside the off stump to complete the maiden. Ashwin doesn't essay a shot. Gary, any more?
Veera Raghavan says it's quite surprising why batsmen aren't moving away and thrash over point when bouncers after bouncers predictably held them.
It's not easy.
And fielding has been set for the same.
It's not easy.
It's an easy game from here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, particularly Wagner's bowling left arm round the wicket, but Jadeja in particular, the left-hander and punt, it's coming in. It's down your leg side. You'd have to back away well outside leg stump to be able to get that angle. Maybe you could uppercut over the keeper or that reverse shot that punt plays.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many runs Pant has made since lunch, but I'd be surprised if it was more than 10. And I think it's probably about 6 because he just
he's
can't
been happy
get
to get off
it.
strike. Well, he's also been happy to take the singles and get off strike.
He has scored. He has scored
less
8 runs.
Less so before you came on air, Fred.
Wagner round the wicket to Pant. It's short and it's pulled, and it's along the ground to a long leg, and he does take that single off the first ball.
He does. O'Neill Harris says, long summer in the UK. We have a different definition of summer, which is a case in point.
Well, long days, I think we were referring to, but yes, point taken. Although I don't know where O'Neill Harris is, but in the West Indies the other day, it was quite a lot of rain in that Test match. Although South Africa did win it quite comfortably and with time to spare. But, okay, we're going into the 3 square leg line for Wagner over the wicket to Ashwin, who goes well outside the off stump to a ball that is outside the off stump, and he's guided it down towards third man. Long run back for cover point. They've taken 2. They think of 3. They are going to take 3. That's good running. And Ashwin says, you want to give me the strike to Wagner? I'm going to give you the strike, Rishabh, old boy.
Well, they're taking every run that is on offer to them. I think both of these two, will be a lot happier when Southey and Bolt come on and there's more balls in their half. This is
Pant was almost lapping Ashwin there. That 3. They've really got to throw the ball to Ashwin's end whenever there's anything above 2, I would guess, or 2 or above.
So it's presumably going to be round the wicket. No, I forget which is it. It is round the wicket to Pant. It's a short ball and leg stump, and it's pulled very fine. I think gloved rather down to fine leg for a single. Wagner has his hands on his head, but he seems to do that after most deliveries, so I wouldn't read too much into it. It probably was glove.
Yeah, it was just that little bit too close to him and onto him too quickly. You can see what he was trying to do, trying to whip it very fine to beat the fine leg on the inside.
152 for 6 is the score. And the lead, when it comes back on the screen, is
120, exactly.
120. Not out of the woods yet, India, and a lot of play left in this Test match as Wagner is into Ashwin, who takes on the 5 men on the leg side and gets it to the finest of them at long leg for a single. It was a short ball, and he played quite a violent pull actually.
He's trying to make sure that he got it down there with some pace and try and beat the guy on the inside, but it didn't really work. But he got the single in a fairly risk-free manner.
Has anybody noticed, or has anybody seen any statistical analysis of the speeds of Wagner's short balls in Wagner ball? Does he vary his speeds as well as...
You're thinking Andy Roberts?
Well, anyways, Wagner's in round very wide to Pant, who does essay a pull shot and wasn't too far from the top edge, but it goes through to Watling. I'm just thinking, you can be expecting short balls and expecting them, but if you vary your pace, then you've got another variable, obviously, to worry about when you're playing shots.
I don't think Wagner has that upper gear of 90 plus that some, I mentioned Andy Roberts, who used to bowl a bouncer at regular pace and then bowl a bouncer much faster.
It might be something he could add to his armoury, the Jade Dernbach, as Wagner bowls, guess what, a short ball which is pulled well in front of square, But the posse of leg side fielders means that's only a single to Pant. The end of the 67th over, 154 for 6. Pant now has 39 and Ashwin 7. Gary.
Yes, Ravi Nair says, in Bombay, we're lucky if sunset happens at 1900 hours and it's dark almost immediately after being tropical. David Latimer says, I don't think the article was saying Jameson is better than Hadley already, more than that he could surpass him in time. I can't believe Jameson will play enough test matches to get 435 wickets. But
especially with all the other cricket that
well,
he
and
would be
also,
asked
when did
to play.
Richard Hadley start his test career? Must have been younger, right? Jameson, I think, was 25 when he started playing.
Yeah, no, Hadley did start quite late, and he took a lot of his wickets after the age of 30.
Well, also, Jameson's bowling in a much better attack that won't leave him that many wickets to need to take.
Yeah, he had some useful
but he
operators, but he bowled a lot, Hadley.
Jameson is still into the attack. I don't know how long this spell is, but he's just bowled the first ball of the latest over of it, and it's defended.
He's been bowling unchanged since lunch. But it's a little bit like Murali. I don't think anyone will ever overtake Murali or overtake his number of fifers because simply no one will have to. Murali's been retired over, I think, now 13 years in Test cricket. He still has almost 20% of all of Sri Lanka's Test wickets. There's a lot of depth in this New Zealand attack.
And there's greater care taken with the amount of overs people bowl. This is a loopy, shorter ball outside the off stump, and Pant is not interested. You were talking about number of fifers. The one I always pull out as far as first class cricket is concerned is Titch Freeman, who he was a leg break bowler for Kent in the 1920s, and let's see, in first class cricket,
He's the leading wicket taker in the history of the county championship, isn't he?
386 fifers. 386 fifers. Jameson bowls a regulation ball on off stump, and Pant defends. And 140 10-wicket balls in a match.
Have a look at SF Barnes' percentage of fifers in his test
short career. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
he played 23 tests and got 189 wickets. I think from memory.
A lot of them against a fairly weak South African team.
On batting wickets. So.
Like George Lohman, bowling sort of fast off breaks on a tricky drying wicket.
Yeah, the age of covered wickets has made a lot of these statistics uncatchable. There's a slight hint of in-swing there from Jameson. Again, it's not quick, and he's lost a bit of a nip, unsurprisingly, with the amount of overs he's been bowling. But it did shake back slightly into Pant, who defended.
As my father always used to say, why didn't the others take that many then?
Well, as I always said, when Laker took 19 wickets against Australia in a match in 1956 at Old Trafford, Locke was certainly doing his best to get wickets at the other end. There was no question of giving the bowling wide and letting the other bloke take the wickets. A, because England were trying to win the game, and B, because Laker hated Locke. Locke hated Laker. As a short ball is pulled by Pant in front of square, or just square, and de Grandhomme fields at deep square. Just a single. Lots of squares in that sentence.
The rules of the game change when you have short ball attacks to this field. Normally the safe shot for the single is the clip off the legs or the push through third man or something. Generally, the hard hit pull shot to the deep fielder is actually almost the safest single scoring option.
It is, and as we keep saying, runs are important. As the camera picks out Monty Panesar in the crowd, hope he's keeping well as a friend of guerrilla cricket. Monty. The last ball of Jameson's umpteenth over will be bowled to Ravichandran Ashwin. The lead now 123 runs as Jameson comes in and bowls on the off stump, defended by Ashwin, the end of the over. Sir Garfield.
Yes, you can tweet us at Guerrilla Cricket, and at the moment we haven't got that many, just silly points making the
we should actually
comment that we made earlier about backing away and hitting the ball over point, saying if only test batting was that easy.
We should actually have a change now, I think. What if you want to do one more over of this 3, because it is 9 minutes past 2?
You're in charge, Knackle. I think
think Nestler.
You and I are staying on, are we not?
Yes. I step away?
Nestlers is coming in for Gary, so
yes. Why don't we
do that now? Why not?
Yes. Why don't we have a little shift around and bring Nestlers in? You join us with 60 overs left of the World Test Championship final. The reserve day has meant that even though we've had 2 days of rain and half a day of bad light and a few more interruptions, we come towards the end of this World Test Championship final with all 4 results still theoretically in play. India are 155 for 6, leading by 123 runs, with Rishabh Pant on a slightly harem-scarem 40 not out of 80, but he's scored them. R. Ashwin is 7 off 17, and after they took 7 off that last Neil Wagner over, we do have a change at the northern end. I'll jingle him up after his first ball. He's in right arm round the wicket to Rishabh Pant, who defends into the onside, looking for the single. Good positivity, but there isn't one there. Wagner does the fielding, and there is no run off this fine bowler.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey here tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. And again, I just might.
Tim Southey got the 2 openers setting them up with the outswingers and then the LBW. This is a poor delivery outside off stump, but BJ Watling. With the other thing you missed, Fred, was that BJ Watling dislocated a finger and had to have it snap back into place.
Nice, on the field.
Before lunch. Fun. Yes, we saw it in far too much detail. He dives in front of second slip basically to take that as it jags off the seam. There is no run.
But actually, once a finger is put back into place, it doesn't hurt all that much. It hurts when it's dislocated, and it hurts for a brief second whilst it's being put back. But after that, should be okay.
Sure, he's had a painkiller. His last test day, in fact, BJ Watling. Fine player. Southey into Pant. Just having a look at Southey. Leaves alone through to the keeper. No run. I suppose the advantage of Rishabh Pant scoring for this match quickly, other than the Southey Jameson onslaught yesterday, is that he has given himself the option of having a little bit of a look at times. He is, as Gary was saying, much more than just a slogger.
Oh, he obviously is much more than a slogger, but he is a batsman who looks to play scoring shots a very high percentage of the time.
Southey into Pant, who stretches forward and leaves through to the keeper. There is no run. I was listening to some analysis of that the TV commentators were doing about leaving, that you should look to play first and then leave, so you get yourself into position to play some sort of shot and then decide, so you're in a good sort of positive set position.
Positive leave frame of mind. I'm assuming that Gary didn't get to do any YouTube comments because he can't see YouTube.
No, Gary struggles with the telegram. I think as Southey is in a little bit of wobble away from the left-hander rather, left alone through to the keeper.
The good news, Nestlers, is that nowadays they put timestamps on the YouTube comments.
Indeed,
of great assistance to us.
VJ Singh has sent us a message. I assume it's not the Fijian golfer. Loads of emojis. Alok Goswami says Pant is best. Please attack.
I don't think you have to tell him once, let alone twice. He's not even playing that well, and he's 40 off 85 balls. Which for this test match, again, barring the lower order, has been much quicker than usual. He drives this full in-swinger from Southey, hits it back where it came from, hitting into the swing, as it were. Colin de Grandhomme, who we've not seen with the ball in this innings yet. I think as the sun has come out, his dob has become of lesser utility. Pant takes the single, he moves to 41. India lead by 124.
I don't know when the New Zealanders are next playing a test match. It's probably not for a while. But and the last day of a test match, as important as it is to them, they're not going to worry about giving people a rest. They've got to try and get every ounce that they can out of all their bowlers.
No, but you don't want to bowl a bowler to the point that they become less effective.
Well, that's true, but they obviously think that Jameson is, for example, has been their most important bowler, which is why he bowled unchanged for what was it?
An hour?
An hour, or over an hour.
I've got a good stat for you. from unusual dismissals. Amongst Titch Freeman's many achievements, he holds the record 29 held jointly with James Southampton for the most hit wicket dismissals in first-class cricket.
Well, when you take that many wickets,
yes, some of them are going to be. We have a change of bowling at the other end. New Zealand have gone for this double change, so it's Bolton Southey seemingly in partnership, and Jameson and Wagner in partnership. Interesting, with 11 overs to go to the new ball, that they've gone to Bolton Southey.
How does he speak?
I suppose you can't literally bowl Wagner and Jameson forever, as much as they might want to. A little bit of swing away from punt. He leaves it through to the keeper. No run.
Call. Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
I've got very clear ideas as to which ends people should be bowling from. Certainly in this innings, it's Wagner and Southey at the northern end, and Bolton, Jameson at the pavilion end. India, by contrast, I think all three of the seamers bowled from both ends at some point.
I wonder how much difference there is between the ends in a ground as new as the Hampshire Bowl.
Punt down the track, and this has gone high in the air. He's finally got some bat on one of those big slugs, but it's come off the steepling top edge, and that's a good catch taken by Henry Nicholls, running out from slip towards backward point. Rishabh Pant, living by the sword, dying by the sword. He didn't play that shot well. His head was up. He wasn't set for the shot, and that's a second wicket for Trent Bolt. India lose their last, along with Ashwin, last recognised batter, their 156 for 7, leading still only by 124.
How's that? You missed the bat, I caught you up. How's that?
Interesting.
Well, an Indian equivalent of West Indian commentator Fazir Mohammed might be asking, why did he do that? And the answer is because that's what he does. And as we've been saying, runs are important. They needed to score runs. But the trouble is, it's not a good look when your team's in a little bit of trouble, and batting time is important to get out in that manner.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look good. But then everyone praises him when it flies for 6, as it often does. You can certainly say he didn't play the shot well.
He certainly didn't play the shot well. The question is whether the idea, or whether not just the execution of the shot, but whether it was the right thing to be doing. And I think you'll get very different answers to that question depending on who's answering it.
I think that's right. But yeah, he. Maybe again you can give yourself a little bit of a look, and Pant probably is a better. I think Pant is a better player than he's shown in this. Well, we know that Pant is a better player in this than he's shown in this innings.
We have to take into account that if that sails over mid-wicket for 6, then a lot of people are going to be cheering. A lot of the people who would be cheering that shot are the ones who are saying, "Why did he play that shot when he gets out?"
100%.
So
100%.
You can't decide whether it was a good shot on the result. You have to ask whether the decision to play that shot was right before he's actually played it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about that. What we can certainly say is that his head was in no position. He had no firm base from which to hit. And it was a good catch actually by Henry Nicholls, because he had to make up a lot of ground as it was swirling up there and flying away from him, and he was running towards the boundary, watching it come over his shoulder, and he got there with time to spare.
Yeah, a lot of those catches don't look great on television screens, but the ones that are, as you say, are coming over your shoulder and you're running away from where the ball's been hit are always very difficult.
Credit, I suppose, also to
down.
Jameson and Wagner for bowling so well in that first hour after lunch, and not allowing Pant to get away to the point that he, felt he had to do something like that, because he wasn't really scoring much more than singles. Only hit 4 boundaries in his 41 off 88, and I think that all of them were before lunch. That brings to the crease. They surely would have crossed while that ball was in the air, but it does
twice.
Indeed, but it does bring to the crease this man who's won the tallest mountain in Holland competition.
He's coming down fast and moving it too. Tell me the answer. He may be a bowler, but he's often injured. Look out, Muhammad Shami. Muhammad Shami. Muhammad Shami.
India have only added 26 runs in the what is that, 14 and 0.2 overs since lunch, and lost the wickets of Jadeja and Punt, their two remaining properly aggressive players. Ashwin is a good lower order batter, but he's now got proper tail enders with him in Ishant Sharma, Mohammad Shami, who's in now, and Jasprit Bumrah. A long delay as we, for some reason, as we come into the third ball of this over. I'm not really sure why.
Cricket finding a way not to play cricket.
Well, if as you suggest, the overs have to be bowled, there's little incentive to time waste unless they think there's some clouds in the distance. But this is beautifully poised.
It is indeed. India 124 runs ahead. They want to be probably 20 runs further ahead. Maybe at this stage. That really is a good catch by Henry Nicholls. He had to stretch for it at the end of the catching attempt, and you can understand why he was beating his chest and gesturing to the fans in the crowd. Anyway, we are now finally ready. I think.
Yeah, we just saw. Well, I'll say after this ball, this Bolt is about to bowl it.
Eventually, I wonder if that was just a very long chat between Ashwin and Shami about what the plan is. They did indeed cross, and Ashwin has a drive at it, and it comes off the inside part of the bat. Fielded at mid-wicket, there is no run. I suspect now Ashwin is going to play his shots, having absolutely no faith in Mohammad Shami.
Well, but time is important, and Shami and Ishant can block.
Ishant can. Shami is now just a slogger.
Okay. They showed Ross Taylor and somebody else, possibly Devon Conway, watching. They showed as that ball was in the air, and from their body language.
Edged and gone. Bolt has 2 in 3, and this innings may not be long for this world. It was full outside off stump. Credit to Bolt. He recognised what Ashwin was trying to do. A flat-footed drive. Ashwin gone for 7. India 156 for 8. The tail has again failed to wag. They are 124 ahead with only 2 wickets left, all of them tail enders. Trent Bolt has 3. Simple catch for Lutaru Rosputor Lote Taylor.
It was, but I think he knew, Bolt knew what you knew and others guessed, was that Ashwin was going to have a go, and he threw up a full wide delivery saying, hit this one, and he just got the outside edge. So clever bowling. Well, I don't want to play the Gary role, but I'm going to question some of the decision making.
Dr. Manmohan Singh says, game over, now only God can save us.
Well, I have to say that the lead is 124, and if it stays around that, obviously with 58 overs left to bowl in the day, you think that's not much of a target. But if you can manage to take another 15 overs out, or could before that last wicket fell, and add another 30 runs, it's a massive difference, because the runs go up and the overs comes down. So it's one thing saying we need runs, but I think probably after Pant got out, Ashwin should have been trying to bat time out of the game.
Possibly. Certainly didn't play the shot well. Anyway, this enters a man who can block. It's a good short ball from Bolt to a man who's 6'5", and it loops up off the splice of the bat. There's no silly point in place. That's definitely after timing, but so it drops in front of him off the bat of this uncertain giant.
Ishant Sharma's gonna get you, gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace. How in the world you gonna see? Netting against trundlers like me.
Round the wicket from Bolt, Ishant leaves through to the keeper, no run. Double wicket maiden for Trent Bolt, back into the attack. India 156 for 8, lead by 124.
Sorry, Nestles, I was just going to say we were slightly overtaken by events, but when the ball was in the air and Nicholls was going back to catch it, we saw a shot of Taylor and Conway, and from their body language, it looked very much like they didn't think he was going to catch it. They were quite surprised when he did. Very important catch. Sorry, Nestles, off you go.
That's all right. 3 balls ago, Google had New Zealand at 22%. They're now at 69%. Nice, says Brian Barish. Missy Jez says, I think it's fair to say that despite Gary Naylor insisting that the pitch is easy to bat on, the evidence provided by some of the world's best batters would suggest that just this once, Gary might possibly be mistaken, to which your very good self said, although not perhaps evidence from that last wicket.
Yeah, but that being pants.
Shami backed away to allow that conversation to go on as Southey continues.
Very kind of him.
Yes. Good that he's listening.
Yeah, there was only one slip in, and he was quite wide for that wicket of Ashwin, but it literally couldn't have got to a better place for him. It was waist high, and he barely had to move.
Yeah, very solid slip fielder is Ross Taylor. Been doing this a very long time as Southey is in down the leg side. Shami has a poke at it, and Watling takes down the leg side. There is no run. I think really now this is about how long these guys can last, because Shami is more or less these days a hopeless slogger. Ishant is a blocker with not very many shots, and Bumrah's a little bit better than a genuine rabbit, but he doesn't have many shots and isn't likely to last long.
Well, I'm going to offer some smidgen of hope for Indian fans who may be listening, and I'll do that after this ball.
This is back of a length from Southey, and Shami blocks to Will Young, who's on the field, possibly for Jameson or Wagner, who were just getting a something or other after bowling for, I think, possibly in both cases, well over an hour.
Small targets are obviously easier to get than large targets, but they have a kind of strange unnatural phenomenon of their own, whereby sometimes they can be difficult to get, and 120, 130 is not an absolute gimme on a wicket that's doing something against a good bowling attack.
In 50 odd overs. Short, and that's quite nicely cut by Mohammad Shami. That's probably the best shot he's played in international cricket for about 4 years, and it goes away to sort of wideish third man for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I wasn't saying the small target because of the overs, because the overs are there are quite a lot of them. But even if there was a day and a half left, sometimes small targets are hard to get.
It's not a day
when
6.
The pressure's on.
It's not a day 6 pitch, but it's a sort of day 4 pitch. And India have a well balanced attack as well. They've got 2 spinners, 2 good spinners, as Shami is in. Full delivery, solidly enough played by Shami. Back to the bowler, there is no run, maybe some bonus runs. I would not be at all surprised, actually, if India opened with Ishant Sharma and R. Ashwin,
who loves bowling with a
hard new ball,
a bouncy hard
and loves bowling to left-handers. It's certainly worth a go.
There's a big difference between a target of 90 and a target of 130. That's the difference is greater than those 40 runs would suggest.
Short ball and hooked by Shami, and he's timed that quite nicely into the gap between long leg and deep square leg. He's hit that away for 4.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Someone has been doing some very hard work with Mohammad Shami. He does have a Test match 50. It was on the world's flattest pitch at Trent Bridge in 2014, the same game that James Anderson.
The game
that
Jimmy Anderson hit 80, which slightly takes the shine off that particular statistic.
Again, Alistair Cook got his only Test wicket. Slipping a wide gully for Shami. I guess there's a few fielders in the deep end. He defends this in relatively cultured fashion into the onside, and there is no run. 8 bonus runs, you have to say, off the over from Southey. India 164 for 8, lead by 132. I think sometimes, actually, an orthodox bowler like Southey is almost easier for a tail-ender to slog, even if he is a very good bowler.
Kit Singh says India lose.
Well, they're certainly the outsider of 3 at the moment. Actually, no, they're probably better odds than the draw at this point.
Juman Kalita says big man Ishant Sharma has ability to hit big shot.
There's a test. I think he's a Test 50. He certainly got a first-class 50. He got for Sussex when he was here. He's really more of a blocker. Does he have a Test match 50? He does have 1 Test match 50, high score of 57. As Bolt continues trying to wrap up this tail, fresh off a double wicket maiden. It's a short ball, nicely turned around the corner by Ishant down to long leg, and they take a single. Jameson, the man down there. Maybe it's Wagner who was briefly off the field. 165 for 8, lead by 133, which, as you said, is a gimme, or not a gimme rather. This could be a very, very interesting final few hours.
Ishant Sharma was that test wicket for Alistair Cook, if I remember correctly.
He was strangled down the leg side. Matt Pryor eventually remembered to catch it while laughing. Didn't even move his feet, just stuck a hand out at it. Good in-swinging Yorker from Bolt. Well kept out by Shami. Blocked into the onside, no run.
Yeah, that was very well played, because that was a kind of delivery that cleans up tail enders.
He got his front foot out of the way and got the middle of the defensively proffered bat on it. Certainly used to be an okay sort of aggressive tail ender, Mohammad Shami. Sort of in the Kahisa Rabada mould, but his batting has completely gone awry in the last few years. But he's played comfortably enough off his now 9 off 8 as he pushes a single into the offside.
So he's India's Stuart Broad then, is that what you're saying?
Less elegant.
He doesn't have a test 160 like Broad does.
Back when Broad was a bowling all-rounder.
What an extraordinary innings that was. We thought it was the second coming of Gary Sobers. But now he's lucky to get in as high as 11.
Yeah, he's genuinely a much worse batter than say, Mark Wood, who has produced some useful cameos for England down the order. We'll have a change at the end of the over. Not quite. We've got 10 minutes left. As Ishant has a poke, flash, prod, something at it, and misses completely. Watling takes in front of the first slip and then holds his finger, grimacing. No run.
Well, we did say yesterday afternoon that there was still a very large number of overs left in the game, and when you have a lot of overs left on a wicket that has been producing wickets lower than an average rate of Test cricket, then the chances are something's going to happen, and something is happening.
As this is a short ball which Ishant rides the bounce off reasonably well and flails it into the onside defensively. Conway fields at square leg, no run.
If you're going to bowl that ball to him,
leg
and
slip,
it's legitimate,
leg gully,
then have a short leg or have a leg slip.
Yes, I mean Bolt's not lightning quick by any means, no pun intended. Did see, by the way, that Usain Bolt had a couple of kids and called one of them Thunder Bolt,
and something else which was odd.
St. Leo, which is his middle name.
Oh, okay.
Man goes back on the hook. Oh, pleasantly driven down the ground by Ishant Sharma. No timing at all, and Bolt gets half a hand on it and stops it. But Ishant and Shami have looked better than expected. India 166 for 8, lead by 134. 8 overs to the new ball if New Zealand want it.
Dear, Mayank Gandhi says, or is India the new chokers?
No.
Oh dear.
No, this second innings is not out of line with what's gone on previously in this match.
Yes, starts. Aggressive batting hasn't been easy. Very good bowling has been the story of this Test match. The quality of the bowling and in some cases the defensive batting has been exceptional in this Test match.
So 134 runs ahead, 8 wickets down, 56 is it overs left in the day?
56 indeed. Lose 2 for the change of innings as Southee is in. Shami has a flash and has a big flash. The camera operator's been very optimistic about where that ball was going because it flew over the slip cordon and dribbled down to the third man boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The camera operator thought that was flying into the stands. All of these runs, however they come from the lower order, are very welcome for India. Lead by 138.
Well, Briney001 has seen a couple of pictures of a story which is up there if you want to read it. I've retweeted it about Hazel Doreen Pritchard and the story of her husband who saved people's lives in a hotel fire because he set his alarm early trying to listen into her playing cricket, and because he set the alarm early, he was the first one up and alerted all the other people in the hotel.
That's
Cricket
right.
saves lives.
Cricket saves lives.
Indeed.
Fly slipper's gone in place, as well as the slip and a gully and two men back on the hook. Shummy has a flash at this, and I think he's going to be caught at fly slip. Yes, he is. I think they call that inspired captaincy. What they can also call it is incredibly lucky. I think it was Tom Latham who'd just been sent back there. Literally the ball before. Shummy has a wild swing at it. To be fair, he wasn't intending for it to end up there, but he did not have to move. Tim Southey has a 3. Mohamed Shumi's entertaining 13 off 10 is done. He's done a job in it. Well, to be fair, he bowled brilliantly in this Test match. India 170 for 9, lead by 138. Sometimes things just sit up nicely for you as a commentator.
Well, I was just going to accuse him of stable door captaincy by saying, well, the ball's gone there, let's put a fielder there, and the ball went absolutely straight to him. 2 years ago, England were trying to win a Test match in Cape Town, and they just put in Jimmy Anderson at leg slip. Ben Stokes was bowling to Rassie van der Dussen, who batted extraordinarily well. And the first ball, he's turned it straight into his hands, and everyone looked and says, well, that was just ridiculous. You know, that doesn't happen. That happens in computer games, not in real life, and it's just happened again. He's just put somebody in an odd position, and the first ball has gone down his throat.
Gary Balance batting against Yasir Shah in, I think, 2016 or 2017 also, when Pakistan were, maybe actually 2018, Pakistan tour here a lot. They put a leg slip in place. Yasir turning the ball out of the foot march to the left-hander, flicked it straight to him round the corner. It happens.
Well, it's fun when it happens, and captains stand there with their arms wide going, look at me, I'm a genius.
Yeah, it was clever, but it doesn't always work that well.
Well, yeah, but so much had to happen in terms of how he had to miss-hit that ball. He had to miss-hit it in just the right place, and he did. Extraordinary.
Yep. Barely had to move, Tom Latham. Just a little bend of the knee. Anyway, brings to the crease. This man didn't take a wicket. Well, probably better. A little bit better than his figures than that suggested. Also, well, he blocked out his first ball, so at least he's not on a king pair, but he is on a pair. I'll jingle him up after this ball, which he leaves through to the keeper. No run.
And now then, Marty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Yeah, Shummy was aiming that over mid-wicket, and then it skewed absolutely perfectly to Latham at fly slip, who could not believe his luck.
Well, they have fallen in a clatter these last 3 wickets.
Yeah, there was a mini resistance from Shummy and Ishant. Good swinging delivery from Southey. Bumrah blocked to Williamson at cover. No run. India lead by 138, which is, it's almost something. No, it is something to bowl at.
But, the point I was making earlier about chasing the target is that wickets have fallen in clumps all game. And even when people have put on good stands, it tends to be followed by 2 or 3 wickets falling fairly quickly.
Yes, indeed. Only Devon Conway has passed 50 in this Test match. Actually, the openers of the opening partnerships have been the biggest of the game, really, so far, or nearly. 2 slips and a gully, leg slip, short mid-wicket. Edged and caught at second slip, and India have been bowled out for 170. It was, I'm not sure who that was at second slip, actually, he took the catch. It might have been Nichols or Latham, and Jasprit Bumrah completes a pair to go with his wicketless first innings. These last few wickets have fallen very quickly. India started this session at 156 for 7. They have lost their last 3 wickets for 24 runs in 5 overs. They've been bowled out for 170. New Zealand, after 2 days of rain and a day lost to bad light, have 55 or maybe 53 overs to score 139 runs to win the World Test Championship final, and we are set up potentially for an absolute classic. Tim Southey finishes with 4 for 48. Trent Bolt with 3 for 39. Kyle Jamieson 2 for 30. And Neil Wagner 1 for 44. Rishabh Pant top scoring with a harem-scarum 41 off 88. Rohit Sharma on 30, the only other man to pass 20. Cheteshwar Pujara, Virat Kohli, Ravindra Jadeja and Mohammad Shami, and extras getting into double figures. I think we're meant to have a change, so I'll get out of the way and let Hendo, Gary and Bear talk you through the innings break and the first part of the New Zealand innings, but they will need 139 runs to win. Oh, interesting. Tom Blundell was keeping for that period, so Will Young was on for BJ Watling, so Watling might not be able to bat, which could be interesting. Bring in Hendo and bring in Gary. What a thriller we've got on our hands, Hendo.
Well, it's all news to me. I left where I was just after lunch, hearing the score was 130 odd for 5. Got back, it was 8 down, sat down, ready to do my stint, and 2 wickets have gone down in that time as well. So they've tidied up this lower order and tail in an hour and a half since lunch. And well, you worried or you wondered from a New Zealand perspective whether Rishabh Pant may take the game away from them, because he didn't change his approach really, did he, this morning? He was a little bit lucky, smeared at a couple, and got fortunate. Didn't see how he ended up getting out. Perhaps you can bring us up to date, those of you that have seen it, maybe the Bear or Gary, who've been no doubt watching it from home.
Oh, sorry, just I'll butt in because I was watching it. When you do see how Pant got out, had he been an England batsman in that situation, you would still be on your the 14th sentence of your rant.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, he did play that. I mean, he played a couple of shots this morning like that, didn't he? And he got away with it against Wagner in particular, I thought. Wagner's sixth over, I remember. He smeared one through the gap between slips and gully, then just carted across one and missed it, and then was beaten by one outside the off stump in sort of consecutive balls. And you did wonder whether this was the time when the notion that Rishabh Pant could rescue you from any situation with an attacking approach was actually going to fall down.
Well, I think it's slightly different. I mean, when he was playing against England, it was mainly against spin. I mean, it's and he's clearly a talented player against spin, and was getting down to the pitch of the ball. It's a lot harder to get to the pitch of a ball of a seamer who's bowling half trackers, you know. So there was a lot of swinging, missing, trying to carve it here, there, and everywhere, and that was the eventual downfall. He was trying to cart it over the leg side. Thick outside edge that went straight up in there. Bloody good catch by Henry Nicholls. Had a long way to go back. They'll probably show the wickets now. He had a long way to go back and managed to catch it over his shoulder running back. So it's a really good catch.
Those are good ones.
Exactly.
Good ones. I imagine it was spinning as well a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And it went a long, long way up in the air. But as you'd expect, the problem is India don't really have a tail to speak of, do they? I mean, the last 4 wickets have gone there in 4 overs. And
no, the Ishant Sharma can hang in there. You really needed someone to try and do that a little bit with him and eke out a few more runs, didn't you?
By the way, cheers, I'm on the whiskey.
Oh dear. Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think
it's the first one or the third?
Oh, it's first.
Okay, all right.
Pokey.
Strong stuff. Gary, what did you make of it all?
Well, I just think we've seen a succession of pretty poor shots, really, both in terms of the shot selection and in terms of the execution. What did they need? 139 to New Zealand?
Yeah, 138, I think. Yeah, 139 probably.
I think if with a little bit more judicious play, that could have been 170. And
well,
about
to be
40
fair,
overs, and I think that's quite a nasty little chase. This looks relatively well. Certainly, New Zealand will be favourites, but. We've seen a handful of really good balls, but we've seen a hell of a lot more bad shots, and maybe the occasion just got to the Indians, and it may get to the New Zealand batsmen as well. But
well, I don't think you can say that about the top order necessarily. I think, Kohli's was a bad shot, but
Kohli's was a bad shot.
Yeah, it was a bad shot, but I mean, he got turned around a little bit by the ball. I mean, some good bowling. You can't just say it's all bad shots. There's some good bowling there. Let's be honest.
There is some good bowling, but you're allowed to bowl well. Most Test matches don't have these low-scoring innings. Usually, somebody digs in and scores 100. But I think the highest score in the match is something like 53, isn't it?
Well, Devon Conway, absolutely. Devon Conway, who we'll see in a minute.
Well, it says something about the wicket and the conditions, doesn't it?
Well, I think it says something about the batsmen. Whether they've been willing to work the hard yards, whether they're in any kind of form. India haven't played a warm-up match. Some of these batsmen didn't play after the first test in England and haven't had a knock in the middle for 3 weeks. some of them looked out of nick, truth be told. They didn't have much rhythm with attacking, and they didn't have much rhythm defending. We talked a lot about how defence needs to be positive as well as attack, and I think we saw some. Rahane played an extremely tentative shot to sort of edge it or middle it in some ways down the leg side to Watling. I mean, these were not good strokes.
Well, that was a bonus. That was a bonus, I think. Really, I mean, any sort of
look at that
wicket you get down. Well, yeah, but it was a good ball. He's misjudged the in-swinger, hasn't he? I mean, you can look at any number of balls that are left
in isolation.
But if you leave one and you misjudge it, if you've been judging it well and then you completely misjudge it, well, all you've got is your pads, isn't it? Because your bat's up above your head, so it always looks worse than necessarily is. But I think it's unfair to say that people didn't get their heads down. I think very much in the first innings, both teams really got their heads down and eked out what they possibly could. I think from what I've seen of today, there have been a few more iffy shots. I mean, it must have been an enormous boost to New Zealand to get that wicket of Kohli so early when, it wasn't a crazy shot, but it wasn't a good shot. And you don't see that often from Kohli. And then to get Pujara, and you'd got the two people capable of either winning the game for India or perhaps saving the game for India, and both had gone in sort of 40 minutes. So it's it's a tricky one. I still think that New Zealand may feel like the man who's serving for the match at Wimbledon, and then finally can't do it. Can they actually get themselves over the line? It's going to be a psychological barrier as much as anything, I would think.
Absolutely, the amount of times they failed.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're not failed. I mean, I don't think it's fair to say they failed against England in the World Cup because England got extremely lucky in that match. They would have won the game had that throw not rebounded off Ben Stokes' bat. They wouldn't have even had to go to a super over. So I think you can point to them being extremely unlucky in that situation.
Before we go to jingles, because they're about to start here, a nice tweet from Tony Merriman, who says, "Goodness me, sorry workmates, no choice but to have guerrilla cricket going loud. You could actually,
excellent.
You could actually become cricket fans, of course."
Oh, well, hello to your
a walk in the park for the Black Caps there. So he's writing off India already. Sean Barry says it's on, but small chasers make me nervous. Expect Ashwin to be on early, even if he doesn't open. I agree with that. So New Zealand need 13 boundaries to have more than India. That's how it works, isn't it? Says Messi Jazz. The Shah of Blah says 7 or 8 wicket win for them. Pirate Badshaw says, I got myself enthusiastic for Ireland having a chance at hunting down that score at Lords against England. I'm not going to repeat that mistake today. I want New Zealand to do it, but I am trepidatious. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, surely the difference between the two teams' tails is again showing up. Ant-Man 1805 says, oh, cheer up Gary. I didn't realise I needed cheering up, but there you go. Basant Heed says, no, they need to get those runs. It's a final and 2 quick wickets they will feel the pressure as much as India. I agree with that. I think the pressure is coming. Abdul Hay says, deep thoughts. I'm not quite sure what that's about. Ravi Nair says, Bear, there's no point to Garfield Naylor is never wrong. That's a record that's wearing out, I think, Ravi, if truth be told. There you go.
He's often wrong.
We're up to date pretty much on the tweets. I do like the fact that someone is giving a harrowing afternoon to those people who don't like cricket because he's got guerrilla cricket on at work. That is absolutely wonderful news.
I want to know where he works.
You want to know what?
I want to know where he works and
righto.
And what their names are. And we'll say hello like a radio station, like a proper one.
Yeah, hey, we might do requests.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's find out who's going to be bowling the opening over. I imagine it will be...
well, it looked like it's going to be... Where is he?
There he is.
This man.
Ishant Sharma's gonna get you. Gonna look you right in the face.
First ball of the New Zealand chase, and Latham it is facing. He defends into the onside, but something got Ishant Sharma slightly excited there, and he had his hand on his head for a moment. Maybe thought he was going to strike the pad, and Latham leant across his front leg and just eased it into the onside. Yeah, just inside edge, in fact, onto pad. So Virat Kohli was going up for a big appeal, but there was a massive inside edge. So let's jingle up Tom Latham.
Indeed.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicked. He doesn't ball great, but I still don't wanna face him, Tom Latham.
I have a question for you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Ishant round the wicket to Latham. A little bit of nibble away from the left-handed batsman, but he plays it well enough, adjusts and pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, Gary?
Do you think Kane Williamson should adopt the same approach in this innings that he did in the first innings?
No. Primarily because it'll probably take him too long and they won't get the runs, even 138. I mean, he backed extraordinarily slow. He's going at a strike rate of about 30.
Well, we've got 52 overs after this one remaining today. So they're looking at a run rate of about 2.6, aren't they? 2.6 and over. So they do need to be slightly quicker than they were in the first innings. And
not
so
the exact figures, but the approach he took in terms of his minimising of risk at the cost of scoring very few.
Well, you look at that and then you say he's got 49 very valuable runs. Around the wicket comes Sharma. This is too wide, left alone by Latham. It wasn't greatly entertaining, and I think, as I pointed out in the report last night, it was even slower. I mean, there's been so much criticism for Dom Sibley at Lords in that first test when England were allegedly, weren't chasing 275 to win. He actually batted longer and for more balls than that. Probably more attractive to watch than Dom Sibley. But it was slow. But then again, you got someone like Carl Jameson came in lower down the order, gave the innings a little bit of impetus that took them past India. So I'm not sure if New Zealand do this, then I think you have to say it was the right approach.
I'm saying in this innings, should he take the same approach?
Well, more or less, I would say yes. Driven this time by Latham to wideish mid-off, and there is no run. But he does need to be probably a little bit quicker.
I mean, I was going to say, I mean, the thing about small chases like this, I mean, if New Zealand, I mean, I imagine they'll be ultra cautious to start with, get themselves in, but they get to 70 or 80 without loss. Suddenly things become a lot easier because India need to get wickets. They'll start trying to create situations which may then lead to runs leaking quicker, and then it could all suddenly go a lot quicker towards the end.
But also, on the reverse side of that is if India have them 15 for 2. And especially if those two are Devon Conway and Kane Williamson, I would suggest. Ishant in, bowls to Latham. Latham presents the full face of the bat to this lovely straight bat, and it's defended back to the bowler.
Yeah, I want to say, in point to Gary, I mean, you're saying that about India not having batted. New Zealand have batted extraordinarily well in 2 tests against England, and they still struggled here. So it's not an easy it's not an easy wicket to bat on. Clearly not a high-scoring wicket. Highest score is 249. So
some of that is down to the slow, wet outfield. But I do take those cases. O'Neill Harris says 2 best teams in world cricket, and no one makes many runs. Both teams are playing in foreign conditions with regular interruptions. Instead of blaming the conditions, we blame the batsman? ?
Not necessarily. Well, I mean, I think you've got to look at the conditions. This is played off the back foot by Latham to backward point. That will be the end of the over. It's a maiden, so New Zealand have not taken any runs off that target of 139. I think it is very difficult for batsmen to keep coming on and going off again. It's very difficult to get any sort of rhythm. We saw how angry Virat Kohli was on one evening when they were taken off, obviously against his desires, and so I think it's harsh to, when you've got the number of quality batsmen that you've got there in these teams, and only one player gets a 50. I think it does say something about the conditions, and not just the conditions, but the situation they've had to play, and it can't be easy just sitting in the dressing room watching it rain all day either.
Absolutely, I am in total agreement with you. You can't just blame the batsman. Right, this man is going to bowl. It is.
Down fast and moving it too. Tell me the answer. He may be a bowler, but he's often injured.
Shami into Conway, and Conway has played a flap at that as it rose on him. It was almost as if he started to play the pull shot and then wanted to pull out of it. But fortunately enough, he's controlled it and kept it down as the ball goes towards mid-wicket. But that was extraordinarily worrying if you're a Kiwi fan. Wasn't that short? to be honest. Maybe that's just a betrayal of nerves. I mean, Conway has appeared to be quite nerveless in the performances we've seen of him so far, but just there, not quite sure whether to go after it or not. Here comes Chamis staying round the wicket to another left-hander in Conway, and he jabs this away from his ribs down behind square. He's going to get the first run of the innings, and New Zealand are 1 for none.
Now the question is, do I go over or under the first wicket, guys?
Under 33.
Well, it's 25 and a half, so
it's
based on your
under.
result, I'm going
Under.
over. Well, normally I go under, and I haven't won a single one in the entire summer. So I'm going to try.
Oh, summer?
Yeah.
Despite England's opening partnerships. Amazing.
Well, I keep forgetting to do those ones. I haven't done it on every innings. But even on one I did on an England's innings, they managed to get an opening partnership. So at that point, I lost my rag a bit.
Okay, that would have been Lords then, wouldn't
Yes.
it? Or maybe it may have been it may have been the second test, the first innings of the second test as well. That was a decent opening partnership as well. Right, Latham is down to face his first ball from Shami. Shami, of course, he took 4 wickets in the first innings, despite not having a particularly good record here in England. He's in, bowls to Latham. Latham at the last minute whips the bat out of the way of that. It was just back of a length, and through it goes to Rishabh Pant. Latham comes down to give the pitch a little bit of a prod. Well, I mean, this is uncharted territory, isn't it, for New Zealand? They know how good their chance of winning is here now, and it's just a case of will they fold or will they keep their nerve? I guess from what we've seen of them, they should keep their nerve. Yeah. They're a very good team, very much a collective, I would say, rather than individuals. Although there are tremendous individuals in the team, and Shami is turning again to approach the wicket. He goes wider on the crease and is angled in towards the stumps, but Latham judges there is sufficient room for him to let that one go. It keeps on going. Rishabh Pant has to dive to his right as if going down the leg side to take it, and there is no run.
I wonder if there was a temptation to stick someone like Wagner out there to try and smash a quick 40.
A pinch hitter in a Test Championship final.
I'd have been tempted.
Now that would be brave.
It would be brave, but I'd be tempted if it was someone like Wagner at the bottom end of the order. You wouldn't expect him to bat anyway, hopefully, in innings like this. But if you could get 40 quick runs in, say, 10 overs and really just put the pressure on the opposition.
Well, sometimes that works, doesn't it, when you've got a low total? You just take the sting out of the bowling attack and really go for it, and that can work. But if you lost a few wickets, then people start questioning your approach. In again to Latham once more, following that line outside the off stump and then angling down the leg side for Pant to take.
You look at a batsman like de Grandhomme, and if he's going to get in, New Zealand are going to be 5 wickets down. We know his natural approach is to play shots, so it wouldn't suit him to come in 5 wickets down unless the target is trivial, like they need 3 runs or something. So he would be my bet to come in next and try and make that 40 in no time, because he's not going to be that much use to you at his slot in the order anyway. So why not? Okay. If he's going to make 40, why not make 40 now rather than later?
Shami in again, bowls to Latham. Latham fiddles that out into the offside. Good length delivery, probing around the off stump. And that is the end of Shami's first over. Went for just a single. New Zealand, after 2, chasing 139 to win, are 1 without loss.
Chris, please get me vaccinated, who I think is our fellow gorilla, Chris 1209, says, I'm no maths whiz, but I don't think a run rate of 0 or less than 1 is going to do it.
You could be right.
But you might be onto something there, Chris. Yeah, you probably are. How many overs would it take if they went at 1.3 and over? It'd take 100 overs, wouldn't it?
No, roughly.
Well, we haven't got that. We've got half of that, really. So, they are going to have to be a little bit quicker than they were in the first innings. But then, of course, if they start to score a few runs, then the fields are going to get less attacking. They might be able to rotate a little bit more. In comes Ishant, bowls to Conway for the first time. Conway leaves a ball wide outside off stump. The Ishant Sharma fringe bobs around on the top of his head as he draws to a close in his follow through, and there is no.
This match is going to be won at 6 o'clock one way or the other. There's not going to be any issue with overs.
No, I shouldn't think so.
No, it shouldn't be. And it should be finished in time for the England-Sri Lanka game this evening, which is good news for you fans of T20 cricket. Andy Ward will be in tonight, big white ball cricket fan, along with Nestler's Knuckle and who's the other bloke?
Tony?
There's Knuckle and someone else. Tony! That's it, forgotten him. Sharma in again, bowls to Conway. Conway leaves, having a good look, and trying to take the sting by tiring out the bowlers. And score remains 1-0.
Messi Jez says, on my logic, de Grandhomme should always bat at 3. Well, he should always bat at 3 if you're chasing 139, but not in what we might call more orthodox situations.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether I agree with changing the order when you've got someone like Kane Williamson normally coming in at 3.
He's a class T20 batsman in his own right anyway, so if he wants to switch it up and he believes that that's the way to go, and he gets himself in, I'm sure he will.
The risk of losing Williamson in pursuit of knocking the top off the chase is much greater.
Ishant in again, a fuller ball. This is defended with an open face towards extra cover at Rahani Fields.
The resource that you're risking in Williamson coming in to try and do a Sehwag as he did in Chennai that time and knocked 80 off that long chase, which really made the difference when England lost to Yuvraj and Tendulkar, if you recall. The resource that you're using up in Williamson is a much bigger resource than the one you'd be using up in de Grandhomme if it doesn't come off.
Oh yeah,
he's a pretty big resource. He's quite large.
But you remember that innings from Sehwag where India needed like 380 or something. Sehwag made 80 in an hour, I think, or so before the close.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, what was a daunting target became a manageable one.
Ishant bowls into the legs of Conway, who steers it up to mid-on. Oh, are we talking about a game which KP was captain?
Yeah, it's KP's captaincy.
Yeah.
When he went back after the bombings in Mumbai,
shootings and whatever. Yeah, absolutely.
And that was one of the great innings of this century. It wasn't 100, but what an innings that was from Sehwag.
Yeah, I mean, but Sehwag is a completely different sort of player from from Williamson, certainly from de Grandhomme in one sense.
I'm talking about the attitude and the intention of going out there and using someone to reduce the target to something much more manageable.
139 is certainly manageable.
Ishant, 2 slips in the gully into Conway. Conway leaves a wide ball outside off stump and through the keeper it goes. Yeah, but Gary, the thing about that is that you're not asking Sehwag to do something that he can't do, and you're not asking him to bat in a position where he's not used to batting, are you? I mean, he was an opener.
Well, de Grandhomme's average is about 35, I think, in Test cricket, so I'd be asking him to make 35, so it's not that big a difference.
I don't know, but he's sort of coming against potentially he could come in against a fairly new ball as well. I mean, that might be to his benefit, because we know that the new ball does come off bats harder or quicker.
I'm not saying he should definitely do it, but I think, as the Bear suggested, I think it's worth a thought with de Grandhomme.
It's an interesting idea. Ishant in again, bowls, and he finds a little bit of movement as Conway comes forward, but it comes off a thick outside edge and rolls safely to backward point. That is the end of Ishant's second over. It's his second maiden in a row. It's 1-0.
Brian Barish says figures that all of this hand-wringing about the rain and finishing the match, and we may actually bloody well get a result. Well, we will get a result.
Unless, of course, the weather gods have got something really sneaky and they're hiding something like a big cloud behind the Isle of Wight. It will be let out. It'll be launched from Ryde or Newport
with 10 runs required.
Yes, indeed.
The old joke about what's brown steams and comes out of cows backwards comes to mind, which is, of course, the Isle of Wight ferry.
I've taken it many times in my life. Shami bowls onto the back foot, goes Latham, defends into the covers. There is no run. Well, I guess if you're a Kiwi watching this, it won't have done anything to see them, for your nerves, to see them bat out, at 0.33 runs and over at the moment. Obviously, this is, they've got to get themselves in. And but if you're a Kiwi fan, if it was England, and I was hoping for England to do this, every over that goes by without a run adds extra pressure.
Absolutely. I'll be shitting it by now already.
Yeah, the pressure's going to come when Ashwin comes on.
Well, we'll see, and it'll be interesting to see how quickly he comes on. And Bumrah's due a wicket or two, isn't he? Didn't get anything in the first innings. Onto the back foot goes Latham, plays this one straight back to Shami. Bumrah's been a disappointment, I suppose, of all the seamers the three seamers that they've had. Shami and Ishant Sharma have done quite well, but poor old Bumrah went wicketless.
Yeah, I think if Bumrah was a racehorse, you'd say he was in need of a run. he didn't look to have much rhythm about him. If this were a series, you'd be saying he'll look to come back stronger in the second test for sure.
Well, that's the joy, isn't it, of a one-off in a sense, and it's up to individual cricket boards to decide how these teams prepare for these sort of matches. A shorter one. He's got an edge to that. I thought he had. He pulled that. I thought he toe-ended it through to the keeper for a moment, but fortunately not for New Zealand. And I'm sorry if I woke you up there down in Auckland or something like that, with my exultations, but. Latham survives, but it's showing, I don't know, just a slight that he's trying out the short ball, seeing if they're going to go after it, and both openers have so far, and they've got nothing for it.
Yeah, the Duke's ball seam just bit a bit there, didn't it?
Did a little.
You could see.
It wasn't actually that short. It wasn't really a bouncer, was it? It was a ball that rose a little bit off a length, I think. Anyway, Virat Kohli is conducting his side. He's clapping and cajoling and encouraging, and Shami's in again. Latham once more onto the back foot, this time pushing the ball up to mid-off.
Well, I mean, my point of view is if they bring Ashwin into attack, I would definitely be attacking the spinners, because if they're going to try and, I mean, I've only got 50 odd overs to bowl or whatever, but I mean, if you're going to try and gum things up with spinners and give your seamers a rest, I would be immediately trying to bat them out of the attack and get your seamers back on if they're tired.
Well, that's the risk, and Ashwin loves bowling to left-handers.
That's true.
And we know that he's quite good with the new ball, don't we? Funnily enough, in comes Shami, around the wicket to Latham. Latham leaves, hands high above his head, and that is another maiden after 4 overs. New Zealand, who have something like 49 left, need to still get 138. No, sorry, there's one ball to go. I do apologise. So I misled you slightly there. So Latham still to get off the mark after 15 balls, and it's not been his summer so far. He's got in, hasn't he, Latham, in both tests against England, and he's got in here in the first innings, and he's got out.
Yeah, but he delivered the series, didn't he? Stepped in for Kane Williamson.
That's true.
That's true.
He's a very calm cricketer, and waits for Shami. The bowls onto his legs, going to get runs here. I'm not sure whether there was any bat involved, but that's going to run all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. That'll get them going a little bit, and I think it is off the bat, according to the umpire. Although we haven't seen it go up on the scorecard yet.
No, it's 4 leg byes.
Okay, so he signalled the leg bye first, and then the 4. So it was 4 leg byes, but New Zealand won't mind how they come. They'll be more than happy if they do it in extras. And that was the end of the over. So 4 overs bowled, New Zealand 5 for no wicket. Gary.
Yeah, I'm trying to load up some tweets here, but oh, here we are. The phone has jumped into life, and what have we got here? Leah, fan with the Raspberry Pi, says, take some benzos, FFS Hendo, take some benzos and wash them down with some scotch, would you?
I'll do my best. Ishant Sharma still hasn't had a run scored off him, but he is now going to have one. Again, I'm not sure whether that was a leg bye or whether he managed to get a bit of bat down onto that. Again, I think it's a leg bye.
Spangly Sai says, this has got tie written all over it.
Well, that would be magnificent in a way, wouldn't it? What would be the third tied test, wouldn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. It was Australia against West Indies in that famous 1961 tour, and then India were in a tied test, weren't they? I think was that against West Indies as well?
I think
I can't
it was.
remember.
I think West Indies are involved in both. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was about 88 or something like that, I think.
Latham about to face Ishant Sharma again. 2 slips in the gully, so not over-attacking India. This one is left outside the off stump and goes through to Rishabh Pant.
Of course, the West Indies were poor against the Saffers, weren't they?
They were. I mean, they flatter to deceive so many times, the West Indies. They really do. I mean, so much talk about after what they did in Bangladesh that this was a kind of new era for the West Indies, and I think it's okay. They got a 0-0 draw against Sri Lanka, but they came up against a good bowling attack,
and they got
South
hammered.
Africa, and they got blown away a little bit, didn't they? Which is a shame, a real shame. They've got talent, but they still haven't learnt to make big scores, have they, really?
No.
A lot of them. And the other thing was, of course, as Ishant is in again, and now it gets all tangled up in the back glove and pad as Latham is trying to turn that away on the onside. It just drops out into the, just off the cut wicket, and there is no run. I mean, Kyle Mayers, who got that double 100 on his debut to beat Bangladesh, actually turned out to be quite a good bowler. I took 6 wickets in the last test, 3 in each innings, and he's nothing more than really a sort of slightly quick dobber, I suppose, is what you would say.
Yeah, I think it's players like Alzari Joseph who've disappointed, because I don't think he's getting a game for his county at the moment.
Well, he went to Worcestershire, didn't he? Was it Worcestershire he signed up for? I didn't
so.
know whether that was whether he was only there for a certain number of weeks. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, Ishant in again, still round the wicket to Latham. Latham's onto the back foot. He's going to get his first run here as he dabs it down towards third man. It's a little bit of a chase, and they're going to get back for 2. Jadeja was the man in pursuit. So Latham is belatedly off the mark. 2 from 19. New Zealand moved to 8 for no wicket.
Got to agree with Jeff Perkins, of course. He says, forget about Bumrah as a racehorse. With a duck in each innings and demotion to 11, he is in need of a run as a cricketer.
Well, you know how they say, as soon as a player either gets married or has a kid, that suddenly they've done a lot of growing up, and then the more mature Jimmy Anderson or the more mature whoever it may be. Well, marriage doesn't seem to have worked very well for Jasprit Bumrah, does it?
Get a divorce.
Divorce, that's what he needs. Ishant to Latham again. Latham pushes into the onside, this time behind square. Bumrah it is after it, and he's a little bit of a race. He's certainly not a racehorse in the field. He's more like a cart horse in the field, and they get through for a couple where one might have been another fielder might have kept it 2. 10 for no wicket, New Zealand. Latham onto 4. Conway.
Angelic Scooters says India versus Australia in '86 in Chennai. I think that's the other draw. And Messages confirms that the second tied test was between India and Australia in '86. I think it was still probably Madras then rather than Chennai, but I'm not certain of that. But it doesn't really matter. We all know what we're talking about. Ravi also points out that Australia were involved in both tied tests to date, not the West Indies. We appreciate that clarification.
Ishant then to Latham again, now on to 4, and he's in and just punches this into the offside quite comfortably, and there is no run. So finally some runs off Ishant. He's bowled 3 overs, gone for 4. New Zealand have moved to 10 without loss. Latham has 4 and Conway has 1. More social media.
Well, I was expecting a change now, so.
We're doing because T is at 25 past, is it not?
Oh, God, I lose track. Leah says if this test were tied, Shastri would have been involved in 2, whereas Meatloaf says 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And the cricketing life of that tied test says my favourite test of all time. There is 35 years in the past now, but not forgotten.
Yes, indeed. Well, according to my rotors, we go on till 3:25, and then after tea, it is Gary, Tony, and Knackle, 3:45. Okay. Of course, there may be changes. I've probably changed it since I last looked, as Shami starts a new over outside the off stump again, left by Conway. Conway now has 1 from 10 deliveries. New Zealand 10 for 0. They've knocked off 10 of that target of 139. India would like a breakthrough. They'd like a little cluster of wickets, more to the point, and we'll see if they can just pull something out of the bag. Conway's been a very difficult man to dismiss this summer, and has looked pretty solid, although there is occasionally just a little bit of a gap between bat and pad, and he's been caught a couple of times flicking off his legs, hasn't he? Shami in again. He goes for the pull shot, doesn't really commit to the shot like he did really in the first over. And this time he guides it down safely enough to mid-on. But just a couple of moments against Shami where he's been willing to take on the pull, but then at the last minute kind of pulled out of it. Anyway, he survives. The score remains 10 for none. So can Conway, this discovery really, can he be the man to lead New Zealand to the first World Test Championship? Ball stuck in a stick, basically, which is what the trophy is. This is defended off his legs back up to Mohammed Shami, who immediately throws the ball to his mid-on to do some shining. And again, no run. Shami just the 1 run off his 15 balls so far. And still the sky is blue. There are a few fluffy white clouds, but nothing gloomy to suggest that this ball will start going around corners again. If it has really even gone around corners when it was gloomy, it's been difficult. But I'm not saying I don't think the swing has ever been extravagant. It's just been good lines that the bowlers have alighted upon. He's got that one past his outside edge as Conway came forward. A little bit of movement off the pitch on this occasion. And hang on, are they thinking about reviewing this? Cody's having a word with someone, but we're not seeing a DRS countdown at the moment. So another look at this. Yeah, just made that straighten off the pitch, and a very good delivery. Rishabh Pant thought he might have got something to that, and I think Rohit Sharma probably said no. Kohli was just politely asking, but Conway survives.
Now they've got 3 reviews in 60 overs or whatever. So, yeah.
That's true. Yeah, got to use them well though. In comes Shami again, bowls to Conway. Conway leaves this outside the off stump. It almost sort of sucks in his belly to let that one go past him and over the top of the stumps. That is the end of the over, as far as I can see, because we're seeing some sort of Mohammed Shami highlights reel from the first innings. So I'm guessing we must be at the end of the over, unless there's still 1 ball to come. Indeed, there is 1 ball to come. So I don't know why they snuck that in there. Latham 4, Conway 1. New Zealand 10 for no wicket, and if you're just joining us, they need 139 to win the World Test Championship final. In comes Shami, dug out by Conway very well indeed. Not only did he dig it out, he got enough on it to push it past mid-on, and it's gone all the way for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
First boundary off the bat, I think, of the innings, and that will make Conway feel a bit better, I would think.
Yep, that was a
very
nice
well.
shot. Straight
Dear
down.
Raghavan says, the experts on your panel will agree that the turning point of this WTC was when Williamson was not given out LBW, which was a much closer call than that of Rohit. Well, them's the rules.
Well, you could argue that. I think that umpires definitely are more encouraged to give someone out if they've left the ball completely.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's right, but I think that's what happens. It's a bit like, a lot of LBWs for sweeps in the past that you felt weren't necessarily out, but they were given because they didn't like the shot. Umpires are humans too. So New Zealand 14 for no wicket.
I made the point yesterday that there was a really shocking decision given against, I think, Trent Bolt. But you used to see that all the time, umpires giving 10 and 11 out for the ball hitting the pad in the same postcode as the stumps. But it was reviewed on DRS and was shown to be not out. But I'm right in that, aren't I, Hendo? I mean, you used to see some shocking decisions given against...
Oh, you did. I mean, and if you've played, you've had shocking decisions, and you've been given out on the shot rather than anything else. Jasprit Bumrah is into the attack, and Latham is onto the attack, forcing into the offside, but picks out the man at extra cover, and there is no run. Shall we jingle up the new bowler?
Yeah, here he comes.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Well, it's very much up to him to come good here and show what a bowler he is and what a threat he is. 83 wickets in his relatively few tests so far, an average of 22. There are 2 slips and a 4th slip. There's a little bit of a gap between the 2nd and the 4th. And Bumrah is in again to bowl to Latham. It's short, and he paddles it away. Didn't get up as much as he thought, perhaps. It's gone down to Shami at long leg, or he's run round to his left. And it's just a single. Latham goes level with Conway on 5. New Zealand 15 for no wicket. No major alarms so far. We're into the 7th over.
Have the Indians been out, because they're here for they've got 3 weeks off after this, haven't they, before they prepare for the series against England. Have they been able to bring their families over with them?
Yeah, I believe they brought their families over, or certainly some members of their families. But I don't quite know. They're being given 3 weeks off, but that doesn't take us to the first test. I mean, that really only takes us to the the middle of July. So I guess they're going to then reconvene and start playing sort of intra-squad matches.
Yeah, presumably.
Because they've got they cancelled those matches, didn't they? That they were going to play between the India Test team and India A. That was the plan initially at Leicester and Derbyshire. Onto the back foot goes Conway and then leaves the ball as it rises on the way through from Jasperi.
Have they not been able to, grab some games against any county sides?
Well, I think the idea was that they wanted to play against their own India A side because they thought that the nature would be much more competitive than playing a sort of second 11 team, which is basically what counties put out against touring teams these days. It's very disappointing actually, because these used to be great games, counties versus the touring teams. Anyway, here is Bumrah in again to bowl Conway. Conway thought about pulling and then again decided quickly that wasn't the best course of action and left it outside the off stump as it went across him. There's no run.
I'm also disappointed in that, not least because there are hundreds of thousands of India fans in England. They won't all be able to get to the test matches, and I think they would really appreciate the chance to go to somewhere like, I don't know, Edgbaston or Derbyshire or something and see the county playing against India. I don't know if these practice matches will be open or closed doors.
Yes, good point. Don't know. Bumrah again. He's got that low on the bat, just off his legs. It's gone very fine indeed. Shami's not going to be able to get round to that, and that's rather a bonus for New Zealand. Conway moves on to 9.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Presumably this is all going to hinge on opening up, isn't it?
Yes, I imagine so. As much as anything, yeah.
Even so, if there was a relatively small crowd be let in, I think it would be great if India's fans could see them without paying the kind of money that is demanded by test matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Test match is far too expensive in this country, especially in London. Bumrah again into Conway. Conway has a little fish at that outside the off stump and it rises on the way through to Rishabh Pant, but all is well. You don't need to worry. I'll take my pills and you can all settle down. 19 for no wicket.
Jeff Perkins has got his map of New Zealand out and says, appropriate that in a test featuring New Zealand that so many commentators, wait for it, rue a rota.
Ooh. Well, no, it's only me. It's only me. I'm the only one who has to do the rota. I'm getting it.
Well, we get it.
Ravi there says, if you're asleep, you're missing a cracker. India got out with a lead of 139. New Zealand battling to get there, and it's not yet tea. And Angelic Scooter says, it may be that I'm starting to get very tired after a brutally long 2 days, but for a brief moment I genuinely thought the navy trim on the inside of Bumrah's collar was a stethoscope.
What? Shami bowls to Latham, and again he gets the ball to move away, and Latham is just playing down the wrong line, but he doesn't get an edge. I just want to say that I saw a replay of that final ball from Jasprit Bumrah, and it went a mile off the pitch. It was a fabulous ball, and it's done too much. And in fact, looking at that ball from Shami, exactly the same. So there may not be a lot of swing out there, but there is movement off the pitch, and they're bowling well, but not well enough, I suppose, at the moment, or too well even, getting too much movement. Latham settles down again. 45.5 overs left to get the 120 more that are required. Shami staying round the wickets, both left-handers of course out there. Latham leaves this one, and I think that Rishabh Pant is getting a little bit fed up with the indifferent bounce. The one that's come through at head height, and that one I'm not sure whether it just crept through and caught him on the inside of the knee, which is of course a very painful place to be hit. It's not necessarily protected by the pads. It can just sneak in there, the ball, sometimes.
It looked to me like it hit the bowler's footmark. It was very full and very wide.
Could well have been. Anyway, Latham settles down. He has 5 from 25 deliveries. And Shami is coming in. I think this is going to be the last over before tea, but we shall see. In behind that one, Latham, as it's angled into him. The ball just runs slowly up to mid-off. And there is no run. How many entries did we get for the GPL in the end?
Oh, let me have a look.
I was hoping for at least 200. So if you haven't managed to do that for me, I'll be very upset.
We've got 13, Hendo. It's nowhere near
13. Is that all you rank Guerrilla Cricket's commentary being worth? 13 entries to the GPL.
What did India come out at this morning?
I'm shocked. What did they come out at?
Yeah.
They were 64 for 2. So they only added another, 36, 75. Oh, now he's aimed a little push at that one, Latham, and it's gone away from him again. Shami can't believe his bad luck as it goes through to the man behind the stumps. Latham goes for a little stroll towards square leg to try and settle himself down.
So he added more than 75.
Hang on, 64 for 2. 36 takes you to 100, then 39. That's 75.
Yeah, but you're talking about the lead there rather than the. Oh, that's
No.
I'm mistaken.
You're thinking the lead was 32, because the lead that New Zealand had was 32. Then India went to 64, and
I'm not sure.
So it's 94 runs so far today. So that's not very many, is it really? And they need another 120. Onto the back foot goes Latham and pushes to extra cover. Nice shot, but Rahani is in there nice and tight and prevents the single. Have we got any sort of interesting numbers there?
Well,
I'm thinking if they need another 120 and they get it, that's going to be 214, isn't it?
Well, India got 170.
So that would require New Zealand to be bowled out then.
Yeah, so I mean, India got 170. You say they came out 64, so they actually scored 106 runs today.
Yeah, what? That sounds better.
What? Sorry, I'm going on the target, aren't I?
Yeah.
That's beaten him outside the off stump. Yes, you're absolutely right. They came out at 64 for 2, and they took the score to
170.
Oh, okay. So what is that altogether then?
That's 106.
Plus the 19 that New Zealand have scored, so 125. So 219, something like 219 to win.
No.
God, I'm getting confused.
You are getting
anyway,
confused.
that is T. They've seen it through to T. That's the first obstacle cleared by New Zealand. Latham has 5, Conway has 9. They are 19 without loss from 8 overs. They need another 120 to win.
Interestingly, if they win it directly on the target, which would be 245, because they need 139, and they scored 106, so that would be 245, yes. Scrambid Channel would win.
Right, okay.
If they won with a 4, that would be what? So that would be 143, 106.
Okay.
Then no one will win. So basically, they have to get it a single to get over the line, and someone wins. Other than that, it'd be pretty tricky for someone to win.
So we finished this segment with a truly appalling tweet from Pirate Badshaw.
Good.
He says, several Kiwi players have taken to woodworking during the pandemic, stumps being their speciality. An inquisitive umpire asked, did Tom Latham?
Oh,
yeah,
please.
yeah. I mean, that's. I think you need to go and have a cake on the basis of that. Terrible,
so do I.
Yeah, absolutely. Shall we put some highlights on for just a little while?
Yep.
Okay, we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Yep, indeed.
That is, he had to wait, and often you mistime the ball when you have to wait, but he waited so long that he got it right off the middle of the bat, up in the air, and Jofra Archer sucks on a thoughtful tooth and gives us a beaming smile. And then bounces Asif with a particularly good one. That's the exact correct altitude for the delivery, head height, through to the keeper. After 44 overs, Pakistan are 292 for 4. I think my 325's blown.
Well, I went for 320, and Nestle went. Was it Nestle or was it Freddie went for 314?
Wasn't me.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
I
message has 345s. Looks
don't make
favourite.
predictions, and I never will. Linux Leah says Safras is 1 away from not damaging his average. He tends to get out around that time quite a lot.
Right. Okay.
Brian Barish is having difficulty listening to us.
Oh, we don't want that.
I'm not sure what we can tell him to do.
Well, what's he saying?
He's been saying for a while he's pressing the listen button on the website.
Maybe you should turn it off and turn it back on again.
Hello, you should work in IT support.
I do.
Sarfraz attempts to hit this ball in the air, and the all-purpose England fielder Chris Wokes couldn't quite get there. Not unsurprisingly, seeing as it was well out of his reach. But again, Sarfraz has no timing whatsoever from that delivery from Mark Wood.
It was a horrible shank, wasn't it? It got it up high on the bat, and if he'd hit it a bit better, it probably would have brought about his downfall, because that's just short of Wokes diving forward.
It was, so 293 for 4. Again, to reiterate the score, we'll try and give you the score as often as possible in the frenetic closing stages of this innings. Only 4 wickets down, Pakistan, as this is wide outside off stump. Sarfraz, sorry, that's Asif Ali, because they did go through for a single. Can do nothing with that. So Wood mixing up his pace here, and a new batsman and the constantly misfiring Sarfraz. I think Wood's quite happy to bowl to these two.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's bowled pretty well, actually. He has produced a few variations that have worked reasonably well. And he's by no means the most expensive bowler of the day.
Well, he turns, and this new longer run-up of his, he's in, goes slightly wide on the crease, and that's a half volley that Asif Ali strong arms. But again, he's got very little timing, and England's all-purpose fielder Chris Wokes comes in slightly, fumbles the ball, and gets it through to Jos Buttler. They were always coming back for 2, and I think the 2 was always going to be there. Pakistan 295 for 4.
If Wokes manages 2 more catches, says Yoel, he will equal the record for 5 catches in ODI innings. Who is the current record holder?
Are we talking about an outfielder, or are we talking about a keeper?
Well, it must be an outfielder. 5 wouldn't be the record for a keeper.
5. What, even in a one-dayer?
Is it Monty Panesar?
Did Viv Richards take 3 and a run out?
3 run out. 3 run outs.
It was 3 run outs. Another attempted sort of tennis shot there by Asif Ali. It started off looking like it was going to be a pull, but turned into one of those attempted tennis shots. Anyway, he missed it, as Pakistan have, I think, too often. And the ball's gone through to Jos Buttler. So Mark Wood 3 from 4 balls here in the 45th over. That's pretty good stuff. Mark Waugh?
Well, we haven't got an answer yet. So
right.
Carl Hooper, maybe? He used to take a lot of catches.
Jaya Wardener off Murray. Wide on the crease again is Mark Wood, and it's strong-armed straight down the ground, where Ben Stokes fields and then furiously throws it in, but they're back for 2. Again, he was slightly early on that shot. I thought he was trying to get that round more to cow corner, but it went very straight in the end.
Yeah, it was a danger that he and Wokes might have bashed into each other, but it was brilliant fielding by Stokes, really.
Arthur Shire and Perko are discussing what's likely to happen when he comes in. You know, the jingle machine breaking down, playing the jingle 4 times, all sorts of things.
Well, Perko, I mean, people should know that. I'll come back to this at the end of the over.
Last ball in the over, and he gives himself room to Asif Ali. Wood bowls wide, out of reach of the man who had deliberately given himself room, and therefore it's not a wide. It's the end of the over, 297
good over.
for 4.
I'm trying to say, Jeff Perko's made a wonderful jingle for Tony Bishop, one of our commentators. I'm sure most of you know him. Had his 60th birthday party yesterday, and a wonderful jingle was played, or made for him by Jeff Perkins, and it went down a storm. An
absolute storm.
Yes. Absolute storm. It was absolutely wonderful. People in surrounding areas of Surbiton were coming out of their houses to see who is this genius.
Was it like that opening scene in Rocket Man, then, people coming out of their house?
I haven't seen Rocket Man, so
I didn't like it at all, but
Oh,
I'm not a fan of Elton John, so...
Well, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan, but I'm not a fan, if that makes sense.
No,
I don't mind his stuff. I mean, it's harmless.
Full from Archer, and again, with no timing, Sarfraz gets it to mid-on, and they walk a single.
And at its best,
298 for 4.
At its best, it's obviously better than harmless. I think your song is a great song.
My song?
No, knew you were going to say that. It really is a fantastic song.
You could tell everybody.
I can.
We're going to do Elton John lyrics now.
Goodbye. I'm going to look for a road.
Here is Jofra Archer. This is very full on leg stump, and it's just levered round the corner, and the runs are drying up here from Pakistan when they should be flowing. 299 for 4 now.
I'm feeling good because there's a ringing of the doorbell, which suggests to me there might be some sort of replacements coming. I wouldn't put my life on
probably
it.
The bailiff. again.
Probably is, yeah. Come to take all our
Trevor
computers away. Well, it's probably just someone delivering a package, actually.
Rashid Bailey.
For next door.
This is hit high in the air by Sarfraz. Will this be the end of these? No! Somehow it drops on the edge of the circle at square leg. And they've got two. The ball was in the air long enough for most of the crowd to run on the pitch and catch it. But no England fielder managed to make it there. And Pakistan have raised the 300. 301 for 4. This torturous, is that the right word? Innings of Sarfraz continues. He has 41 from 37 without timing a single delivery.
A few minutes ago, Armchair Cricket Podcast says, for all the ribbing Sarfraz is taking, he helped add 80 runs with Hafeez in 59 balls.
Yeah, no, I mean...
While scoring better than the runner ball himself.
It's been effective.
This is hit high in the air by Sarfraz. Surely somebody's under that. No! It drops safely again and they're through for 2.
Well, actually, he's made an art of the lack of timing because, again, he mistimed that. If he timed that, he would have been caught. But the two balls in a row, he's completely mistimed pull shots. They've gone way up in the air, and the fielder's been too deep to get in and catch it.
I mean, what we've got to look at this innings, it's 43 from 38 now, is I reckon he may have scored 2 boundaries in this innings, maybe 3. And given of those 38 deliveries, the other 35 he has also tried to hit to the boundary. I mean, it's not a great percentage look, but Pakistan are over 300, 303 for 4. So this is a competitive total. Whether it's enough remains to be seen. This is a half volley and it's lifted by Sarfraz. I think he probably did time that. A couple of bounces to long off, and it's one of these.
1 2 ka 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
And Archer has shown a bit of the concern when you've got pace on the ball here, because I think he's been a bit easy to hit, but he's bowled better than his figures suggest, but you know, his figures are not great. Sarfraz goes back, gives himself room, and it bounced just in front. And there was the most easy run out. The wheels have come off. The wheels have come off. But it was Joe Root at backward points. It was the easiest of run-out opportunities. Had he just tossed it back, although Joss Butler wasn't at the stumps, he should have been. And in the end, he shied at the stumps. He missed them by a mile. The batsman had given up on getting back to the crease, and it went for buzzers. So did they? I think they got 5 off that.
Yep, they will do.
Should have been none.
What was so remarkable about that was it was only just short of him there at backward point. Nearly turned it into a catch. Then they obviously went for the run anyway. It had gone so quickly to him that there were no way that if he could make a direct hit that they were going to the batsman running to that end was going to be in. And he seemed to deliberately take aim, threw it as hard as he could, and yet missed by a few metres, and it went away between 2 men out on the opposing boundary for 4 overthrows.
Joss Butler was running up towards the stumps, and of course these things happen so quickly. It's hard to keep your thinking straight, but had Root just paused for a moment, he could have thrown it to Butler, and Butler could have taken the bails off.
He kind of did pause to take aim, I think. You know, that was the strange thing, and he got it horribly wrong.
Sorry seems to be the hardest word.
Hey.
Joe Root.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Archer was not very happy with that, has to be said.
Here's Wood. 46 overs gone, score 311 for 4. And this is hit straight to Johnny Bairstow. Asif Ali attempting to hit a 6 again over the cover boundary with a horizontal bat. But Johnny Bairstow took a fine catch above his head. The England fielding has been a mixed bag. There's been some very fine catches, but there's been some missed run-outs and there's been some misfields. But the wicket goes down. Asif Ali gone.
I think that is what happens when you time it.
Perko is telling Arthurshire when he's in the green room and the bear yells out to bring him a beer, you have to wait until he's shouted at least 3 times before responding.
Well, I can say
This
to
is
you,
guerrilla etiquette.
I don't know which day Arthurshire has put down for, but we're going to be bearless. We're going to be bearless for the rest of the tournament, I'm afraid.
One of the reasons is the Bears' trick is he comes in he sits down after one ball. He says, "Bring me a beer."
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He could have brought one himself. Yeah, it's true.
Ravinair says, could the replacement grillers become an Ealing comedy or a hard-boiled film noir? And Clovis the Apostate says, I'm not a fan, but I'm not a fan, if that makes any sense, said Hendo. At 11 p.m. at night in Sydney, no, that does not make any sense.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not a massive fan of Elton John, but I quite like some of his music. Does that make sense? That's probably a better way of putting it, I have to say. Oh, Safra has gone to 50, hasn't he? 51.
Yeah.
I should play him a little jingle to celebrate that.
On 50 years they've been married. They can't wait for the 51st to roll around. Yeah.
And the new batsman is this man.
Ever fall in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone you should have fallen in love with.
And he's clipped that ball to deep square leg, Mr. Sanya Mirza, also known as Shoaib Malik. Seems to be batting a bit deep in this lineup. 7.
Yeah, I thought he might have come in one earlier.
I think he's playing mainly as a bowler then, but you get the feeling that he should have come in at 5.
Yeah.
Sarfraz at 7, but as Knuckle says, Sarfraz isn't really got the range of stroke. But if you haven't got the range of stroke, then maybe you shouldn't be in at 5 anyway. So Shoaib's off the mark with a single. Sarfraz has 51 from 40. And that's a decent shot, but I don't think he knew they had a third man there. A short third man, but short third man intercepts that late cut from Sarfraz, a rare ball that he didn't try and hit for 6. And Pakistan advanced to 313 for 5.
Yeah, I think with the pace that Wood's putting on the ball there, that if he'd got that a yard either side, he'd have got 4 runs. But as it was, he hit it straight to him. That's a pretty decent cut shot from Asif Ali to get out to. I mean, that would have probably carried for 6 if Johnny hadn't just leapt up and held it above his head.
Yeah, it was a good catch because they easily get those wrong. As Wood's in again, and this is an attempted shot that goes to Adil Rashid. It was almost an attempt, a bit of catching practice, but it dropped in front of him from Shoaib Malik, and they're through for a single. So that short third man's been doing his job.
Well, they're quite thinking that there's 4 runs potentially there, aren't they? If they can get it just to the either side of him, and again, Shoaib hit it more or less straight to him.
Spinner Gray says, imagine how bad it would be if England weren't largely so good at catching at the moment.
This is a good point.
Sarfraz on 52 has Mark Wood to deal with. Goes wide on the crease, and it's a length ball at Sarfraz's strong arm, so it bounces well in front of Ben Stokes, who runs in from the long on boundary. I'd like to see kind of a wagon wheel or something of where Sarfraz's shots have landed, because so many have landed sort of 10 yards either side of the 30-metre circle,
and then sort of dribbled out to the man in the deep. Yeah,
because you can't sort of run back, if you like, or you can't run in. It's just landing in a kind of no man's land. Shoaib on strike gets this ball into the leg side and scampers for 1, coming back for 2. So that's good play. They don't do that very often, Pakistan, but that's that shot where you hit it to the edge of the circle and run 2 as fielders converge from all points north, south, east and west.
It was a good over for England, a wicket and 6 runs from it. They would definitely take that. Alex Green says anyone who can sing a non-ironic song about his love of Grimsby is all right by me. Anyone?
No, you'll have to. I don't know. Alex is from Grimsby, but I
think it's an Elton
John song about Grimsby.
I think it's an Elton John song. Yeah.
What has he written about Grimsby? Good question. Come back to us on that.
He wouldn't have done it though, because he didn't write the words, did he?
No, it was Bernie.
Bernie Taupin.
Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of the inaugural Men's World Test Championship final. After 2 days of rain, half a day lost to bad light, sundry other interruptions, comes down to the last 45 overs. New Zealand are 19 for none, needing a further 120 runs to win at 2 2/3 runs and over, I should say. India need 10 wickets. I'm Knuckle M. Pandey. I'll be summarising alongside Gary Naylor for the first half an hour.
Yes, the 18th session of a test is always critical. I think we can agree on that.
And Tony Bishop is with us, being our conduit to the outside world.
Apparently so, and thoroughly looking forward to this. Goodness me, it's been quite exciting, hasn't it?
It's been
Yes.
Kind of against the sort of doom and gloom merchants who were coming up as we watched the rain fall. A thoroughly brilliant test match for the occasion.
Yes, I mean, all you can ask for from any test, I think, is to have the match in the balance going into the last session of play. I mean, it's very much in the balance towards New Zealand here, but I don't know what WinViz is saying. It might well have India at -10 for all I know with WinViz, but they have a non-negligible chance. I do think Ashwin needs to get on to these two left-handers very, very quickly.
I was mildly surprised. They
build a bit of pressure.
I was mildly surprised they didn't open with Ashwin and Ishant, although Shami, Bumrah and Ishant all bowled well in that session.
Yeah, they bowled well. They didn't create a chance, though. And I think India need to... They've often bowled well in this test match and haven't created that many real chances, and I think that's what they need to do here. They need to get away from things which are admirable and get into things that are ruthless. And I think the ruthless man in this attack is Ashwin, particularly to left-handers. But we'll wait and see. Certainly, Ishant Sharma has also got an excellent record to left-handers, and probably the bowler of the match. Probably a tie between Mohammad Shami and Kyle Jameson at the moment. They may not have the best figures, but they've certainly carried the most threat. But I'm somewhat surprised to see that Kohli has gone with this choice to resume hostilities. But he's the man.
Wicketless in the test so far. Got a pair as well, but we know what a fine operator he is.
And now they're Marty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Cricket could happen very quickly in this game, so I will jingle up the New Zealand openers.
Devon, Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never, ever see batting like you get from Devon Conway.
He opens up batting or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't want to face him. Tom Latham.
Just one little wrinkle. We saw Tom Blundell keeping towards the end of the New Zealand innings. I'm not sure whether at what point BJ Watling will bat. I'm sure he will bat if needed in his last innings in Test cricket.
It's the ring finger on his right hand that's broken, isn't it?
Is it broken?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh, nasty. And here is something of a finger breaker himself in Jasprit Bumrah, and he's in, and he's right on the money, but defended there by Devon Conway, whose broad bat has been a feature of this summer in England so far.
Yeah, it's a good line from Bumrah, and he's bowled. Conway's a little bit more uncomfortable on the inside edge. He needs to be attacking those pads and that inside edge. There's a sort of catching. The mid-wicket's in more of a catching than a run-saving position. There's also the cord.
Still rather have him in at back pad. There was a stat came out in one of his long innings in England, against England, which I'll come to in a moment. As Bumrah is in, it's left alone outside off stump. There is no run. England simply refused throughout his many over 300 runs he scored in the two Test matches. Largely refused to post a short leg. And there was one stat I heard that he'd been beaten on the inside edge 26 times and on the outside edge once in his innings. But, that's the mark of a good player. They look at the field and they think, well, I can play outside this, and if I inside edge it, or I'm getting my pad outside the line, or more likely the ball is pitching outside leg stump, then I'm going to be safe. And he was, to the tune of over 300 runs in two Test matches, and top score so far in this one. And he lets this go through to the keeper, and there is no run.
The only 50-plus score in the Test match, and possibly still the only 50-plus score in the Test match come the end of this innings.
Kohli was reluctant to bowl Ashwin in the first innings, and it wasn't because Ashwin was bowling badly. In fact, he came on, got hit for 6, and then got the wicket.
Well, he bowled well. He bowled well in the first part of that New Zealand second innings as well. He bowled to the openers, got Tom Latham. Yeah, I did think that he bowled some overs that maybe Mohammad Shami, or Shami bowled some overs that maybe he could have bowled.
Bumrah's in again, and that's a very curious stroke by Conway. He's taken on the pad, I think, and the ball balloons into the offside, and Virat notices a chance to get on camera, and so fields the ball.
There was he does get a bit cramped when he's playing that shot. He's got out a couple of times in slightly odd ways, flicking in the air to leg, including in this Test match where he flicked one that was meant to go through mid-wicket and ended up at just wide of mid-on, being caught well by Mohammad Shami, and he is a little bit like a few left-handers who are good through the offside. He gets a bit cramped around that armpit and hip region.
This is very full, and it's defended by Conway, and it just goes to Ashwin himself, who's at short extra cover, wearing 2 hats, and there is no run. Yeah, we've seen Jadeja's wicket earlier today having been cramped for space by Neil Wagner bowling into the armpit, and then getting stuffed by the 6th ball of the over that was bowled across him that he edged.
It was the longest con in the world. It was 3 overs into the armpit, and then
that's right.
The foolish ball outside off.
Which shows you can flog a bit of life out of this wicket, as this ball is way wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone and goes through to Rishabh Pant. Not a lot of threat in that over. I know that time is not really an issue, but there's a kind of psychological point, isn't there? They can't really afford India not to take advantage of these early part of the session. If you agree with that, tweet us at Gorilla Cricket, and if you disagree with that, tweet us at Gorilla Cricket, and these people have.
Yes, Jeff Perkins was saying, if the bear does science was confusing, Hendo does maths could render an entire generation innumerate.
Well, what we did work out was that if New Zealand get the target bang on, we will have a GPL winner. Scrambled Channel will win. I think about
245 was it?
Yes,
was the number I seem to
yes,
recall.
Yes, indeed, 245, the magic number, with India scoring 106 this morning.
Is the magic number. Quite a few people on YouTube. Andrew Cook. Will there be multiple drinks breaks this session? Jeff Payne. How can a country that has more sheep than people dominate rugby union and now Test cricket? Yeah, we've heard that one before. They could teach the world a lot, can New Zealand, in my opinion. Certainly governance being one of the things that they seem to be rather good at. Rohit Rocks says Jeff Payne, because the national game is rugby and their spirit is to never give up.
The as yet unnamed bowler came in and seemed to not have the ball in his hand. We were all expecting a delivery, including Tom Latham, who's having a little giggle, but delivery came there none. But we're round the wicket. He is to the left-hander, and it's just pushed gently into the offside where the sweeper does the fielding. And here's the jingle.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown, the selector's hair's gone grey.
The TV director very cleverly has gone to a shot of Devon Conway backing up a very long way. It was Ashwin, of course, who monk-cutted, ran Joss Butler out at the... Imagine the scenes.
That's why he didn't deliver that first ball. Well, yes. Well, Ashwin is right there. As this ball is defended, there is no run. You're getting no balls called by millimetres. You're getting run-outs given by millimetres. Why it should be okay for a non-striker to steal a yard is beyond my ken, as this ball is defended into the leg side and there is no run.
Yes, people get very het up about it, but it is literally the easiest mode of dismissal. It is the only mode of dismissal that is completely within your control as a batter. Stay in your crease.
Yeah, just stay in the crease. Just as I always say about no balls, just get your foot behind the line. New Zealand are 20 without loss. The target is 139, and again that takes the inner part of Devon Conway's bat. I've got no idea why there isn't a man close in on the leg side there. It seems to me, in the match situation where India obviously need wickets, to be utterly bonkers not to have a man at short leg. I'd be flabbergasted if one doesn't go in the next over or two from Ashwin. That's what Kohli's doing.
Yeah, there's a slip in a gully and a sort of catching extra short mid wicket, long leg, backward point, cover sweeper mid off mid on.
Yeah, there is a leg slip though. He rocks back, does Latham, and Kohli himself is in there at short extra, very short, which is good, partly for the catch and partly to make sure there's no easy strike. Rotating singles as Ashwin is quick in his work, and that's a leading edge. He came down the track, Latham. That's definitely pressure doing that. And the ball got a leading edge and ballooned back over Ashwin. And already we're seeing, with the introduction of Ashwin, things happening. You need to get Jadeja on the other end too. Let's get the press.
You're the press, Tony.
Oh, am I? I beg your pardon. I thought you meant the press.
Well, I did mean that, but you're also the press as well.
That's what I thought you meant. Andrew Cook was saying to Jeff Payne, you need to add sailing to that list, i.e. rugby and cricket. And sailing for things New Zealand are good at, as well as national governance.
And wine. Pretty good at wine.
And making big budget adaptations of fantasy novels.
Ah, yes, very true. Very true indeed. Certainly as a location.
So we're going again here with pace, aren't we? I think it's likely to be Bumrah. Bowled that one over, didn't threaten. I suppose Ashwin, who bowled it over, that certainly did. And here's on the leg stump from Bumrah, and it's just an absolute free hit that Conway misses, but gets the leg by for it anyway. He's got to get Bumrah off here if he's not taking a wicket in this over.
It's worth taking a go for 2 overs. Ishant bowled, I think, 2 or 3 and then came out of the attack. Well, they are trying to bowl straight at Conway, bowling on his on middle and leg stump, just a little bit leg sidey from Bumrah on that occasion. He's bowling. He's getting a nice sort of pleasing thud into the bat, Bumrah, which is what he does when he's not bowling. He's not bowled badly in this Test match. It just hasn't quite clicked.
Yeah, he just hasn't got the rhythm. I think he needs a run. As this is well outside off stump, and Rishabh Pant takes it in front of first slip. There is no run.
Ball's still moving after it passes the bat, even relatively late in the Test match. That was a leave on sort of 5th stump, and Pant ended up taking it in front of first and a half slip.
I know you've said that his pace has been good, but I think Bumrah's been 2 or 3 miles an hour below his best. There's a lot at 85, 86, when at his best he's often at around 90. We've very seldom seen 90 from Bumrah in this match. He's in again, and this beats the outside edge. That's a very decent ball, having given him a bit of stick, and goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, 86 on the speed gun, but it did. He does get this awkward lift from a length Bumrah and a little bit of seam movement as well.
Yeah, he's definitely a man who zips the ball off the surface, and that zipped off the surface. It went past. It was pretty much length, and it went past around waist height of Latham, who gave a little nod of recognition to Bumrah for the good ball. But as yet, he hasn't got a wicket in this Test, but he's striving for one now. This is another absolute beauty. That was Fuller, and that drew Latham forward, who was beaten all ends up by a ball that both swung and seamed.
Really, really good from Bumrah. India have been very keen on hammering away on a good length to try and get the batter coming forward and hitting it on the splice. That was a genuinely full delivery, and Latham wasn't quite fully forward to it. Luck by judgment that he missed that.
No, it was good work from Bumrah, because the previous ball had got up a little bit, so Latham was just slightly on his back foot, and these are tiny margins when you're at this level, and that's what caused the defeating of the bat. And that's another just beautiful ball from Bumrah. So the moment I said he wasn't worth an over, he has bowled absolutely beautifully. It was full, and it was on middle stump, and Latham got nowhere near it as it screamed past his outside edge.
I wonder if you could just slip in the Yorker at the end of this over. You don't tend to see it very much in Test cricket. It is more of a limited overs thing, but we know that Bumrah can bowl them seemingly on demand.
Well, they've got limited overs to work with now.
Yeah,
well, indeed, yes.
They need to take wickets.
A minimum of 42.
This is an important ball here. It's only one, but in a chase like this, individual deliveries can be important. Can he finish this over? And Latham, to his credit, gets right in behind one that was top of off stump. So Bumrah got it right, but so did Latham. It's the end of a very good over there, just the one leg by from it. New Zealand 22 without loss, the target 139.
Lots of people piling in on Cricket Tracker India. Mohammed Yousaf was answering a question that a few people had asked. How many overs remaining? Well, we're now down to 42. It was 43 when he wrote that answer.
It is just that it's a minimum.
Shurav Jakaria says Jadeja, number 1 all-rounder, will take 10 wickets now. That might be wishful thinking. Patel Akashe is just saying hi, so hi to you. And so many more of you. I'm just going to name 2 or 3 very quickly. AJ Goswami, Kankan Talukdar, Pratham Rajaria, and Parvesh Shiokand, and Babu Singh. Hello to all of you.
Round the wicket comes Ashwin, very full, and just met with a dead bat by Devon Conway, and there is no run. Has anybody ever played at a ground closer to their name as this ball is defended and there is no run? In that Hampshire isn't that far from Devon, is it? It's a long way from New Zealand or indeed South Africa.
Well, I mean, Devon Conway played for Taunton Dean about 10 years ago, so that would be a bit closer.
That's even closer still. This is tossed up by Ashwin, very full, but Conway is resisting the drive, and he's just pushing that into the offside. I do think he needs short leg here. He hasn't even got a leg slip. This is defended, and there is no run.
They're trying to hang it out.
You've got to crowd him, make him feel as though he's not amongst friends, as the Australians say.
I certainly think you can get one more in there. Conway has a little bit of certainly in New Zealand first-class cricket, limited sample size, but hasn't done that well against off-spin.
Round the wicket and comes down the track, does Conway, and of course he can do that because if he does get a little inside edge, there's nobody there to catch it
it's kind
on either side of the wicket.
It's a bit of a mirror image, but when Jack Leach bowled so well to Sapeshwar Pujara, he put in a silly mid-off, and Pujara loves to come forward, and it did create some indecision. Good ball.
It did, and that ball is defended. It's a decent over from Ashwin, but it met the broad bat of Conway, Hampshire Conway, as I'm tempted to call him, and a maiden was Ashwin's reward.
Right, yes, Tony. There's someone called Tony, not me. Simply says, cheating bugger. I think he's talking about whoever was backing up and when Ashwin was bowling. Jeff Perkins says, even more exciting than the prospect of a win for New Zealand is that of one on the GPL. Well, yes, indeed. Someone else replying that, yes, it's the batsman that's cheating in the event of overrunning. Gabby Plain for Prime Minister says, how do we go about splitting the title? Cut the physical mace in half?
Longitudinally, I think down the middle, so one gets left half of mace. Otherwise, one person ends up with the orb on the end, and the other one just ends up with basically a stick.
Brian Barris suggests it changes hands on rotating days.
Latham on strike to Bumrah, so he's back under pressure, but Latham gets one outside off stump, and he's had a change of plan during the Ashwin over, and he puts back to ball and sends it to the right of said Ashwin, retreating from mid-off, and they're through for, I think, 3 there. Yes, they are. New Zealand go to 25 without loss.
A little bit more length from Bumrah. Nicely played by Latham, just checked the stroke.
Yeah, he got his front foot across to the line of the off stump. It was still a slightly crooked bat, but he was nicely balanced when he played the shot. He wasn't reaching for it. And that brings Devon Conway onto strike. Almost preternaturally calm, Devon Conway. Hard to believe it's still only his 3rd Test match. And Bumrah is in. It goes down the offside, down the leg side, and a sprawling Rishabh Pant can't get to that. And they look to the umpire, who I think has signalled that. No, it's 4 leg by, so it took a bit of thigh pad. No blame attached to Pant. It was not a good ball from Bumrah, and really all that was required of Conway was to let the ball hit a bit of bat or a bit of thigh pad, and 4 runs was his reward.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I really do think they are almost bowling for the strangle, but they should have a leg gully in if they're going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to put the man in. You've got to, if that's going to be your line, then you've got to have the feel for it. And Conway leaves on length there. It was almost Mike Hussey. You can remember Mike Hussey, who would leave so successfully on length, having grown up at the Wacker. Then Devon Conway, who's grown up on the hard wickets of South Africa, also left that on length. It goes through to keeper.
Gary, have you frozen? You've disappeared?
No. I was waiting for some intervention. Having done the ball by ball, occasionally I do let some room in.
Suffice to say, we were so surprised by the seconds or 2 silence, we didn't quite know what to do with it.
I do try to. As this ball goes past the outside edge, and Rishabh Pant, who's had a good test match but a challenging one behind the stumps, does his job. There is no run. Yes, it has been no.
Carry's been good in this. There's been the odd one that's grubbed through, but the carry's been by and large very good. I think Simon Lee, the Hampshire head curator, as they say in the States, and his team deserve a lot of credit for producing a pitch this good with this much weather around.
Yeah, I think it's been.
Must have left his rake in the shed this time.
I think it's been a pretty good wicket, mainly because it's had a bit of pace and carry, as you've said. This is the 6th day as well, as this is driven by Devon Conway. I mean, that is a fine shot. It's a check drive. We've seen a lot of pushes in this match, but that was an authentic drive, and he gets his full reward for it.
Yeah, it's all very well saying pitch the ball up, and that was by no means a half volley, but it was fuller. But Conway looks so good through the offside, for all that he looked a little awkward on the leg at times. But he seems to get himself into a position where he basically doesn't have to do anything other than put the bat there.
Yeah, just lovely balance, played it under his nose. Round the wicket goes Bumrah, and this is through to Latham, and there is no run. We've got to get Jadeja into this attack. I think India just got to get Jadeja in.
Well, Shocked and Appall says, what's the incentive for India to maintain an adequate over rate before bad light robs New Zealand?
Doesn't matter.
Interesting question. Gabby Plain, for Prime Minister, says, also another interesting question, how many grounds have stands named after a foreign international cricketer in the same manner as the Shane Warne stand here? Well, don't forget, he served Hampshire for many years, did Shane Warne. Of closeness to your name, surely Sir Alistair has, on occasion, been in the kitchen.
Oh.
Speaking of grounds, says Roger Melly, and names, did we ever find someone named Trent Bridge? Last I heard, the closest we got was Trent Bridges.
It's not bad.
Not Lloyd Bridges.
33 without loss, New Zealand, as Ashwin comes in, and Latham sort of wondered about playing forward, went back and got a bit crabby on that one, but got it into the leg side, and there is no run. Ashwin certainly asking questions of Latham. He's got him out 5 times in 6 innings, so not quite a bunny, but Ashwin, as his record suggests against the left-hander, is going to be good. As Latham comes forward and ball slightly takes the outer portion of the bat and goes into the offside. There's still just a leg slip and no man at bat pad on either side of the pitch. He comes down the track and he's stumped. Latham, that's just pressure. That's why Ashwin should have been bowling from the start, really, because he came down the track, he got nowhere near the ball, he didn't bail out, and it was the easiest stumping, really, from Rishabh Pant. That's why Ashwin and Jadeja need to be bowling.
Pressure, yes, and the dismissal in the first innings, but I don't know if the pressure was quite as on Latham as he thought it was. It's a sort of an example of, you sometimes say he had more time than he realised. Got some runs in the last over, but he's come charging down, and as you say, I think he's one of those where he knew halfway down, I am in trouble here, and Rishabh Pant had an age. Latham 9 off 41. New Zealand needs 106 more to win from 39.5 overs, and out comes their captain Fantastic.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know it's really great, but tell me, I wanna know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
He was exaggeratedly solid in the first innings for a player who does normally is one of those players you look up and he's on 30 and you've no idea how.
Not so often in England though.
I mean his record in England
quite laboured in England.
Is curious for such an obviously high class player.
He's right-handed, of course, so Ashwin has a slightly different problem solved. But surely Kohli's going to attack him. It seems not, though. As usual, whether a man is new to the crease or whether he's been batting for an hour, the field doesn't look like it's changed. I don't understand it, but this is the way of Test captaincy. Looks like there's just a slip and a leg slip. I'd have someone right in his eye line. But Ashwin and Kohli, between them, 150 Test matches? They must know what they're doing. It's Kane, Williamson on strike. 3 balls left in this over from Ashwin. A wideish leg slip and a fineish slip as he punches this ball uppishly a little to short mid-wicket.
He punched it straight into the ground.
Did he? Oh, it was very much pitched up from Ashwin. Yeah, there's 106 runs needed. They won't be easy to get. Ashwin goes in and cuts, does Williamson. Moved a long way back, made room for himself. Don't know what you think, gentlemen.
To be honest, I thought that
this
was a
is
ball.
odd. This is really odd.
I mean, it's a cracking finish. You can't really ask more. To be honest, I thought that was a ball he should have pushed away for at least 2.
Well, he's not dropping a dead bat on it, that's for sure. And then he does drop a dead bat on it. But 3 balls survived here. Get Jadeja on. New Zealand 33 for 1. Williamson has 0. Devon Conway, looking the coolest cat in town, has 14.
Get me playing for Prime Minister says if the mace was split, who gets the shaft and who gets the ball, and then says sorry.
Well, that's what I'm
Jeff
saying. You split
Perkins
it
says
lengthwise.
Sydney Barnes played at Sydney Cricket Ground. You'd think the bastards could slightly alter the name and build a barn there. I can tell you, Barnes Wallace did most of the testing for the bouncing bomb, but he did it in Teddington, so just up the road from Barnes. I used to live in both Teddington and Barnes at various times. I don't know if that counts, Jeff. Probably not. It's the closest I can find.
Yeah, Teddington Wallace would have made him sound.
Teddington Wallace.
That would have made him sound far too much like someone who opened the bowling for the Leeward Islands in about 1980.
Yeah. Indeed. Grace says, "No, you aren't, and I wouldn't be either." But that's a question, an answer to a question. I don't know what the question was, so it's a little bit out of context.
So Bumrah, having bowled particularly good over last time round, still has ball in hand. He has Devon Conway at the other end, who has 14 of 14. Round the wicket is Bumrah. It's down the leg side, and there's a half-hearted, 10th-hearted appeal from Rishabh Pant, and there's not even bothering with the DRS time. Virat's having a look. He's asking if anybody heard anything. Nobody did. And we'll play on.
They're bowling for this. They'd had really good success bowling to Smith and Labuschagne, bowling very straight in Australia. Although, again, I probably had the leg gully. Also, Bumrah bowled really well to Williamson in the first innings.
Yeah, they do need to set the field for the ball, though. We've got a first slip and a third slip, and nobody else up close. As Conway gets this off the sort of outer portion of the bat, and they're through for a quick single, but the ball, the wicket was thrown down from sort of backward point there, but Kane Williamson was well in.
Braver man than I, taking a single to Jadeja.
Yeah, so Devon Conway goes to 15. It wasn't a convincing stroke, though. He's looked to say the coolest cat in town as Conway, but that skewed a little off the outside edge, and it is Jadeja, the left-hand throw, is a giveaway, throws it into the ground, took middle stump, I think, out there, and those little things do help, just G's the team up even more. So the Zing Bales are going back on. Kane will soon be taking strike. Do you think he's going to attack him? Is he going to go with 3 slips?
Maybe 2.
Only 2 for the last delivery.
Yeah, well, there was a slip and a gully last time for Conway. I think it might be 2 and a gully. Maybe a catching extra. Or maybe a catching mid-wicket, actually, because they set very straight fields to him in the first innings too, and it almost worked.
I'm sure he'll be back over the wicket, is Bumrah, and he is. He's got 2 slips and a kind of 4th slip. And Kane goes back, and there's a run that they've stolen there. I think it was Rahane who was a little slow getting across to a ball that dribbled out square on the offside. Kane's off the mark, and New Zealand have 35 for 1, still 104 short of a target that many people say is too weak and too thin, but it's the pressure that matters. Just ask Tom Latham.
Oh, it's firmly in the category of something to bowl at.
Oh, absolutely. And it's firmly in the category that New Zealand should win, but should and do are very different verbs in Test cricket. Devon Conway swivel pulls this. It was short, he got after it. It's the kind of stroke that got him to his double 100, I think, in his first test. He kept it down though, and it's gone all the way to the sponge for one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
He's missed out on a lot of leg side scoring opportunities in his brief Test career thus far, but he played that one nicely, using the extra bounce and the angle of Bumrah from around the wicket.
It was just in that nice sort of area, wasn't it, when it was passing his head. It wasn't quite at his head, but it wasn't so wide that he had to reach for the ball. Bumrah in again. He's conceded 6 off his last 3 deliveries, and he jams a hand of Conway on a ball that jumped a little at him. Conway looks down at the pitch and wonders where that hit, but there may have been just a little bit more zip in that delivery from Bumrah, having been hit for 4 the previous one.
Ashwin Bumrah and Shami are both, you said, finger breakers and splice botherers. They get the ball to rear off a length, a beautiful seam position, just slamming the ball in on a good length. Very Pat Cummins.
Yeah, we'll have a change at the end of this over, which is 1 ball away, as Bumrah is in and is driven by Conway, but just picks out the man at extra cover. It's the end of the over. New Zealand are 39 for 1. Their target is 139. And the next voice you'll hear will be, I think, probably not Fred Titmus.
Oh God, I hope it's not Fred Titmus. Oh, there he is. No, he's got his mouth zipped. It's my voice. You may recognise it. I've occasionally commentated on this channel.
Who are you?
But not usually at this time of the day, Hendo.
Oh no, I'm normally having my siesta at this point. But I'm here now. I'm here now at 4:15, and New Zealand need exactly 100 more runs to win, and they have 38 overs in which to accomplish that. Can they do it, chaps?
Yeah.
Will they do it?
Will is another thing.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Ashwin bowls over the wicket to Williamson, who just steers that to a man at a kind of a silly mid-on. Not silly enough, in my view. He's a little bit further back than you would expect. In fact, he's disappeared now around the corner to leg slip. Forward comes Williamson again in defence, and there is no run. Rather gave that away, didn't he, Latham? I thought. Ran down the wicket, trying to smack it into the leg side, and was beaten by the turn, stumped by about 5 yards. 2 men round the bat, flatter one from Ashwin, and there isn't a silly mid-on, but there is a shortish mid-wicket. I think it's Kohli who's taken that position.
He's not the first batsman this afternoon to have got out to pressure, and he probably won't be the last.
Probably not. Important for New Zealand that at least one of these 2 remains out there. This is defended into the covers by Williamson.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How can a country that's more sheep than people dominate rugby union and now Test cricket?
Good point. Oh, he's trying to sweep that. That's not a bad shout. He's LBW. Oh my word! Kane Williamson has gone. He tried to sweep over the top of a full ball. I thought Williamson is going to review, but
was a little bit leggy.
Do you think so? I thought that was close. Unless he got a bit of bat on it, a bit of under edge, I think he's in all sorts of trouble. That seemed like a very rash shot from a man who's only got 1 run to his name. And, well, if Williamson has gone, that is going to send shockwaves, I would say, through the New Zealand dressing room. Really is.
Well,
have a look at this.
No, that's out.
You're saying it's out. I'm saying it's now hitting the outside.
Well, they may save the review, but I don't think they're going to overturn the decision.
Yeah, it could just be a clipping. There doesn't look to be any sort of under edge.
No, that's hitting the ground.
Hitting the ground, yeah.
It's about hitting the ground, okay, and then it's hitting, well, low down. It's certainly not going over. I think we can say that. Rishabh Pant's left foot is beginning to go towards the leg side, but that's probably more about the shot that Williamson is playing, not necessarily about where the ball is actually landing. This could be crucial. This could be absolutely crucial, and if so, if it is out, Ashwin has 2 for 2. Let's have another look at this. Oh, it's just turning ever so slightly. It's missing! It's missing! Whoa. Oh my word! Well, he survived by the skin of his teeth yesterday He survived by the skin of his teeth today against a different bowler, and Williamson remains one not out. Well, I never.
It's funny, in real time, I thought that it was a little bit leggy. Then when I watched the slow motion replay, I thought actually that's hitting leg stump.
And it's funny enough, I had exactly the opposite.
Well, yes.
View of it than you.
It's not the first time that we've thought exactly the opposite on certain things.
Oh, many things. Williamson needs a drink after that, even though there's still a ball to go in the over. Someone has run out with the Gatorade or whatever it's called. And we're going to see this in real time. Oh, it still looks very out in real time to me. And the reaction of Virat Kohli is as if to say, how can you do this to me? That must have been out.
Why did you do that?
Yes.
Did you do that?
You can check Indian Twitter to see what the Indian fans think of DRS at this particular moment.
I do think that everyone at the ground is really enjoying this, though. It seems
three-quarters of the population of New Zealand is there, seemingly.
Well, it does appear to be
12
swelling,
people.
doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's grown from this morning, hasn't it? And there are a lot of sort of Kiwis wandering around with nothing much to do in Southampton. Onto the back foot goes Williamson, and be much more pleased with that shot. He's forced it away between extra and mid-off. It's being chased by Shami, just stoops down to flick it back. Two of his teammates have run with him, and they've tidied up, but not before Williamson has got 3 runs. And New Zealand move on to 42 for 1. They're now down to double figures, 97 required. And Ashwin finishes the over with figures of 1 for 5 from 4 rather than 2 for 2 from 4.
Well, people are very excited about this on Twitter. But Dave Sarasara says maybe an option is for Kane and Kohli to melt the mace, sell the metal, and head to the bar.
Yeah, I wonder what that would be worth. I mean, if you add the fact, if it was going to be a draw, it's something like 1.2 million for the winners, and £800,000 for the defeated team. If you add the mace melted down, what would that make?
Be an extra 40p probably.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Oh, I think at least £4.82.
Okay, fair enough. It's not a lot, though, is it? It's not a lot. It's not going to add a lot of value, to be fair. So Williamson will keep the strike. He's going to be facing Mohammed Shami coming on for a second spell, bowled 4 very good overs for just 5, but passed the bat a couple of times to the left-handers. But now he has a right-hander out there, and this is his jingle.
He's coming down fast and moving it too. Tell me the answer. He may be a bowler, but he's often injured. Look out, Mohammed Shami.
2 slips and, well, I say a gully. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW. Is this one out? No, says Richard Illingworth. Hit him on the back leg. It's got him on the inside of the knee, I think, which is very painful. We mentioned that earlier when it hit Rishabh Pant keeping wicket in a similar area. But he was quite excited by that one. It's perilously close to the junk as well. Might have been a reason for his rather rearing up in pain at that. 2 slips in the gully, although the gully is very fine. You could almost say that you've got a first slip, a second slip, and a fourth slip. And Shami is in again, a shorter ball, turned off his hip by Williamson. Nicely timed. He's going to get 1, he's going to get 2. I think it's Jadeja after it. Jadeja is brilliant. Slides past the ball, picks it up in 1 motion, and back it comes. So just a couple for Williamson. He goes on to 6. New Zealand 44 for 1.
I think New Zealand are going to play this rather like the middle overs of an ODI, which is looking to pick up 1s and 2s rather than hit boundaries, and sort of get 4 and over that way without trying to take too many risks. But obviously the bowling is pretty good at the moment, and they're fired up. If that wicket would have gone their way, if that review would have gone India's way, then
yeah.
Well,
it's almost quite interesting to think. I'd like to have seen that, because I'd like to have seen how the New Zealanders would have responded to that. This one is outside the off stump. It goes through low to Rishabh Pant as Williamson shoulders arms. The score remains 44 for 1. Any tweets?
If Payne says, I still think whoever finished top of the rankings should get home advantage for the final as a reward.
I don't think you could play. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be at a different time of year, wouldn't it? If it was India, and also New Zealand. I don't think either of those teams could play at home at this time of year. So, yeah, that's a reasonable point. I agree, actually. Chamois in again, bowls outside the off stump, defended with those famously soft hands of Williamson down towards the second of those slips. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think there was talk yesterday on Gorilla and maybe in various other places about, you know, having a neutral venue, but I actually think it's worth having one of the teams at home because, you know, it just makes for a better atmosphere in normal circumstances.
I think it would have been a great atmosphere if the crowd would have been full in this game as well.
Yeah, you're probably right there. I mean, but that's certainly true of England, but you wouldn't get that everywhere.
No, you wouldn't get in Bangladesh. You wouldn't get many England local fans.
Short onto the back foot goes Williamson. Lovely stroke, but straight to Rahani at extra cover. But I'm not even sure that you would get a massive crowd in somewhere like South Africa.
Well,
unless of course loads of if you had England versus India
it's popular
in South
tourist
Africa,
destination.
yeah, true. But I mean, not so much Joburg, but it depends where you played it. I suppose Cape Town would be the ideal, I suppose, for those trying to maximise tourist cash.
England take fans pretty much wherever they go.
They do.
Most other teams do not.
Yes, indeed. Chamois in again, outside the off stump again. He tries to force off the back foot. This one keeps a little bit lower than he expected, so he's unable to time it as he would have liked. It's run up to mid-off, and there is no run.
But there's often a large Indian diaspora in pretty much all other Test countries, or you would have thought, perhaps not Pakistan. But and Australians do travel as well. So I mean, I in the same way as you have a World Cup of football. The fact that you've qualified top does not mean that you're going to host the competition. You can, it moves around. The World Cup of cricket moves around. I don't have a problem with it being in a neutral venue, or possibly, one of the home team might qualify. But my suggestion was to have a 3-match final, and also to have 3-match semi-finals, which could be hosted by the team that were top of the seedings.
Well, I'm in one sense, as a lover of Test cricket, I love that idea, but at the same time, I don't think it's actually feasible, really, because there isn't that kind of love for the game, is there?
The white ball stuff is quite easy. Fit it all in.
Well, maybe, but when you talk about, or whether you talk about home advantage and things like that, I mean, football World Cups, cricket World Cups, there is a team that has home advantage.
Theoretically, yes, because they qualify automatically.
Yes.
And if they haven't qualified, I don't think that's true anymore. I mean, I think the Champions Trophy's coming back. There's a slot for it.
It is coming back, the Champions Trophy. Yes, you're right. Not very long after it went. Ashwin continues, dug out as the ball lands around about leg stump and flicked to mid-on by Conway. Conway has 19, Williamson has 6. Ross Taylor, the next man in. Henry Nichols to come in at 5. Colin de Grandon. BJ Watling, the batting to come. In comes Ashwin again. He's hit him on the pad. Worth a shout. That's close. That's out. That is definitely out. He played around it, played for a bit of turn. The turn wasn't there. England batsmen know exactly how you're feeling right now, and New Zealand are 44 for 2. I think that's out.
They're thinking about it. No.
He's on his way. He's on his way. He's going. They're saving the review. And Ashwin has struck with the non-turning delivery yet again.
You're right, Hendo. Familiar to England fans, that particular dismissal, because it's the ball that goes straight, and people play for turn that isn't there. And I think they were right not to review it, because I see very little chance of that being overturned, and they may be in a position in an hour or so's time where every review is absolutely critical. Both teams, that's true.
Well, Roger Melly tells us how New Zealand dominate rugby. Because Pacific Islanders are biologically perfect rugby machines. At the 2003 World Cup, Tonga, population 120k, almost beat South Africa in the quarter-final. Their entire budget was the same as the laundry budget for the England team.
Yeah, but that's the Pacific Islanders. What's that got to do with New Zealand, we may ask?
I mean, weren't New Zealand good enough anyway? I mean, they've always
Maoris?
been good. Yeah, but I mean, I do wonder about the sort of the fact that you've got some good teams in or potentially good teams in international rugby, but their best players are lured away to the bigger team.
Well, Conway's, you could say the same about Conway and
Yes.
Wagner and de Grandhomme and a number of people in this team.
Indeed.
Wouldn't it be good to be Ross Taylor, even with his old making boat? Wouldn't it be good to be Ross Taylor to anyone?
Do you think Ross Taylor actually wants to be Ross Taylor at this very instant?
Yes.
He's got no choice.
I don't. I think I'd be cowering in the corner of the dressing room, saying, "No, I don't want to go out there."
Probably why you've never reached the dizzy heights at cricket, and
Probably right, actually. Well, they couldn't have two more experienced men out there to try and see them home, New Zealand. But Ashwin is also vastly experienced. He knows what he's doing. He's got two right-handers out there. He does prefer the left-handers. He's got to get through these two to get back to more left-handers. He's in. He bowls to Taylor. Taylor props forward and defends. Talking of rugby, he props forward and defends into the onside, and there is no run. Pitching outside off, impact in line, hitting the middle stump of Conway's castle. Well, about 4 or 5 inches from the top. That's pretty much as out as you can get. In he comes again. This one is turned past short leg. There are 3 men now around the bat as India begin to believe again. They've got to believe pretty quickly. Virat Kohli was enjoying the noise being made by the Indian supporters. He was cupping his ear. He's clenching his fist in their direction. They still believe. He still believes. Ashwin still believes. Do New Zealand still believe? They've got a slip, a leg slip, and a short square leg. Those are the 3 close men. And one would imagine that if I had the sound up, the atmosphere would be getting better and better. But of course we don't, because we're not allowed to broadcast sound from these grounds.
Rosie Oak says, I
Pain
can
of
see
death.
the BCCI now deciding they don't like DRS again and banning it for Indian matches.
Well, you could say that about the Ken Williamson one, but at least he got it with the... Well, they didn't DRS it in the end, did they? There's a rather pensive-looking Southie with a towel wrapped around his neck, sitting in the windows of the New Zealand pavilion. This is turned into the onside, where Kohli is at mid-wicket, and Fields 44 for 2. The target is 139. Are we going to get that World Test Championship final for the ages? In comes Ashwin, 2 for 5, bowls to Taylor. Taylor defends on the front foot. Now, I'm of the opinion that Taylor is so awkward in the early part of his innings. He's awkward for most of the innings now, to be fair, but he's so has so many problems at the beginning of an innings. I think that I would want to see him batting against the quicker bowlers. That said, do you take Ashwin off when he's bowling like this, 2 for 5 from 5 overs? I think this is a more comfortable way for Ross Taylor to get into the game. I might be tempted just to take Ashwin off for a couple of overs and maybe give a little bit of Ishant Sharma
well, I think
a go.
you're right to say he needs to be as flexible as possible. I mean, you can literally give somebody an over, and if you're not seeing something you like, change it. Because if it carries on for much longer, then the runs required become lower and lower. So you do need to be hyper proactive, even if it looks like you're just tinkering for the sake of tinkering.
Yeah, and I think, well, yeah, I don't think they'd be tinkering. I think it's worth having a couple of overs. He does play around his front pattern with a little bit of extra pace, a little bit of seam movement, or even movement off the 3/4 seam, as they've talked about. The ball could skid through, catch him on the front leg. He's been susceptible to that, as Ross Taylor. For the time being, though, it's Mohammed Shami continuing to bowl to Kane Williamson. Just saw the wind viz a moment ago. That's come back and hit him on the, well, I was going to say the pad, but I think again that might have hit him in a slightly more painful place than that, and it's got him going away to the leg side and just stretching the groin muscles, let's put it that way.
Holy fan on YouTube says India will win and ruin you giddy Englishmen. India on a roll now. Just watch us go like a tracer bullet.
Brilliant. Us giddy Englishmen.
Giddy.
Well, you know, what would you say if India pulled this out of the bag? You'd say, well done. You'd be feeling sorry for New Zealand because they deserve something, don't they? After 2019,
No one deserves sporting results. You win them or you don't win them.
well, that's true. That's true. In comes Shami, bowls down the leg side. Williamson tries to clip it on its way, but makes no contact, and again goes for a little walk to square leg.
This talk of small countries producing players, would this be the test playing nations with the largest and smallest populations playing each other in this final?
Well, no, not technically. Ireland would that be smaller than?
Is Ireland? I think
the test
they have
nation
more people than New Zealand. The
Does
island of Ireland.
Does it have more people than New Zealand? I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it does. Someone will tell us. Someone will look on Wikipedia and then get back to us, I'm sure. But yes, you could well be right. In comes Shami, 2 slips in the gully, bowls to Williamson. Williamson clips this away off his hips. He likes the ball there. He's going to be happy to pick up 2 more as man from long leg comes around. I think it's Bumrah.
There's about 7 million, just under 7 million people on the island of Ireland.
Oh, okay.
And New Zealand, according to Google, has 4.917 million people.
In that case, you're probably right. In fact, you are right.
Who else? Well, the West Indies. We can start adding up all the islands.
I wouldn't have thought that would beat 4 million, would it? I mean, the biggest islands, Jamaica.
Yeah, Jamaica's got 3 million by itself.
Has it? 3 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I would imagine that still New Zealand come out of that as the smallest nation. Williamson again waits waits for this one outside the off stump, leaves it alone. A bit too wide from Shami.
Yeah, West Indies is going to beat that quite comfortably. So I think it is. New Zealand are the smallest test-playing nation by population.
You know that there are 34.5 million Americans with Irish ancestry.
Yeah, that claim Irish ancestry.
Well, no, this is official stuff. This is not. This is a government thing.
Don't believe governments, do you?
Oh no, well, not Fred does. World
Well, I don't know which
Population Review.
I think he does believe some governments. Outside the off stump, left alone by Williamson. Is that the end of the over? No, there's still 1 ball to go. 46 for 2. I really would be No, that was earlier. No, you're just reading something. I thought perhaps you were just looking at the replay of Williamson's dismissal in the first innings.
1 in 8 people living in Ireland were born abroad. That's quite high.
Well, I mean, I guess it's mainly English folk trying to escape Brexit, isn't it?
It doesn't say.
Williamson has 8. Taylor yet to get off the mark. I definitely would bring Ishant Sharma on for Taylor. Onto the front foot comes Williamson. Defends into the offside. And there's a lot of excitement in this sparse crowd amongst the Indian and New Zealand fans. Did we say that El Chapernos was out there? Out there in Southampton?
I don't know. Well, Hombre Nuevo is with us on Twitter.
What does he say?
He's excited for a close finish in this game with the added bonus not only of your commentary, but also if New Zealand get the winning runs with a 4 when it's on 2-4-3, it's a GPL win too.
Ooh! So what's in the pot now? We had 13 entries, started on £74, so that must be £80. £80.50 in the pot, if my maths is right on this occasion. It wasn't particularly good earlier when I was trying to tot up how many runs have been scored. And so don't always take my word for it.
Brian Barrish will give us 10 quid if we change our site name from Guerrilla Cricket to Giddy Englishmen.
Have we got any non-giddy Englishmen, or not necessarily, or non-Englishmen? Any giddy non-Englishmen?
We have plenty.
Okay.
I'm not a giddy Englishman.
You're a giddy Irishman, aren't you?
Well, I don't know about giddy.
I don't know.
I certainly support Ireland when it comes to international sport.
Ashwin's going to continue. They haven't taken my advice, and Kohli will come to regret that. It's defended back to the bowler by Ross Taylor. Well, I've really kind of set myself up now for Ashwin to get Taylor out, but, which would be quite funny, I suppose.
Well, Dave Sarah reckons maybe Denmark deserved the Euros after losing Eriksson. Would be a popular choice.
Defended back to the bowler again by Taylor. Yeah, it was an amazing win from them, wasn't it, to beat Russia 4-1.
Great game.
But it was in Copenhagen, wasn't it? So they were at home. Not that England are doing very well at home. Flatter ball. Taylor gets pad forward and the back leg round behind to give him the balance that he wants. Plays it straight back up the pitch again. And there is no run. 46 for 2.
Had one of my greatest nights watching football in that stadium in Denmark.
Yes, 1994.
Cup Winners' Cup final.
Forward comes Taylor, looking for the single, pushes into the offside, but punt is quickly from behind the stumps to quell any thoughts of that.
I felt very sorry for the Parma fans because the whole of Denmark was supporting Arsenal because we signed John Jensen, who's a national hero in Denmark, and every bar was just covered in Arsenal flags.
Here is he's thrown up almost a Yorker there, and it seemed to go away in the air, and almost an arm ball, somehow dug out by Taylor, but something quite completely different there from Ashwin, to coin a phrase. And we do know that he can get the ball to go both ways. He's coming in for the final ball of the 20th over to Taylor, and Taylor has played it straight back to him, as he's done with 2 or 3 other balls in that over. The pressure will not build, not just because of wickets, but also if we get too many overs like that, because of the number of overs remaining. 33 remaining, and they still need 95. Is it 93? 93. Yeah. So we're talking almost 3 and over. It started at about 2.6, so it's gone up a little bit. Ashwin could just tie down one end, really, I would think, for the rest of the day, to be honest.
Dave Sarasara says, where are you getting these stats? 1 in 3.51 Irishmen like a Guinness. I think it's higher than that.
It's 3 in 1 Irishman like a Guinness, I think.
My Google says Ireland has 10,000 fewer people than New Zealand. Are you using Ask Jeeves, says Anna Forsyth?
No, I was using the Republic of Ireland plus Northern Ireland.
The island of Ireland.
Which is the territory that the Irish cricket test team represents.
Indeed.
Oh, is that some dark cloud over the back of the not the pavilion end at the other end? Shami's continuing to bowl to Williamson. Williamson is up on his toes, forcing off the back foot, but there's a ring of 3 there on the offside, and he's not able to breach that at the moment. And we're looking at different grips that Ashwin has used to get rid of the 2 men who've so far gone. I have to say they look pretty similar to me.
Yeah, well, I think that's maybe the point they're making.
Maybe that is the point.
Exactly the same. One's the slider, or the one that goes straight on, and the other one turns and bounces.
Which also makes me think that maybe they're not quite as clever as they think they are, and it's just, it's the ball that just doesn't turn, or it doesn't do what you expect it to do. This goes through to the keeper, or sort of grubs along the ground as it's left alone by Williamson. I do think there's a little bit of kidology that goes on.
But there was with Vaughan, who used to invent supposed new deliveries for every...
Well, I'm not even talking about the bowlers, I'm talking about the media as much as anything. Seeing things that aren't always there. And I think that's very much true of the spinning delivery that doesn't actually spin. Because that happens a lot of the time. Shami bowls, flicked away by Williamson. He thought he might get a single there. He'll have to hurry back there, is Ross Taylor. He was a little bit remiss in turning around as the throw came in from mid-wicket. But turn around he did. It's being suggested that different angles of the scene, one pointing at 45 degrees, one at 90. Well, that didn't look like that to me. They looked as to be pointing exactly the same direction. So maybe need to see it again.
If you look at it from New Zealand, it's a different hemisphere.
Anyway, Shami continues, bowls to Williamson outside the off stump, left alone again. He's trading in leaving the ball or striking it nicely, but straight to extra cover. So again, no run. We've had 10 balls now in a row, 10 dot balls, which just adds to the difficulty for New Zealand.
Yeah, and that's concerning me actually. If I were a New Zealand fan or player, because it doesn't sound like a lot, 3 runs and over, but they really cannot afford to get bogged down and to add a run rate equation to what's already going to be a difficult chase. They need to take singles.
Well, Adnan Bishmil says there will be a fear.
There absolutely will be. There'll be fear for Rishabh Pant as well, as this is left alone by Williamson, and it seems to have thudded into his hand rather painfully. So maybe he took that on the end of the finger, or maybe the flat part of the wrist. And I think he's going to be okay.
Coley fan is chipping away at this. He says, "You English always say Swan best spinner. Ashwin is best, Sir Ashwin."
I don't think I've ever said that Swan is a better spinner than Ashwin. I've always been a huge admirer of Ashwin, even when Indian fans were not actually that admiring of him. Full and straight and defended by Williamson. That is another maiden. The score is 46 for 2. Williamson has 8. Taylor yet to get off the mark. And the target remains 139. We'll have one more over and then we'll have a change.
Alright, Badshar has sent in a chart of population classified by sex and nationality for Ireland. By the look of it, it's up there. I'll let you tweeters can read that. And there's lots of discussion about populations. But someone's asked the question, what's the population of Sri Lanka?
Oh, it's over 20 million, I'm pretty sure.
Got to be, isn't it?
Okay. Well, it's going to be Ashwin to continue. He's just having a chat with Virat Kohli, who is suggesting one or two things to him. He's going to be bowling to Ross Taylor, yet to score. 10 balls he's faced. Overs remaining 32, 93 still required. In comes Ashwin, 3 men round the bat. Back goes Taylor, turns it to mid-wicket, who runs in eagerly to do the fielding. I think that is Kohli himself. And so we've now gone 13 balls without a run. There may be more, actually. I didn't count from the end of the other over. In again he comes, and Taylor just props forward again and blocks it back down the pitch. And goes to have a little prod. And even a man with over 7,000 runs in Test cricket and lots and lots of tests can find this a pressure situation. He goes back to this one. It was a quicker ball through the air from Ashwin. Turned it, but only as far as mid-wicket once more. The pressure is mounting and needs
Good
Taylor
dish,
to
isn't it?
play a shot. It's great. It's great. Thrown up and again defended straight back to him. This is why he's getting through these overs so quickly. Before you notice it, a lot of your overs have gone down as Ashwin gets through them so quickly, especially if you're not playing any shots. And Taylor, 14 balls now for his big fat 0. Waits again. And Ashwin is in, throws it up. He's looking for a single, but didn't risk it because Kohli came across on a kind of a dummy run. He threatened to come and field, but in the end it went to mid-on. But by that point, he hadn't committed himself too far down the wicket, Taylor, and realised there wasn't a single. Final ball of the over. Third maiden in a row coming up, and there it is, as this is flicked to mid-on. And at the end of the 22nd over, New Zealand are 46 for 2. Williamson has 8, and Taylor has none.
I'll see you later this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Well. This is getting quite exciting, isn't it? You're staying on, Hendo, aren't you? Hendo? Where's Hendo gone? Hendo, you're on, you fuckwit. And Gary, you're there. Can I?
Yes,
hear?
I am.
You are here. Hendo,
I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back. I was just about to check who was on, but
it's you.
It does appear to be me.
This is getting quite exciting. I'm
nervous for New Zealand. I'm nervous for New Zealand.
This is what I mean. This is my point. I think Gary's point about Gary or someone coming out and attacking Ashwin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really hurt.
To be fair, that's what Latham tried to do. He came down the wicket to him, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It's true.
He's not the ideal man to do that, probably.
No, you need someone who. I mean, this is why I was saying Wagner. I mean, he's a pointless wicket down at number 8, 9, 10 or whatever. He shouldn't have to bat. I mean, he wants to Grondon, but Wagner's just going to fling the bat, and he gets 30. I mean, the ball's not turning. Let's be honest, or hardly turning. It's not like it's going square like in India and kicking all over the place. So the bounce is pretty consistent. The turn is pretty consistent. It does have the one that goes straight on, obviously, and he's a skilled bowler. I'm not saying he's not, but there are opportunities to attack him, and if you get at him, it's going to put him off his length and then provide you with options. Then they have to go somewhere else.
This is true. You can't really see New Zealand doing it any other way under Kane Williamson. I think because he is a cautious Test player, isn't he? And he's so close to the biggest prize that New Zealand have ever won, probably in sport, in terms of, the resources that they have to put into a particular team.
Well,
and it's just it's within his grasp. You can understand that, to take it on in such an attacking vein is not partly against his nature, I think.
Well, exactly. Could it be this?
Dude, it's your big chance. Don't blow it. You're probably going to blow it.
That's the choke jingle. I thought we had a better one than that.
I think my view would be New Zealand are huge favourites, even now. 93 runs, 8 wickets in hand. They've got to start playing like they're favourites. If they're playing like they're underdogs, they'll start to get results like underdogs.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, you don't want to get yourself into a shell, because you're going to go nowhere, and then suddenly wickets start falling, and then it gets more pressured and more pressured, and actually it's 93 runs on a wicket that's not doing a huge amount. I mean, there is something there, don't get me wrong, but there's not a huge amount. Well, that's how you get Conway out. We should have had Moeen against him, shouldn't we?
Listen, we've got some tweets coming through. Anna Forsyth says, the glorious thing about cricket, of course, is that they're not even just strictly drawing from their populations. That's the main reason I continue to support England. I support Ireland, most other places. Jeff Perkins says, then again, with US Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands and Netherlands St Martin included, should be easy to get any Yank Pom or Netherlander into the side with a domestic change of address. Andrew Vere says, how did Adnan know I was listening? Brian Barish from America says there's been some discussion about the team here in the US, about our cricket side being made up of foreign-born players, but cricket is still a developing sport in much of the world, so I imagine that there is still a lot of leeway until it gains a foothold in more places.
Well, let's face it, England have had a steady stream of sappers for years, so I don't think we have any right to complain on that front. Anyway, Shami is going to continue into his 8th over. He's got a number for 9. He's bowling at Kane Williamson, bowls on his hip. He'll get himself a single down to long leg, where Bumrah is fielding.
I mean, they've just got to do that when the opportunity comes. Just take a risk-free single from a ball that's not particularly online. They're going to get enough of them. But if they're just going to block them back, and if they're just going to let them go down the leg side, then yes, you start to play like you're under pressure, and playing like you're under pressure just puts you under more pressure.
Exactly, and you've got to put pressure back onto the bowling side, I mean, Taylor against England in the second innings of the second test, didn't he? Came out and was a bit aggressive on the second morning. I mean, he's certainly got an aggressive bent in his vein. There you go, that's a shot. Is that out? No, it's not out. It's into the ground. It was a good shot, though. He went back and cut that really hard, Taylor, but straight at Jadeja, who is at point. He's now wringing his hands a little bit, and Taylor would have felt he missed out a little bit there. That was right.
Endo, you've got about 30 wickets today.
I've done very well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it went so fast that no one could tell what had happened. And just from Jadeja's reaction, which was kidology, but it worked on me. Fair to say.
Shami in, worked into the leg side, just around his front pad as Taylor does. Out to, I think, Ashwin at mid wicket, and there is no run.
So that's the ball, isn't it? That's the ball that comes back into him, that threatens his pads. He plays so much around that front pad. I mean, he's played it all his life, and it's it's one of those things. It's a weakness, but it's also a strength.
Yeah, absolutely.
He gets a lot of runs from it, but it's a little bit nerve-wracking if you're a Kiwi supporter when you see that.
Messages informed us that just before that leg bye there were 31 dot balls in a row.
Right.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, he goes back this time and does force it. And this time it is a good shot by Ross Taylor as he forced it behind Jadeja at point and in front of Gully, and it races away to the backward point boundary for 4 runs. Finally gets himself off the mark. And that's it. If Kane wants to sit there, then the others should be. I mean, I don't have to be ultra aggressive at the other end, but this is the thing. I mean, I think Fred was saying play it like a sort of middle overs of an ODI. Just try and find the gap and just hit the gap, hit a single. You get 2 1 over, 3 the next over. Suddenly the score comes down reasonably. I mean, they've got nowhere. It's a very small total. Shammy is in, and that's on the pads as half appeal by Shammy, but he played around his front pad, Hendo, and managed to get a little inside edge that went square on a leg side, and he gets himself another single.
I mean, that previous shot, Ross Taylor's hit wide short balls down to third man for 15 years of his Test career. Is it something like that?
Exactly.
Why should he not be doing it now?
No, exactly.
Well, he's going to. I think he's going to if he gets that kind of ball. My worry about Ross Taylor is that the fact of the way he plays around the front leg. But as I say, it's something that he's always done.
Shammy is into Kane Williamson, who just defends back down the track towards mid-on. There's no run.
He's not going to change now, I don't think, at 37. And he'll figure that he's got enough runs with that shot that it's worth the risk, and he can't play any other way. And you're not going to change him now.
Yeah. Well, Lee, fan with a Raspberry Pi, says, well, Swan is better than Ashwin at one thing, spewing insane logorrhea. Jeff Perkins says Sri Lanka is about 22 million on the population stakes. Gabby playing for Prime Minister says this test and some football manager, no better way to spend a night. Gabby playing for Prime Minister says TPS Turku in Finland got them to a Champions League group stage before getting put in a death group, so I think that's football manager going on there.
Ashwin in to Taylor, who just clips that up to mid-on. There's no run.
There's a little bit of back and forth on between our listeners on Twitter.
It is interesting, isn't it? You've got Taylor and Williamson, the two highest scoring New Zealand batsmen in Test cricket. There at the end almost.
Absolutely. There you go. That's a bit more like it. Ross Williams, that's a bit too full from Ashwin. And, he's done the attacking thing as Ross Taylor. He's just smashed it over the infield out to wide long on, which is, is going to make them think a little bit, and it's raced away for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I think that's a good ploy. As I said, I don't think the wicket's doing massive. I mean, it's not turning square by any stretch. I mean, that's just gone straight on. And he's decided, fuck this, I'm going to smash it out of the ground. And he's done the right thing, I think, because that'll make Ashwin think. And if it puts him off his line, he's going to offer more bad balls. And then
and it was really well played. I mean, it wasn't a smear. I mean, he kept his head down till the last instant.
Absolutely. And again, wow, he nearly been bowled there, though, through the gate. I gave that one a little bit of air. Tossed it up on the off stump. Turned a little bit. Got beaten in the flight more than anything, did Ross Taylor. Prodded at it. It turned fairly appreciably. Jumped a bit. Pant didn't grab hold of it. And it jumped over the stumps, and there's no run. There's an Indian fan with his head in his hands. Can't believe that didn't bowl him.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether just a little bit of some. I was going to say something else, but anyway,
that's
carry on.
Thrown up again outside the off stump, full and driven beautifully by Ross Taylor out to the extra cover boundary, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Having bowled 3 maidens in a row and taken a couple of wickets, Ross Taylor's just broken the shackles a little bit there.
And it's taken a man of this experience, hasn't it?
Yeah.
He's seen himself in, while we've been sort of fretting about the fact that there are a lot of dot balls going by. He's just happy to have seen himself in, and now he's trying to blossom a little bit.
Absolutely.
He's gone past Williamson already.
Yeah. Nearly faced as many balls, 13 off 24. 3 fours in 5 balls, Ashwin around the wicket to him. So he's already had to change something, and this is defended into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's made Ashwin change. I mean, it may be that Ashwin can come back here. He's got the option now to go straight across him with the first slip, or the one slip in there.
Absolutely. Brings LBW into the equation if it turns enough, but have to turn quite a lot from around the wicket to straighten. The last ball is defended out in the offside, and there is no run. And by the way, I got to listen to the England national song that they're going to make the kids play.
It's awful, isn't it?
It's fucking terrible.
I know. Who's going to make who sing it? That's what I want to know.
And apparently, it's not compulsory, but
goodness for that. So we're going to have all the Tory teachers in around the land.
Parents.
Are there such things?
I'd like to see them try that. I'd like to see them try that in inner city London schools. They'll all get pelted.
Nick Martin says, speculating on what might happen in a couple of hours' time, maybe 90 minutes' time, says, crack the barest of margins. Chris TB says, don't feel bad, Hendo. Some of the TV commentators were just as excited about the catch.
There you go, and they can see the whole vista.
Exactly, they're actually at the ground, for crying out loud. Shammy in, and Kane Williamson gets behind that and just defends it square on the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, you feel as if Williamson's having to be dragged across the line here, don't you, by Ross Taylor to a certain extent. Williamson just seems to have gone completely into his shell. He's quite happy if he gets a ball on his hip.
And he's better than that as well. And you've frozen a bit, haven't you? Look at that, frozen with a strange grin on your face, or a strange. Yeah, Hendo has temporarily died on screen. We'll carry on. I'm sure he'll be back in a second. Gets right behind that again and defends it, and there is no run. To be fair, Shammy's bowling a pretty straight line. I mean, you don't really want to take a risk against these sorts of balls. You
want to get Jadeja on. Mark Zip says, took me a couple of days to realise that ESPN Plus is carrying the game in the USA. Yesterday, Hot Mic worked mostly, but today I can't get the sync dialogue to come up. Anyway, perfect company for slaving over the record cleaning machine.
The sync isn't working today because I think it's a 6th day and they hadn't really scheduled it in, so they probably haven't put the sync in. I noticed that this morning when I came in. Shammy in and wide, crunched by Williamson, but again he missed out as Jadeja is in that familiar position at backward point and he dives across to field it and there's no run.
Lee is suffering, she says, fan with the raspberry pie that is, says, I've just started stress eating, luckily I still had some bean salad. Come on, India!
Bean salad, get some meat. Meat! 3 balls gone in the over.
Is Hendo still stuck?
No, I think he's back now.
Oh, he's back.
Had a little bit of a wobble in his Wi-Fi as that one is defended back down the track and there's no run. I mean, it may be that Williamson just thinks he's the anchor which everyone else is going to score these runs around and there's plenty of time to do it. And, how many overs have they got? 58, was it? Or less? You're on silent. Hendo, you're on mute, mate.
Yeah, there's no issue with time now. Ross Taylor's hit those boundaries, surely. What we did see is in the first innings, Kane Williamson was in, I think, 7 partnerships, and it was only the last one where he outscored his partner, who I think might have been Wagner.
Yeah, Shammy in bowls on the back foot, forced, lovely shot by Kane Williamson. He's a class batsman, and he's forced that out through the covers, beats the fielder, and it makes its way to the cover boundary. He'll get himself 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
See, when I come in, they take my, a lead from me. Be more aggressive, and of course they do.
I think also the outfield has sped up a little bit. It's had sun on it most of the day today, and a little bit of yesterday. And I think it's that might have been 3 earlier in the game.
Yeah, quite
but
possibly.
It ended up being 4.
Quite possibly, but 3 would have been handy. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But less running to do if you hit a boundary. Shammy in again, and it's a good length, just short of a length, forcing Williamson to play on the back foot, and it's a good line. He just defends it down into the ground on the offside, and there's no run. 64 for 2 after 25 overs.
So Angelic Scooter says, right, so the rain's not going to let up and my brain is done for the night. Time to give up on the video feed and make a run for it. Still, Gorilla Cricket in my ear, but this is it for me tonight. Good luck, Kiwi friends.
Should be fine.
Okay.
I don't know where he is. Who was that? Angelic Scooters?
Yes.
So where is he?
I think he's in Oz, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in Oz.
Oh, right, yeah, of course he is. Yeah. See, Australia won't be happy if New Zealand win, will they? I bet they're all cheering India.
We know what Australia will be doing in large part, which is ignoring it because Australia aren't playing.
Well, that's true. I mean, they were upset because they always... their record against New Zealand recently has been... They just smash them every time. I don't think they can understand how they get there. But there you go. Ashwin is going to continue. He's coming back round the wicket to...
Might be a good idea not to lose to India's third string attack at home.
Well, exactly. And anyone playing India in India is struggling. Especially if they beat them in one test, they just create a bunch of bunts and burn a day. Ashwin in, bowls flat. Looks like just a kind of a way swinger. Defended by Taylor on the back foot, and there is no run.
It's a good knock, this, from Taylor. Took a long time to get off the mark. Wanted to assess the position. Started to drive the ball. He's been good.
Yeah, I always like Ross Taylor. Goes across his pad, clips that into the leg side. Coley, I presume, at mid-wicket. Scootles across and managed to stop it going at mid-on. Don't know if mid-on set back.
I mean, this could be the last Test innings we see of Ross Taylor in England. He should have played many more, of course.
Defends that. Well, a little bit of an angled bat as he comes down around a bit to defend it, back down the track to Ashwin, and there's no run.
And he's been a tremendous representative of his nation and also his heritage. So well done, Ross Taylor.
I mean, at 37, you wonder how many years he's got going. He's a batsman, though. Driven by Ross Taylor, and mid-on has gone back to long on. So if he beats Coley, who's quite straight short mid-wicket, it's going to be a single every time, and that one is. I mean,
do you have to sneak off at 5:30?
I don't now.
Oh, good. Okay. All right.
Because my son's footy practice has been put off because not all of them can make it this week, and so it's going to be next week instead.
All right. I've sent out new information about the 5:45 shift.
Okay. I shall stay here till the end of this game. I'm going to have to go after that though. Defended into the onside. Where Cody fields, and there is no run. I'll have to let my son know because he'll be panicking, going, "Why aren't you home, Dan? I'm supposed to go to footy practice." But
he doesn't know the footy practice has been called off. Then
not yet. I haven't informed him. I'll let him sweat a bit.
What a fine father you are.
Well, you've got to keep on the toes, Hendo. Ashwin bowls to Kane Williamson, who just pops right the way forward, defends it back down the track, and there's no run. They bowl these overs too quickly. They're going to have more than 20 overs in the last hour at this rate. They keep him on. I'm surprised they haven't given Jadeja a shot. As you said, Gary, it'd be interesting. Maybe he gets a bit of turn away. They've got two right-handers in as well. So
I'm just amazed because his personality, as much as anything else, will make something happen. There's been some decent balls from the seamers, but surely it's spin as the threat in these circumstances.
Well, I don't think it's that much threatening, as you say. I just think if it makes them think, then possibly. And you say force of nature, maybe, but. It's not a classic spinning wicket, but if he can bowl that angle that brings in LBW to the equation.
Gabby playing for Prime Minister says, I'm a dual Australia-New Zealand citizen, so when Aussie isn't doing well, I become a Kiwi.
That's handy.
A foot either side of is it the Tasman Sea?
Yeah. About 1,000 miles between them, isn't it? Short and wide, and Taylor might. Well, it was quite close to him. I think he thinks he probably missed out there, though, as he tried to cut it out to the offside, got an under edge into the ground, and there is no run.
Change of bowling, Bear.
Oh, was it? I thought it was still Swami.
Yeah,
it is Ishant back into the attack.
Yep.
See, Bumrah's not bowling. Is there something wrong with him, do you reckon? He's not really getting a lot of overs.
No, it's true, isn't it? Don't know. I mean, maybe that'll come out after the game. But he's just not looking threatening.
Well,
not looking threatening enough.
Well, he's going to here for a whole Test summer. They ought to do something with him.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, you'd expect him to, whatever it is, recover in a month's time or over it, 6 weeks' time. Really.
Well, yeah, Ishant Sharma in bowl, short, wide, filth, and it's cut. There is no one out there. There's no cover. They can't really afford to have cover, I suppose. You've got to take the wickets, and it makes its way all the way down to the boundary for another 4 runs.
Who in the hell do you think you are? A superstar? Well, right you are.
Suddenly things look a lot easier with a few boundaries. 39 less 50. So when they get to 89, they'll require less than 50. And then things get a lot easier. Especially with 8 wickets in hand. You see, at some point, the runs will get so low. Once it gets to sort of 30 runs required, you imagine it, and if they don't take another wicket, which is only, another 40 runs away, heads will go down. You'd have thought that one is maybe a little bit low. It's not particularly pacey. It's defended into the offside by Taylor, and there is no run.
Yeah, Taylor's playing a captain's knock here with his captain at the other end. He's really decided to assess the situation and then put the pressure back on the Indian bowlers, and
that's the right thing to do.
The Indian bowlers are looking pretty much straight up and down now. The ball's got a bit old, got a bit soft. The seam isn't as pronounced. just amazed that Jadeja has not had a bowl. Here we are, 27 overs into the innings. He hasn't had a bowl.
Yeah, I'd be looking to give him a little spin out, I guess. Ishan is into the pads. Nice strike by Taylor, but it hits it too wide, and it goes to the wide mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm surprised that Bumrah hasn't. I mean, I've not seen much of him. I saw him a couple of overs earlier, but he doesn't seem to be in rhythm or anything.
He bowled a couple of balls that beat Conway, I think, just before tea, and he got one to go really excessively, but just in general, he doesn't seem to be. I don't know, maybe it's just a little bit of zip missing from his game at the moment. Yeah, and that may be, as you said, the fact that he hasn't played much.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that that if this was series, we'd all be saying Bumrah, he'll be all the better for this run out and coming back strong in the second test, but it doesn't matter in this instance.
That's wide and cut nicely by Taylor. There is now a man down at third man, and it'll be just a single. Did he play in the last series here, Bumrah? He wasn't particularly effective then.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Hasn't played enough.
And he got injured. Was he injured during the IPL? I think he was.
During what?
During the IPL, after because in the England series, when we were over there, and he played the first or second test, and he got married, didn't he? And then he pick up an injury or something.
Yeah, but he did play in a bit of the IPL, if I recall rightly. But I mean, that's a completely different game, isn't it? The IPL from from a test, a 5-day test, or even in this case, a 6-day test.
I've got a tweet here from Armchair Cricket Podcast, which I'll bring you in a moment because I think other listeners may be interested to hear. Well, I'll bring it to you now then. Thanks to Agarilla Cricket for a wonderful coverage of the World Test Championship final, through all the rain and time lost, through the exciting moments to a denouement. Would you be following up the final with coverage of the T20?
We are indeed. Left alone through to Pant, and there is no run, and that ends that over. I think the umpire was calling for the, what did we call him when they were in India? The guy with the
big block he brings on and thumps to deal with some of the footholds, isn't it? To straighten those out a little bit.
My wife is calling me, you two natter.
David Latimer says, I live in Sydney and an Aussie mate stays now and then. He says Aussies don't care about the cricket. I told him that's because you're trying to figure out how to make sandpaper invisible. Come on, the Black Caps. Let's not win it on a quick single that deflects off the bat for 4. I think you'll find that deflects off the bat for 6.
Yeah. Well, I will celebrate New Zealand's win. I thought they were so unlucky. I mean, unlucky, more than unlucky in that final. Obviously, I'm glad that it turned out the way it did from an England point of view. And you're going to get your wish, Tony. Tony, Gary's going to get his wish because Ravi Jadeja is coming into the attack.
Sorry, just family matters. Got to sort it out. Wife.
Did you play the jingle though?
Which jingle?
Ravi Jadeja coming.
No, Jadeja goes. His jingle's like 45 seconds long.
Okay, let's do without it then.
No, well, I'll play it, but
You'll dip it
duck
down.
it down.
Playing round cricket by myself, and I had to.
He is on, and he bowls his first. Ball into the pads of Ross Taylor, who clips it out to mid-wicket, and they'll get themselves a single.
Playing a dual role, yeah, there he was, like pure IPL gold. Rough intricate who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done? Devious balls in my direction. None of this surely is a dream.
And his second ball is exactly that, darted in again to leg stump. Kane Williamson just turns it square on the leg side, and it'll be a single. Ashwin's at mid-wicket, has to go across and field it.
We've got a request on
and
Twitter.
That was a no ball, you bloody, you can't be bowling. Jesus, it's quite. No, it's not as big. He does draw his foot back over the line.
God, that's very tight again. A request for how many overs are left. There are 25 after this, so the overs are not now an issue.
Defended by Ross Taylor. Up the track to the bowler, and there's no run.
Kept a bit low, that one, didn't it?
Does
occasionally bowl with a little bit of a round arm.
Well, they need to get their run rate up a little bit. No, 66 required. Okay, they're fine. Jadeja and bowls a line of around about off stump, pretty flat and defended by Ross Taylor. Back up to him, and there is no run.
Yeah, I wonder whether there's going to be talk at the end of this test if India don't pull it off, which they don't look like doing.
No. Oh, well, that's driven at by Ross Taylor. It's floated up outside the off stump. He drove at it. Pant took the stumps. I don't think his foot ever left the ground, and I think it was behind the line. I presume it was. Taylor doesn't look particularly bothered. Turned a little bit.
Oh, good ball.
It was a good ball. Drew him wide. His foot does drag a bit. It was started off behind the crease, and then no, it wasn't. It left the ground for a millisecond, but was clearly grounded when the bails were taken. Good take
just asking a different question of Taylor, though.
Yep. Again, it's worked square on the leg side, which is vacant. If you're going to angle it in at leg stump, I think you kind of want someone there, square on the leg side, but there isn't anyone, and it's an easy single every time.
And on the basis that Jadeja hasn't been used that much, you might now look and think, should India have gone for the fourth seamer?
Well, I said that. I mean, I had this argument with Knuckle in the green room before, and I just think that how much use they got having to bowl the seamers pretty much all the first innings with, the spinners not getting so many overs. That's defended back down the track for the last ball of the over, and there's no run. It's England. You don't need two spinners in England.
Well, you don't. I suppose the argument was, of course, that Jadeja gave them that little bit of batting as well. I mean, he's a kind of player who can get you decent amount of runs. Siraj is not going to get you much, really, although he can hang around.
We're going to have a switcheroo then.
But we are. But when you consider that that really they haven't done a lot of bowling, and that one of their seamers has not really been on song, you wonder whether that extra one might have made the difference. Time for a change.
Yeah, I'll just say bye-bye. Thanks to because of my last stint in this test, so thanks for everyone putting up with my my remarks, and I hope you enjoy the denouement.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Hendo. Thank you, Bear. Of course, I'm going to be joined by not Fred Titmus, who will be, not Fred Titmus, not Fred Titmus, who will be on Twitter amongst as many other social media platforms, and of course,
do you think Devon Conway? Do you think he's got a Twitter feed called
Conway Twitty?
Twitty, exactly.
By the way, we've had a change of wicketkeeper. Rishabh Pant has just run off for a little bit, and Ridhaman Saha is now on the field keeping.
He did take one. He took one uncomfortably a few overs ago, and may have hurt his hand.
And I think Ashwin has now switched ends.
Well, the equation is that there are 25 overs left, and New Zealand, who are chasing that target of 139, will need 65 in those 25 overs. They are currently 74 for 2. They have lost both openers to the arch destroyer of left-handed batsman R. Ashwin, and it is he who will be bowling to Ross Taylor. But New Zealand, Knuckle, could scarcely have a more experienced pair to try and steady, well, I would say steady the ship, but that of course is why New Zealand fans wear those sailors' caps.
That is indeed that is reserved for Kane Williamson. Yes, they're two leading run scorers in Test cricket.
Ashwin is in, and forward comes Taylor and just pushes it to Virat Kohli, who is in that short mid-wicket position. India got that tricky balance. They've got to take wickets, they've got to maintain pressure, but they can't leak runs. Ashwin, and again, inside edge from Taylor. It bumbles away to Kohli again at short mid-wicket. Hint, definite, more than a hint, definite movement for R. Ashwin as he
Jadeja turn
bowls. Yes, indeed. Obviously, the debate about the two spinners, would they have had the extra seamer onto the back foot? Goes Taylor. Again, it's pushed into the onside. Again, there's no run.
One of those, you can't really make that argument in retrospect, as it were, in hindsight. This was India's best team going into the game in terms of balance.
It was, and you look at the conditions, you look at the fact we've lost 2 days. We're playing day 6 as flighted by Ashwin. Flicked into the onside. They'll get a single this time. They run it sharply. Good running indeed by those two. 64 the target comes down to, but we're on day 6. We've lost those 2 days. A result almost certainly will happen
We understand that Rishabh Pant is feeling unwell, which is why he's gone off the field, and Ridham Saha has come on as a sub fielder and wicketkeeper. In fact, a very, very good wicketkeeper, Ridham Saha.
Well, he is. And let's hope all is well with Rishabh Pant, who played a rather a slow innings by his standards when we were waiting for the explosion that didn't quite come, did it? As this one is cut beautifully by Williamson past point, but they will just get a single for it. It'll take another notch off that target.
There was a time
consecutive singles
when you weren't allowed to replace a wicketkeeper with a substitute wicketkeeper.
Yeah, only got changed. It got changed a couple of years ago now, maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Indeed. As Ashwin is in, the ball is flighted. Taylor is forward. They're going to run another quick single, dropping the bat and running. Good techniques, the type of running honed and crafted in limited overs cricket, and we're in a limited overs situation here. It's the end of the over, 62 to win, and we're going to hear from Fred.
We've met Messi Jez. We think he's got a fairly long fuse, but I think we might have found the end of it. He says, I swear to God, that if Bradman was out there making his 5th century on the trot, Gary would be telling us all how he should have done a lot better. Possibly the ultimate in commentary box captaincy. So, well, we found Messi Jez's weak spot. And nail-biting Suff says Sammy Dowd. Getting some football scores from Nestlers. I think we should concentrate on this, perhaps. And David Latimer says, I'd like to thank all you super commentary legends. He must have been talking to the previous bunch. Only found you before this second England test. It's been an absolute pleasure listening. Cheers. Well,
we're delighted to have you with us.
Retweet that. It's slightly self-regarding nonsense, but we're glad to have provided you with some entertainment.
It's going to be this man, Ravi Jadeja. Left arm around he comes to the right-handed Taylor, who pushes him away into the onside, and there is no run.
We won't be jingling him because he bowled the previous over.
He did indeed. With that nicely trimmed beard. We were commenting yesterday about a little bit less Victorian melodrama villain. This one's slightly short and it's slapped away past point. They'll take one, they'll come back for 2. I would imagine they'll go for 3. Is it going to go all the way? No, it's flicked back. But they will definitely get 3 for that. That'll take the target into the 50s. 59 needed.
A little bit of acceleration.
23.4 overs.
A little bit of aggression from Ross Taylor and a few short and wide ones from the seamers has just spread the field a little bit. It's just looking, it's looking a lot easier than it was when Ashwin and Shami bowled sort of.
Pujara it was, who went herring after that and flung himself to save his team a run.
There was a period where it was about 1 for 6 or 1 for 4, about 6 overs from Shami and Ashwin, but Taylor has broken that stranglehold.
Yeah, you couldn't, as I say, you couldn't ask for more experience really to try and see them through. This one though is punched straight by Williamson to cover. There's no run.
As Spider Cam gets in the way of the main shot.
Yes. Because, of course, when you're actually at grounds, you realise just how close Spider Cam hovers to the players. How it doesn't get hit more often, I have no idea. I did notice somebody the other day ran past it. I can't remember who it was, and gave it a thumbs up or a smile as forward comes. Williamson pushes into the onside, no run, or even the offside, but still no run. 80 for 2 are New Zealand, 59 the target, 23.2 overs the time they had to do it. We worked out, didn't we, of course, that the GPL, if it's they get it exactly, we will have a GPL winner, as this one is slapped away backward a point. That's going to go all the way. It's 4 more for Kane Williamson. Beautiful late cut and ideal for New Zealand.
1, 2, 3, 4.
About an hour ago I suggested they need to play this like the middle overs of a one-dayer and picking up the 1s and 2s, and they've done precisely the opposite, which is often the way when I make a prediction.
I was going to say,
well, it wasn't
Fred,
a prediction, it was advice, but they've gone by hitting 4s and scored quite a few of them.
Adrian again, and this time he beats the outside edge of a tentative Williamson prod, and it's taken by Ridham Saha, who I'm going to have to write down because otherwise I shall keep saying Rishabh Pant, knowing my predilection for erroneous wicketkeeper calling. Yes, yeah. Which Fred always likes to pick me up on, and that wasn't as close as we possibly thought. 55 to win is glowing in big yellow letters off that Southampton scoreboard. It's the end of the over. None for 11 for Jadeja. There was a dot ball to finish. 18 for Williamson, 26 for Taylor, and the target is 55 to win from 23 overs. Fred?
A few comments on YouTube. Dara Azizi says New Zealand have been the better team. Diane Keatley agrees. Joshua Letchford says Jadeja's jingle is longer than his average over.
It is, yes.
Daniel Jairam is having a go. Some good old anti-Indian banter. Dara Azizi asks, where have all the Indian fanboys gone? And he also says about the change of wicketkeeper, he's feeling pants. Akashay Kumar Meena says, I'm sad because Indian players not playing good cricket. And he also says Virat is not good captain. I'm loving this. Come on, New Zealand, says Dara Azizi. And I am angry and disappointed. I am sad, says
Change of
Kumar
bowling.
Meena. So that's the nature of international sport. Some people are happy, some people are sad.
Virat Kohli's next throw of the dice is to bring on this man.
And now they're Monty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Wicketless so far for Bumrah now, so wide of the off stump, and Taylor is able to leave it and watch it through to the man that isn't Rishabh Pant but is Ridhaman Sahar. And there's no run.
Under the old change of regulations, they'd have been kind of stuffed. None of India's batters in this game keep wicket, which is unusual actually for international teams. For example, New Zealand have got about 3 potential.
Latham is a proper wicket.
Latham, Conway's a good keeper in first-class cricket.
40 off 70 balls so far this partnership.
Kohli would have done it himself.
And probably would have been Rahane.
2 slips and a gully. Stand ready for Bumrah, left alone again by Taylor, and through to Sahar it goes. There's no run.
I can tell you,
55 that target.
I can tell you, Cricinfo is struggling to keep up with. I think it might be struggling to keep up with demand. It keeps refreshing.
I noticed it was down for a while today. I think it might have been just before play.
Probably about half an hour ago, it got probably the traffic eased somewhat.
No, I'm literally just refreshing it, and it keeps saying something went wrong.
Well, it's those wearing the sailors' caps that are the most buoyant and bouncy in the crowd at the moment, for sure. There's some concerned-looking faces amongst our Indian supporting friends, and this one is driven straight to cover. And there's no run. Every dot ball, even if in theory the amount of time left, 23 overs to score 55 runs, appears like a lifetime. When there is the inaugural World Test Championship at stake, it can seem a lot harder, and that pressure can ratchet up. We saw it with Latham, I think, as he tried to clear the pleasure, or even the pressure, and got himself stumped. 2 slips go down. Bumrah, has he taken the edge? Oh, if he did, it's dropped.
Dropped at first.
Bumrah can't believe it. Dropped at first slip. The edge was taken. Pujara it was. In it went. Out it went. And, well, in India's position right now, those you absolutely have to take.
Relatively simple.
I'm afraid it wriggled away like a slippery bar of soap.
Relatively simple catch as slip catches goes. He's a solid pair of hands. Pujara just had to move a little bit to his left, and it just thudded into their hands. He's livid with himself. It almost rolled back onto
on his face.
Almost rolled onto the helmet for 5 penalty runs, which would have been adding penalty to injury.
Anguish on the face of the bowler. Anguish on the face of, well, just about everybody of an Indian disposition, I would imagine. Bumrah just has to get his head down and get on with it, and it's turned into the onside by Taylor, and he'll get a single. Sharp running. Pujara looks bemused, befuddled. That is the expression of a man thinking, why me? I've had the career I've had. Why did I have, with my normally safe pair of hands, why did that one wriggle away?
Well, I mean, he just sort of closed his hands on it too early, and it squirmed out between the...
Very good height for a slip catch.
Squirmed out between...
Guerrilla cricket slip catch.
The man who flew like a salmon to his right, albeit
he didn't have too far to move. It was a good height. It was close to his hands. He got both hands to it, and it just couldn't hold on.
Bumrah in again, and Williamson is up onto his toes, just drops the ball down close to his feet. Bumrah's in like a hare to keep him honest and ensure there's no run. But it's the end of the over, and not Fred will bring us up to date with your
Matthew
messages.
Cullen joins the Love Fest. He says, massively enjoyed listening to you today. Thanks for doing it. You've made a slow day at work much more interesting. And Dave Sarrar reminds us of previous game where he says a good rehearsal for this was Taylor and Williamson's partnership over 2 days against India in the World Cup semi-final. They took it slow, but they had an exact plan.
Yes, and it worked in that through outstanding bowling, particularly from Matt Henry. Yes, Cricinfo does appear to have most definitely gone down at the same time that slip catch did. Yeah, he just closed his hands on it too early and it squirmed out. It should have been taken.
Well, if you're just joining us because you can't get any scores from Cricinfo, we will tell you that New Zealand need... Oh, God, they've taken it off the screen.
54 off 22 overs.
Yeah, no, mine seems 54 off 22 is what I've got. So maybe if I don't fiddle with my Cricinfo, all will be well. This one's going for a sweep. It's a big shot by Rhythm Sahar. There's a big shot from Jadeja. And there is absolutely not a flicker from Michael Goff.
Well, that's hit him outside the line.
I'm
pretty sure, and he was playing a sweep, so that can't be given.
Well, nerves and pressure, I think, is what caused Pujara to snatch at that chance. And nerves and pressure, I think, is what forced an appeal, where, as you rightly say, Fred, I'm not sure it had a lot going for it.
You're going to appeal for it, obviously. You just are.
Oh, yeah. As around the wicket comes Jadeja, forward comes Taylor, rather tumbles over as he pushes it into the onside. And there is no run.
It's also turned a little bit.
It was turning way past the stumps.
It was.
You see that nowadays, where there's...
Oh, sorry, Fred. Jadeja is in. This one's steered straight to backward point. There's no run. I was going to say there's a chap who must be sitting sort of several rows back at mid-wicket, draped in an Indian flag, who's appealing vociferously. Probably not the best placed man in the ground to appeal, but appeal he did. Jadeja in again. Forward is Taylor. Pushed to short mid-wicket. Once more, there is no run. 54 the target. 21.2 overs the time that is left. What would a wicket do now, I wonder, to New Zealand nerves? What would it do for India's spirit and fight? As this is pushed away into the offside, there's no run.
Henry Nicholls in next, who is susceptible to off spin. You'd imagine Ashwin would come back on. We saw Tom Blundell keeping at the end of the New Zealand the innings, so maybe BJ Watling won't come in. Colin de Grandon, of course.
This one takes the edge but goes all the way along the ground to backward point. There's no run. It's the end of that Jadeja over. It's a maiden. The next best thing to taking wickets is to stop runs. So he's done that successfully with that maiden over. 18 for Williamson, 27 for Taylor, 54 the target. Fred.
Daniel Gyram on YouTube says, can't get any live TV coverage. Love you guys. Love the cursing commentary. Kiwis believe, play hard, never give up. Whoever wins the game was the best team on the day, says wow now. I am crying because last 2013, after India win no ICC trophy, I miss MS Dhoni. Larry Gerry says New Zealand got to the final the right way, playing hard and fair, to which the response from Prozakistan is they got to the final by getting hammered in Australia, drawing in Sri Lanka and not touring Bangladesh. So, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
I wonder if we might leave these conversations to happen amongst themselves.
Well, they both have
social media is just that. It is social. Jasprit Bumrah will continue. He's over the wicket to Williamson, who drives and drives through extra cover and drives for 4. What a shot that was.
Seeing the seamers cut a couple of times, that was genuinely... It was not a bad delivery from Bumrah, maybe a little overpitched.
A bit overpitched, I think, but nonetheless, Williamson, everything was so right about that. Head position, the foot was well forward, right to the pitch, the flow of the arms. It was a sumptuous shot to enjoy, unless you are, of course, an Indian fan, and it brings that target down to 50. 50 from 20.5 overs. Bumrah in. Williamson cuts, but he cuts straight to cover, and there is no run there. Really loading that offside field for Kane Williamson. They know that he likes to play a lot of his shots there, often playing that very late sort of dab shot that he's partial to. He's beautiful off the front foot and back foot on the offside, and the Indians, of course, are very aware of that.
I think Rishabh Pant might be back on the field.
Oh, now they really want to confuse me, don't they? Bumrah's going to be in, and That one is steered, but steered straight to backward point. And there is no run. Jadeja doing the fielding there. So that first gorgeous 4, but 2 dot balls since then. Jasprit Bumrah, no wicket for him yet for 23. I think he was wicketless in the first innings, wasn't he?
Wicketless and a pair in the test thus far.
Yes, it's not been his match so far, but 2 quick wickets now would change both his and his side's demeanour, I am sure, quite dramatically. He's going to be in too, the New Zealand captain, who stands tall and again guides it to backwards point where we know Jadeja is waiting.
Yeah, Rishabh Pant
straight to him.
Definitely Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. Yeah, there's a lot of fielders in that ring. I think there's like 2 slips in the gully and a backward point and a sort of catching.
There's one very wide slip.
Okay. And then
which, considering a catch went down at regulation first slip, is a bit odd, although that was Taylor rather than
there's one slip and a fourth. A backward point who's very fine, a backward point more normal, and a sort of catching cover point.
Well, they know one of his favourite shots as that one beats the outside edge and is taken by, we now think, Rishabh Pant. And there is no run. So that 4 is the only scoring stroke really off this over. Williamson has worked one of his favourite areas to backward point about 3 or 4 times. That one he had a little fish at, and it went through to Pant behind the stumps. Williamson looking thoughtful, focused, intent, as you would if you're captaining a side on the cusp of something quite special for them, as that one's full. Looking for the Yorker was Bumrah, and it was well played by Williamson to push it back down the track to the bowler. Number 23, end of his 7th over, 89 for 250 the target. Fred.
James, this is starting to sound like the Oscar ceremony. He says, while I have a break, let me thank you for the WTC final commentary. I wasn't sure I'd be able to follow it live if you weren't covering it, so I'm glad you are. Well, thank you very much. Apparently there's been a ridiculous own goal in the football, but we're commentating on the cricket. Farong says, listening to GC, of course, the betting crew here have changed Spain, Slovakia, and he claims it was a Monty Python type own goal.
What, the Philosophers team?
Or the Harry Enfield team, which was the Liverpool of 1989.
Yeah, I remember that, in black and white, and they go to colour in the second half, don't they?
Yeah, look at that in YouTube. That's
it is genius.
Still some high quality banter on YouTube, so join in the fun.
Jadeja is going to be bowling to Ross Taylor, who is forward to meet that with a big, solid, maker's name first piece of defensive work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the off, and 3 on the leg. It's a heavy offside field as this one is pushed 2 leg, but there is a man at short mid wicket and there is no run.
It won't take more than a few overs for this to start getting nervy net run rate wise again.
Well,
exactly.
It's true. I mean, I'll say some more after this ball.
Yeah, no, we'll let Jadeja deliver this ball, which is well defended. And Fred?
Yeah, people assuming that because the run rate is low, then it's not going to be a problem, but when you've got spinners rattling through the overs and bowling maidens and you don't want to take risks, it can mount pretty quickly.
Can indeed. Jadeja will be in too. Ross Taylor, who leans forward, pushes to short mid wicket. Again, there's no
and
run.
I swear Jadeja is now bowling off a shorter run. I think he's coming in off about 3 or 4 paces. He's usually more like 7 or 8.
Well, he did drop that one short, and that will probably have frustrated him. This one, he's finding his range much more effectively as Taylor again is forward to push this into the onside.
It's been much better.
He's 1 ball shy of bowling a maiden.
It's been much better in these last few overs.
And as I think Fred said, the net run rate could get interesting.
Net run rate?
No run rate, no. I mean the run rate required, as this one's tickled away around the corner. He won't get that maiden. It goes down to long leg. And we'll get a single. Keep the strike, will Ross Taylor. New Zealand move on to 90 for 2, 49 at the target, 19 the overs in which to get them. Fred.
Well, and the risk of sounding like Jeff Boycott, a couple of wickets can fall pretty quickly, and then the new batsmen have to negotiate tough bowling conditions and have to score from the off. Darren Persad says on YouTube, hello all, I'm from Trinidad. The foundation of West Indies cricket is no more. Been a New Zealand fan for about 10 years. Kane is the best batsman in world cricket, complemented by the #1 bowling attack. Champions. Well, they're not quite there.
Should listen to our friend Mash on the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. You will If you're not in touch with that, I would point you in that direction. Fantastic listening always for fans of West Indies cricket. As Bumrah will be in, and he's going to bowl to Ross Taylor. There is that sort of second slip and gully, and Taylor very wristily flicks it away to long leg. Will take a single, where he's maybe deep backward square. They will get 2. So 2 more off that target. Jameson, 2 wickets for him this morning.
Yeah, they did.
Sorry, Fred, go on.
They do have a long batting line up, the New Zealanders.
Yeah, even if Watling has to come in later because of his injury, I'm supposed he'll tough it out, of course, if his last Test innings. But
if it's his last Test innings and there is a game to be won, you bet he'll tough it out by hook or by crook.
He might come in at number 11.
We kind of hope for his well-being he doesn't need to, but I'm sure he would, as in comes Bumrah and forward comes Ross Taylor. Bumrah fields off his own bowling. 4 for Southey, 3 for Bolt, 2 for Jameson, but he got the party started as far as New Zealand were concerned because he moved both Pujara and Kohli. And then 1 for Neil Wagner, celebrated as ever in his inimitable Wagnerian style. I don't know what we'd call it, Fred. Would you call it Wagnerian? Nonetheless, it's full of aggression and
Wagner by which Tony means shouting, not by an 8-hour cycle of opera.
Yes, in comes Bumrah and forward comes Taylor. Pushed away to cover. There's no run.
That's what Bumrah does at his best.
From that Bramsgrove Pavilion end is Jasprit Bumrah.
What he does at his best. That Taylor was forward there, but it thumped into the splice of the bat. It's bowled a bit better in this spell.
Yes, it's all. With so much at stake, these last few overs have, by and large, been very tight. We discussed right at the outset. How do you balance attack and defence if you are in India's position, and they really do have to do both. Bumrah's going to be in to Taylor, and that one causes him to almost duck into. Did he take that on the shoulder? I think he did. We're going to have to wait. I think he may have got it on the helmet. Yes, he did. He almost ducked into it, I thought, Fred, didn't you?
Well, he sort of looked like he was going to duck underneath it and then sway back, and he just got it wrong.
Yeah, he did. And he seems to have a smile on his face.
That didn't seem full enough to be ducking, even if it had bounced. Because it looked like one of those ones that rises from a length into the gloves, but he's got himself into a really awkward position. I suppose what you can say is that he's dropped the bat and gloves out of the line of the ball. Well, no, he hasn't, in fact. That's gone from a length and rocketed up into his head. That's
It basically rolled up his arm in a way, didn't it? If I think I'm seeing it right.
Oh, it sort of clipped the arm.
It went straight onto the above his visor.
That's a ridiculous
6-day pitches.
That is a ridiculous delivery.
Or 4th-day pitch, depending which way you look at it.
Now, if you're Jasprit Bumrah, next ball you pitch up.
Yes.
On off stump, and see if he wants to come forward at it.
I'd go along with that. Ross Taylor wearing a broad smile and taking the opportunity for an energy drink and a chance to just collect himself a little, which I'm sure he will do. 47 needed, 18.2 overs to get them. There's plenty of blue sky and light fluffy clouds at Southampton, so we're not threatened by light. Let's hope it stays that way. The man with the mound pounder is pounding the mound on the Southampton pitch.
Brian Barish says he joins in the love for guerrilla cricket. It's rare that I listen to GC while I'm out on my lunchtime constitutional, but this is historical stuff. Allow me to add my thanks to all of you, for yet another masterful coverage in between the interruptions and stuff. You all, which I believe is an Americanism, are a godsend.
It is beautifully enunciated as well there, Fred.
You all.
I can't really see you as a man from the deep south, but were you, Yol is not bad. 47, as we were saying, 47 runs to win, 18.2 overs. India straining every muscle and sinew, looking to find a breakthrough, but still having to keep the lid on that scoring rate. New Zealand's 2 most experienced combatants are there, trying to see their country home for what would be a famous victory indeed.
Is the draw a possibility now? I think it sort of is, isn't it?
Well, I was just going to say, the people who were talking about wanting timeless tests, the fact that there is a time limit to this makes it that much more interesting, doesn't it?
Well, it is. I think it's a draw a possibility. I mean, New Zealand would reach a point where throwing the bat would be what they would do, providing they've only lost the 2 wickets so far. So they'd attempt to force an acceleration and have a fallback plan.
You can get 50 to 1 on the draw on Betfair, Knackle, if you're interested.
I think you feel most of the cards are stacked in New Zealand's favour.
New Zealand are definitely favourites and should win, but...
Well, Bumrah, he will not be giving it up until it's finally gone, and he's going to be right arm over and in, and it's through to Rishabh Pant, who is back stationed behind the stumps. So whatever he left the field for, we can only assume that he's successfly completed.
I think feeling
back with us.
Feeling unwell may have been a euphemism for something short but unpleasant. There was a little bit of a waste from Bumrah, that delivery. I think Taylor was quite happy to leave that outside off stump. The ball after being hit in the head.
Who's going to come in on after us? Do we know?
I'm not
because
Hendo and Bear and myself.
The veteran team. As this one is catches Ross Taylor on the pad. It was going away down leg. It's he seemed to be having to flex his leg because that might have hurt a bit. But 47 is still the target. 92 for 2 is the actual score, and there are 18 overs left. It is highest of high drama, and it will be none other than Nigel Henderson who will take you through it.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, 92 for 2, 18 overs remaining, 47 required by my estimation. That's what, 2.7 per over, something like that. That was a vicious delivery from Bumrah, wasn't it, that jumped on Ross Taylor in that previous over?
I'm not sure it was the bowler. There was a vicious delivery from the bowler. It just took off from just short of a length and hit him on the badge under his helmet.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. I didn't think it wasn't vicious from the bowler himself, but it did. It hit something.
We haven't seen anything do anything like that all game.
No, we really haven't. Forward comes Williamson as Jadeja starts his 5th over. He's got figures of none for 12 at the moment, and it waits to be seen whether these two vastly experienced New Zealanders can see their team home to what would be a memorable, historic victory. He's edged it, and he's caught. Is he?
No,
he didn't touch it.
Turned a mile.
It came out of the footmarks. It went miles. It looked as if Williamson had edged that, and that Pant had taken it at the second attempt. It went so far, he stretched out with his left paw to grab it, and for all the world, you thought that must have taken an edge, but apparently not. It went out of the footholes, and so again, I will have woken up a few people in New Zealand and excited them unnecessarily. This is defended to short extra cover, and there is no run. I mean, how far has this gone?
A long way.
Absolutely square.
From nothing. We've been saying all day, well, certainly when the spinner's been on, there's not really anything much out there, but suddenly there is. Swept, though, this time by Williamson, and very fine indeed. That might go all the way, although 2 men are converging. They have to give it up. Williamson moves to 26, and New Zealand to 96 for 2.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He's bowled 1 ball and over, Jadeja, that's been rubbish, and has been punished for 4.
Well, I suppose that kind of, if you've not been bowling a lot, that can happen. I mean, we talked about whether it would be to the advantage of New Zealand or India. The fact that New Zealand had played 2 tests in this country already, even though a lot of those players only played 1 of those tests, or whether coming in fresh would be better. And I think, actually, having a bit of experience in the early part of the summer here for New Zealand has paid off. This is played back to a square on the offside by Williamson, who's now moved on to 26. Taylor has 30.
Well, their batsman, apart from Conway, who was outstanding in the 2 games against England, wasn't all that good. Williamson had a poor game. Taylor, did he score any runs? I can't remember him.
He got an 80. The second test he did, yeah. He got 80 odd. Will Young, of course, who's not playing, got 80 as well. This is driven to short extra cover again, and that is the end of the over. 5 overs, none for 16, 96 for 2. Williamson 26, Taylor 30.
Matt Musing says, listening from Adelaide, South Australia, I have only just discovered your sagacious commentary. Bleary-eyed will I be at work. However, I have discovered a gem. You strike a good balance between the sacred and the profane. And that's from Matthew 3382797. So definitely not a bot.
Well, I will say that I am the sacred and the bear is the profane.
Absolutely. I'm happy to take that.
And he's happy with that. He's happy with that. We have been known to send one or two people back to the ABC grandstand who presumably are taking the ICC feed for occasional
Are they even showing
use of entertaining language. No, I think this is the radio I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
We've got a man at second slip and a man at fifth slip. Nothing between those two. Onto the back foot goes Taylor. Is worried by Bumrah, who seems to have found a little patch there where it's doing odd things. Very late in the day. Makes you think, doesn't it, if this was a timeless test and it was to go into another day, what it might be like on the seventh day. Which sounds kind of biblical, doesn't it? But there you go.
Well, on the seventh day, nothing happened. If I remember my Bible correctly.
Oh yeah, good point.
It's a day of rest.
Day of rest. Yeah, we've had 2 days of rest already.
We're doing the rest day. We should bring back rest days.
Rest days. God, I remember rest days. They were really irritating.
They were irritating. But you can understand why they had them in a way. Bumrah in bowls and again wrapping Taylor on the glove as he tries to jab it into the onside. Bumrah discovering something rather late in the day, maybe too late in the day here for India. But we've seen stranger things happen. We've seen collapses of we've been watching England for 7 years, so
yeah,
as well as cricket. So we know things can happen. And Kane Williamson has gone to the top of the number of runs scored, or in terms of averages of the New Zealanders in the World Test Championship, which is not a particularly exciting stat.
No, considering that different teams have played vastly different amounts of games.
Indeed. Here is Bumrah in again, bowls, and a checked drive from Ross Taylor. Ended up being a bit of a shovel towards extra cover. And there is no run. Well, we're hoping that New Zealand can get these runs in the next 35 minutes, because we have a T20, England v Sri Lanka, to follow, which is why Nakul and Tony are having a little bit of a rest, because their voices will be much in demand for the next 3.5 hours after the rest of us clock off. So make sure you stay on for that. Lovely sunshine in Southampton, late evening sunshine, as Bumrah is in again, and this is turned fine by Ross Taylor. Fine in both senses of the word, because there's no one down there at fine leg, and it's 4 runs. 100 up.
39 required, 16 overs after this left.
Should do it, shouldn't they? They should do it. It was a beautiful glance, actually. It worked really nicely done by Taylor. He's not just a hitter, he's a man of subtlety as well. Now I wonder if you went back about 2 years and said to Kane Williamson just before the end of that super over that you can lose this, but you can have the World Test Championship in 2 years' time in Southampton during the middle of a pandemic, as Taylor fishes at one outside your stump, goes through the keeper. What do you think he would have taken?
The World Cup. Obviously.
Do you think he would have taken the World Cup?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
But this is so unexpected. I mean, New Zealand have always done reasonably well in the one-day game, certainly in the last 20 years or so. But to have come up this far in Test cricket.
Yeah,
things have worked in their favour for them to qualify for this final.
Yeah, but things work in favour in all sorts of sports.
Yeah, they do. But this was a particularly odd series of events involving the whole world not being able to go out of their homes and various such other things. But I think the ICC did well to complete the competition and to get as many games played as possible. The boards did, and the players did, and we've had an absolutely terrific match, and we're still enjoying it 6 days later.
Indeed, 100 for 2 is the score. A man's coming in at short square leg. In comes Bumrah again, driven this time by Taylor, but perhaps got a little bit too low on the bat to time it as well as he would have liked. It's gone straight to extra cover. It's the end of the over Williamson has 26, Taylor has 34. 39 more required in 16 overs.
What's that law which says work expands to fill the time? I think this is a perfect example of it. It says, well, we'll put aside 6 days for this test match, and here we are at 8 minutes to 6 on the 6th day of the test match, and the work has expanded to fill all the time. A message just says that's Hendo's second phantom catch of the day. Has the pressure taken its toll? Has he been deprived of sufficient rant opportunities? I'm sure Gary will have some advice to him on how to lift his rant game.
Well, we just need England to play, don't we?
Good advice or not is dubious.
Well, the thing is, I mean, if India or New Zealand collapse, it's a shame, but it's not quite as personal as England doing it.
Exactly.
So perhaps the rantometer has been ramped down ever so slightly, dampened down perhaps even by the weather. Jadeja will continue. Kane Williamson is going back and just counting the fielders. How many of you are there out there? Have you got enough or too many? Anyway, Jadeja around the wicket, a slip in a gully, and just playing for a little bit of turn, ends up revealing a slight gap between bat and pad, but just gets enough wood on it to be safe.
At what point do you think they go, we've got this done, and slap the last few runs?
Well, I really want these two to see it through, I have to say, and there's a reason for that. As Jadeja bowls, flatter one, and defended by Williamson into the covers.
What are the rock?
It's basically, I've written half of my report, and it's going on the fact that these two saw it through.
I thought you were going to say they're a rock that New Zealand have built there, but
Well, they are in a sense, as you will
definitely.
see. They are. I mean, they've got a huge amount of runs between them. As he goes back and plays a little late cut down into the ground, it bounces over the gully and is retrieved by the man running round from backward point. So they will take a single, slightly risky shot that from Taylor, because Jadeja does fizz it through.
So that was Williamson.
What did I say? Taylor. Williamson takes the single. And
that's because it was in his report there.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
Exactly. Does anyone want to do it for me? I'm tired today, to be honest. Anyone want to finish it off for me? Anyway, it's Taylor facing, and he flicks this away to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Well, I can't write, so that puts me out of the picture.
Can you read?
Yeah. I can actually write, but,
That's the cricketing equivalent of smashing the plates when washing up. You don't get asked to do it again.
I thought you were writing.
Bear to write a match report.
I thought your ideas when we have asked you to write the odd thing have been very good, actually. But,
I'm not a writer.
It's just the lack of punctuation and spelling that doesn't help.
Well,
or syntax, or the English language. But apart from that, excellent.
Fine.
Forward comes Taylor, and that one drifts into him, takes the inside edge, runs behind square on the leg side. They take a single, 102 for 2. They need 37 more runs to win. I wonder if anyone's still watching us on Quick Checker. That was a no ball as well. Bowled by Jadeja. It's not the first time he's done that. It is odd that he should do that.
Shouldn't be bowling bloody.
He puts his foot out miles over the popping crease and then draws it back, but on this occasion not quite enough as he lands. He's in again to Williamson. Williamson feeling for this a little bit, but he'll get a run as once more it comes off the inside half of the bat and trickles behind square leg.
That was a pretty ugly shot, but
it wasn't great, was it?
No.
Does this have another twist? Are 2 wickets going to fall?
I think it's too late for even 2 wickets to really make a difference. That's what I mean. At some point they're going to slap, because it gets to a point where actually this game is done.
Well, it's going to be Taylor who slaps, isn't it? If anyone slaps. Now he's trying to turn this into the onside, and it's straightened on him. He got a leading edge, and it shot out towards backward point, but not in the air for long enough. And there is no run. 104 for 2. Williamson 28, Taylor 35. Any more tweets?
On YouTube, Larry Gary says, nice and steady is all we need, but the Indian spinners are looking dangerous though. Maybe if they had 80 more runs. Santosh Chowdhury doesn't quite get it. He says Australia will win today. And Sunny Way on Twitter says, can't please Englishmen, eh? Cheekily talking about collapse from the fence, justified when it's not your team playing. Hendo can be a little bit more blasé about batting collapses when England are not involved. But I'm disappointed that you weren't on when Rishabh Pant got out, Hendo, because you would have given him both barrels.
Who did Wagner get from round the wicket? That was Jadeja, wasn't it? That was,
but he'd peppered him with short stuff, and then he just floated one outside the off stump, and he got a nick. But Pant came down the wicket and tried to heave it over cow corner, and it went straight up in the air. And it was just the type of shot and situation that has been known to fire or rant.
Absolutely. If that had been an English person in that situation, you'd have been getting apoplectic, mate.
Well, to some extent, but at the same time, you realise that if India were going to have any chance of setting a target that New Zealand would find tough, that someone like Rishabh Pant was going to have to play that sort of innings when they lost those early wickets.
Well, he did, but he also needed to take out time of the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, true.
And that did not require
precisely what that tweet has just said. 80 more runs, or even 40 more runs. There's only 16 overs left in the day. Suddenly, they'd have to chase it to win it. They'd have lost.
Well, you can't blame the likes of Ishant Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah and Shami. Although when Shami was there with Ishant Sharma and he carved that 4 over the slips, and then they put the fly slip in and got him out next ball, you kind of felt that was a little bit naive of him.
Well, but he's a number 10. I mean,
but he's a number
Ashwin.
10,
After Pant got out, Ashwin then decided he was going to start hitting the ball, and just Bolt floated a wide half volley outside the off stump, knowing exactly what was going to happen. He was going to have a drive, and he was caught at slip. And again, every 10 minutes further that you batted at that point made the equation just that little bit harder for New Zealand. And I thought they made bad decisions, and they executed those decisions badly. That's not great.
No, and I think the fact that Kyle Jamieson got those 2 wickets so early, when we didn't think there was a hell of a lot on the pitch, really.
Yeah.
And a poor shot from Virat Kohli, albeit not an attacking one. And then, of course, getting Pujara, who might have been the man who would occupy the crease and at least save India from defeat. He went early as well. So, kind of, their 2 main options, which was either setting a target, going quickly and setting a target, or going into the mode whereby they just remain out there, had been almost taken away from them to a certain extent. But you've got to say well done, Kyle Jamieson, who really does seem to be some sort of a magic propeller of the ball, doesn't he? He's got the height, he's got the build. I mean, he's big, but he's not heavy, is he? He's beautifully toned, and
well, I sense a man crush coming from Hendo. It reminded me in a way of how England have used Ben Stokes at some times. I mean, do you remember that Test match in Cape Town? When it looked like that South Africa were batting for a draw, and then suddenly you needed a big spell, and there was only one person who was going to provide that, and that was Stokes, who would just come running in, and all of a sudden, it was a different game when he was bowling.
Yeah.
And Jamieson seems to be that kind of gun, that kind of effort man, and the person who makes things happen. And you look at the ball and you say, well, what was so great about that ball? But he's just the type of bowler. He's the type of personality. He's a big player for big moments. I know he's very young into his Test career, but if you can keep that going, that's a hell of a skill.
It is, absolutely, and I think he will. I mean, almost every cricketer goes through times that are difficult, and he won't always find it as easy as it's been so far.
The last hour has been called.
Yep.
The last hour has been called, and I'm looking at a screen that has England and Sri Lanka tossing. So I don't know what station.
You've got to move on to 401.
401, okay. I'll go to 401.
I'll just. You haven't missed anything. We had some drinks for the last couple of minutes, so if you were worrying about what was going on, the answer was nothing.
What we will say is we're going to stay with this till the end. So if it does go past 6:30, we'll still be here to bring you what we think will be New Zealand's victory. This one from Bumrah goes past the outside edge of Williamson's bat. Rishabh Pant, sensing there might have been a thin edge, dives forward, tries to catch it on the full as it dies a little bit, but I don't think there was anything on that one.
French Fro says on YouTube, watching, should be sleeping, but how can you sleep at a time like this? Thanks for the awesome commentary, lads.
That's
thank you very much.
Pleasure. Yeah, exactly.
How can you sleep at a time like this?
I was going to say, no one in New Zealand should be going to sleep, should they?
I mean, what time is it? About 5 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand? Or, yes, I'm guessing it must be around that. 11 hours, 12 hours, is it? Bumrah, none for 29, into his 10th over, coming in to bowl to Williamson, who just, with soft hands, drops this out towards backward point, and there is no run.
If you have enjoyed our commentary, this game and other games, then you can ship us a few quid, keep us in beer and or electrical equipment You can go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, send us some money that way, or you can bung some via PayPal to gorillacricket@gmail.com, and you can go to our website. There's also a store there. You can buy stuff. We make a little bit of money. It keeps us going.
Absolutely.
Yeah, lovely stuff on our website now if you want to go and have a look at the merchandise. Bumrah in, well, that's whipped from slightly outside off stump with a lot of bottom hand from Williamson, which you can't always say, but finds it going straight to mid-on, and there is no run. The Indians don't seem too bothered. They're all smiling. It's almost as if they've...
Well, it's a good
they're
warm-up.
encouraging each other, but they've kind of given it up,
Yeah.
haven't they? Perhaps.
Well, that's what I mean. That's where there becomes a point where, you know, no matter how much you hope as a fielding side, you realise it's gone, and that's generally when the bowling gets a bit slack and suddenly a few shots come out.
Bumrah bowls again, and Williamson reacts as if that ball has jumped on him, but he plays it pleasantly enough down into the ground and towards gully, and again there is no run.
Well, if this was near the India-England series, they could say it's a warm-up for that, couldn't they? But with a month between...
Well, it's more than that, isn't it? It's the best part of 6 or 7 weeks, really.
Is it?
I think the first test is on August the 4th, or starts on August the 4th.
Right.
So it's a long while for them to be over here. Bumrah in, Fuller, and Williamson onto the front foot. Gets a thick inside edge as he defends. The ball runs into the onside. And again, there is no run. 87 miles an hour, cranking it up a little bit there. Jasprit Bumrah, 5 dots from this over already. But I think the New Zealanders are determined to keep us here for a little bit of overtime.
Parkinson's law. That was it.
Parkinson's?
Yes.
What was his law?
That
things expand.
Work expands for all the time that you've allotted for it. You should
Well, that's
know that as a writer.
Well, it is true, actually. I mean, if you think about it, as Bumrah comes in again, driven, pleasant drive, finds the gap. That's gorgeous. That is Kane Williamson at his absolute best. And it runs into the boundary at extra cover. A roundabout now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that's because the propensity of the human being to be lazy is obvious, and therefore, if you give him 6 days...
We shouldn't judge everybody by our own, by ourselves.
Well, we don't. We know this because if you give someone a project to do, something they get 6 days to write 1,000 words, they're going to do it when they've got enough time to write 1,000 words. They're not going to do it on Monday. They'll do it on Thursday or something. You know, that's because we all do it.
If you were to take anything that contains content, now a website, you know, in the past where you had a newspaper which had a finite space to fill and could be updated but was going to be filled, whereas a website is just endless, isn't it? You could put everything on there, everything that's ever been said. This is driven by Taylor as Jadeja starts a new over up to mid-off. There is no run.
It is 5 a.m. in New Zealand, says Andrew Cook, and French Row says, I'm also New Zealand born and bred, don't let the name fool you. Come on boys, victory beer for breakfast if we can do it.
What's it going to be like in New Zealand? I mean, ideally, you'd as this is played on the front foot by Taylor up to mid-off again.
Dancing in the streets.
Ideally, you'd want this to sort of be finishing in the evening so you could all go out for a big celebration. Of course, especially because you haven't got the kind of restrictions that are here in other parts of the world. Jadeja flatter, and Taylor just turns it into the onside. But you're going to have to wait a whole day of work before you can all go out and get absolutely plastered, presumably.
Well, I'm wondering if there are any, secret bars with lock-ins going all night. Big cricket fans, cricket clubs, and they're all absolutely smashed now at 5 a.m.
Well, if you're at one of those cricket clubs, please give us a ring. Or not a ring. Tweet us. You can give us a ring if you want, but no one will answer. This is defended into the offside, and again there is no run. Taylor 35, Williamson 32. Just trying to work out 15, 18, 33. They need 31 more runs to win. If they hit a 4 off the last ball with 1 run to required, as they were running through for a quick single there, and a rather poor throw. The underarm didn't go flat; it went looping up over the wicketkeeper. Both of these players could end up with 50s.
Yeah,
which would be even more.
No, it would
delightful, wouldn't it?
No one cares about 50s.
If they fit 4 with 1 run to win as well, no one will win the GPL.
And that to me is good.
Yes.
I like you people losing the GPL. That's why I encourage more of you to do it, because it means more money for us.
Well, it makes it more attractive for people to enter. Is I
of
think
course.
the way you want to put it.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. I didn't put that past the marketing department.
You said the quiet bit out loud.
Damn. Yes, the small print, defended by Williamson back up the onside of the pitch, fielded by Jadeja. That's the end of his over, just a single from it. New Zealand need 30 more runs to win.
The only other way of winning the GPL would be if they needed 2-1s to win and someone hit a 4, then it ended up 2-4-7, which is also Hombre Nuevo. So it's between Scramble Bid Channel and Hombre Nuevo and us being the bank.
Come on, us. Vector Victoria says, if you hit your Sky Red button, you can split screen the cricket and watch both the final and the England T20. Well, Hendo's confused enough as it is. I think to have him commentate simultaneously on both games, it'd be like Tony trying to identify a wicketkeeper. It would not be pretty.
That's probably true. New Zealand are within 30 runs of becoming World Test Champions. The first World Test Champions. It's taken 144 years, but finally, late in the day on the 23rd of June, we are technically crowned.
Technically, always a good way to start a sentence. When the first test ended and Australia won it, they were the World Test Champions.
Well, yes, indeed.
There were only 2 teams in it. And
there were only 2 teams in it for 7-8 years, more than that, actually. When did South Africa?
20, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Sharma back into the attack, and Taylor rather takes a fancy to it and aims a cut, a chop at a ball that's wide of off stump, but misses it. And Rishabh Pant takes it low down to his right. Do you want to jingle up the new bowler?
Can do. This is another long jingle. These are old school ones. These are. There he is.
Ishant Sharma's gonna get you, gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace. How in the world you gonna see netting against trundlers like me? Who in the hell do you think you are? A superstar? Well, right you are.
Well, we got a streaker or something? Because
I don't know. No, we got the
we got the mound pounder.
We've got the pounder. The pounder is out there, and he is pounding. I thought
should be sponsored by Poundland.
Yeah, are they still going?
I think so.
Pound Stretcher, I don't know. Yeah, there's various pound stores. I thought maybe they were reviewing it for a second there.
Well, that's what I thought, and then nothing came up about the DRS, so I thought, can't be that. And then, of course, when they do just focus on 2 men in the middle, you do wonder whether it's a streaker. 109 for 2. We're into the 41st over of the innings. New Zealand need 30 to win. In comes Sharma. It's full, and he falls over. He does a Mark Wood spectacularly, and he's not very amused by it. Seemingly, he gets up. And that's just after the pounding has taken place, and now he's going to sue the Aegeus Bowl, presumably. After that, they just pounded it, and first ball after it, he goes flying. I don't think that was anything to do with the footholds. He just
fell over.
He just overextended, really, didn't he?
On the length.
Yeah, exactly. Bit of boot scraping on a length.
He should have got up and seen the umpire warning him for running down, falling down the pitch.
Falling down the pitch. That should be that should be in addition to the law, shouldn't it? Ishant, none for 9. He's only bowled 4 overs before this one. He's in again, down the leg side, flicked on its way. Lovely timing from Ross Taylor. It's Mohammed Shami rather arthritically running round to his left there, and Taylor is back for a comfortable 2, 111 for 2, and Taylor moves to 38. Williamson has 32, and 28 more are required.
Maximum crowds of 100 in Wellington. That's pretty much the whole town, I would have thought.
Oh, really?
Isn't it? Most people will be waking up to go to work or staying home because they went back into level 2. Most sports that have Kiwis in it we would watch even if we don't understand the game. So I think any team representing New Zealand is going to have a good following in New Zealand. That's the way it works.
Brilliant. Sharma then into Taylor, and he's beaten by that one.
That was a good ball.
That looked to me as if it went through the stumps. Not quite sure what happened there.
Well, it was very close to the outside edge and very close to off stump.
Well, he has survived. He's obviously thought Hendo's done his report, mostly, and I thought it was a cracking leg cutter, actually. Completely fronted him up or squared him up. A delicious delivery from Ishant Sharma. And Ross Taylor is obviously trying to hang out there. for me. I understand. He's 38 not out. Williamson 32, 111 for 2. And in late evening sunshine, the New Zealand fans are basking in the thought of victory. Here is Sharma again into Taylor. Bowles. Taylor back. One that cuts back into him, if anything. And just controls it enough to ease it into the offside. And there is no run.
And Messi Jez has tweeted a diagram, which doesn't make for great radio, to be honest. But it's to do with work and when it needs to be completed by.
Oh, really? Okay, fair enough. Well, we need to complete this by 1829, according to my computer, because then we need to go to the England-Sri Lanka game, but we're not going to.
I think we'll stay with this.
I think we've got to stay with this, because this is history, isn't it? I mean, it's just another T20.
Now, of course we've got to stay with this. We can't have done this for 6 days and then go, oh, fuck it, we're off to Sri Lanka. Do a box of T20.
In comes Sharma again. Bowles driven back at him by Taylor, and he falls over again in trying to stop the ball. So it's all fun and games out there for Sharma at the moment. 2 runs from the over. New Zealand need 28 more to win. Fred?
Well, what would the BBC do? They'd cover it for 6 days and then go to local weather and neighbours as it got to the last few moments.
All the shipping forecast.
Oh, yes, they've all the shipping forecast. We are pretty much through. Well, Farong has said, time to find the Virat emoticons. RCB flashbacks spring to mind, in brackets, disappointment. I'm sure that means something to a lot of people, but
was there a story about Kyle Jamieson refusing to bowl to him in the nets when they were at RCB? Yes, I thought I saw something.
Yeah,
like
apparently he wanted to bowl at him with a Duke's ball.
He said no.
And he said no. Good man.
And is Kohli's presumably his captain?
Yes. But I think that's quite funny. And it
helps if you're 6'8". I suppose.
Yeah, he's not going to argue, is he? But he may not.
He should have just bowled some off breaks with the Duke ball.
That would have been fun. Jadeja continues, bowls flat and filthily down the leg side, and Williamson tries to work it, but makes no contact. There are plenty of New Zealanders in terrible retro tops, those awful grey tops. From 1992, was that the World Cup?
I think so.
I believe. Yeah. And there's also the beige.
I would like to say that was the era of terrible tops, but it's pretty much the same as every other era, to be honest.
Yeah. There's always a terrible top out there if you look hard enough. Forward comes Williamson. Right forward, in fact. He gets right over the top of the ball there, defends it. And there is no run. 28 still required by New Zealand. You just send out Kyle Jamieson. Someone retire. And Kyle Jamieson can just be... go out there and smack it. This one is turned into the onside, and there is one of those wonderful beige brownish tops that is being modelled superbly. Talking of ships, of course, and shipping forecasts, that's the kind of thing that Kane Williamson would be interested in, isn't it? Considering that he is the man who does steady the ship. But
some blazers.
And some blazers. I don't know what they are.
Boating blazers.
Pretty horrific. Probably worse than MCC ones.
No.
Jadeja, just the slip now waiting around the bat, and this is defended to extra cover. This is not advancing us very quickly, is it?
No, the egg and bacon is disgusting. It's just nasty colours. Looks rubbish.
Jadeja in again. Oh, he's reaching for that. Gets an inside edge, and it bounces over the top of the leg stump. Rishabh Pant was interested in perhaps a stumping, but it ran away from him as well.
It looked like he wanted to smash that for a second.
Yeah, and then I think it probably was in 2 minds. He wanted to play an attacking shot and then thought better of it. Still, there's a ball to go in this over, with New Zealand still 111 for 2. I think we're going to have a second maiden in a row. As Jadeja is in, and he's down the wicket, and he whips this beautifully between mid-wicket and mid-on, and that will bring Kane Williamson 4 glorious runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Someone had a quick word with him saying, come on, mate. The Sri Lanka T20 is about to get underway.
Yeah.
Can you get a bit of a shift on?
Somebody told him that Hendo said it was going to be another maiden.
It could have been that as well.
Came down the wicket and hit a 4.
That was a
very good shot. Really nice shot.
Yeah, really good shot.
So enjoyed that. And the New Zealanders, who, as we say, keep just swelling in number. I think they're probably giving birth almost every other minute out there, because there seem to be more and more of them. And it's not an easy place to get to, this ground, from the centre of Southampton. So where are all these Kiwis coming from?
New Zealand?
I mean, I wonder if they've been sleeping in the woods that
To be
surround
honest,
the Rose Bowl.
this test has gone on for so long. They could have set out on day one. They could have.
True.
They could have been set out backpacking on day one and have still got there for the last day.
And you could have flown from New Zealand and not missed any cricket, couldn't you?
Hitchhiking.
Ishant into his 6th over, bowling to Taylor, and Taylor is back, chopping that away through that higgledy-piggledy slip cordon, and then Jadeja almost slips as he runs around to pick up at third man, and they've hurried back for a third. Taylor will go into the 40s, 41. Yeah, slipped rather nastily there. Jadeja could have done some damage to his Achilles heel, and as I say, we look back at that, and we can see from the camera that a very slippery area, quite muddy down there.
And Cody's going, get off the field, it's dangerous.
It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous.
We must go off.
Draw. Well
They
done.
need a public inquiry.
So Taylor is on to 41. 21 required. Taylor needs 9 to become only the second player in this match to secure a half century.
What did Conway score in the first innings?
53 was it, or 54? 53, I think. So 3 runs off Ishant's first ball, and here he is again. He's got a second slip and a 5th slip. In comes Ishant, bowls, and Williamson turns this to mid wicket, and there is no run.
As I mentioned, I think in our private chat earlier, I think there's only ever been one Test match where nobody got to 50 in the history of Test cricket.
Really?
Yep. And that was Edgbaston 1981.
England v
Australia. Edgbaston, England won by
81,
20 odd runs. Yeah.
Yep. Is that
Nobody
right?
got a 50.
There must have been a few of those games in the early days of Test cricket where there were some really low scores, surely. Anyway, Ishant in again, bowls to Williamson. Williamson waits and then just drops it into the offside. They stagger forward, because Williamson and Taylor thinking about the single and then decide against it.
5 fours and a single.
Andrew Cook says there are 1 million Kiwis in other countries, so a good few would be in the UK. I think yes, most of them are in Australia, but there are quite a lot of New Zealanders serving in pubs in London when the pubs are open.
Yeah, my point was that we're in Southampton and there weren't anything like this number when the game started this morning. They just seem to be swelling as if all the New Zealanders are finding mates.
Or maybe it's just that the ICC decided to pick out the Indian supporters.
Could be. Ishant in again, bowls to Williamson. He whips that away over mid-wicket. That is going to run into the boundary now for 4 more runs. It's almost done and dusted. New Zealand are almost world champions.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So there's a bit of a race on here between these two to see if at least one of them can get to 50. Williamson has 40. Taylor now has 41. And Williamson is beginning, I think, to feel comfortable. It's taken a while, but he's playing some shots now.
Doing it for the fans.
Doing it for the fans. And yes, you'd want to see him finish it with a glorious cover drive, wouldn't you?
As long as it takes him past 245. And not
9 minutes before the T20 starts. In comes Ishant Sharma outside the Ostamino. He's cutting away through the covers. That's being chased. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way. No, they're going to only get 2. In fact, they should get a 3rd, but yes, they do. Jadeja had kind of given that up. He flicked it back, but he couldn't be bothered to actually throw it in himself. So Williamson moves to 43, New Zealand to 125 for 2, and that was a proper cricket shot. Wholly reflective. The Indian fans' silence, I'm afraid, because they know that in the next 10 or 15 minutes, New Zealand will become World Test champions.
They get that
And
bloody
they will
big
have to wait for another couple of years to claim that title. And there's a lot of cricket between then and now. In comes Ishant Sharma down the leg side. Taylor can barely reach that. It was so wide. In fact, can't. And Rishabh takes 125 for 2, 14 required. Williamson needs 7 for his 50, and Ross Taylor needs 9 for his 50. I've got a strange feeling that Ross Taylor might retire after this game from Test cricket.
It's not a bad shout.
It's not a bad shout. He's
I mean, it's not going to get any better for him, is it?
No, that is very true. I mean, you might as well retire on a high. He might continue playing ODIs. Does he play the T20 side? I presume he does.
Yeah.
So I presume he'll go to the World Cup in that, and then he might just, move on into the commentary box.
Which always seems open to sort of practically any ex-international player these days.
Regardless of talent.
Regardless of talent. Not talent on the pitch, but talent in the commentary box. Anyway, the New Zealand hordes. The New Zealanders are mainly stripped to the waist in this gorgeous evening sunshine, and they are going to celebrate to their heart's content tonight. If you are anywhere in Southampton, I'd go home and I don't know, watch England v Sri Lanka. Where's that coming from today?
Cardiff.
Shammy into the attack. Onto the back foot goes Williamson. Plays this a little bit aerially, and not that far short of the man at cover. But do you get the impression that Williamson is keen for this 50? I think he's after this 50.
Yeah,
I actually don't think he gives a flying about a 50.
Well, what do you think then? What do you think he's playing all these exotic shots for?
Well, I think they're safe. I think we'll get this done quick now. Why not? There's no way they're going to get 8 wickets for 14 runs.
You wouldn't have thought so. Shammy wide on the crease, and he's pulled that. He didn't really get hold of it as he would have liked, but he's still going to get 2 runs. As it's fielded down there in long leg in shade. Very difficult for me to see who that was. It might have been Ishant Sharma. And they move on to 127 for 2. And there'll be celebrations from Jacinda this evening, presumably. What is there an official New Zealand honour in the same way that there are OBEs and CBEs and MBEs over here?
I think so. Every country has some.
What are they? If you are a Kiwi, tell me what your
Order of New Zealand.
The Order of New Zealand. The Order of New Zealand has Williamson at 3 and Taylor at 4, and may long it continue because they've done extremely well. Down the leg side, and gathered by Rishabh Pant.
Well, indeed, the Order of New Zealand is the highest honour in New Zealand's royal honours system.
Okay. So I imagine that we'll see them at the equivalent of New Zealand's number 10 in the presence of Jacinda Ardern, and that they will be, I don't know, heralded on their return.
Well, there's not been very many of them in history, so I don't think they hand them out like confetti.
Well, I think they should do for this team. On the defensive, Williamson coming forward to Shammy. He's still bowling at good pace, 87 miles an hour, even though he knows that the mace has gone. The mace has gone to New Zealand. And what a fine day it's been. What a fine final day. Although India, there may be some recriminations about 1 or 2 of the shots they played.
And I'm sure fans of all teams around the world are happy that it was played in England to be, so gripping for 6 days.
Absolutely. You've had 6 days for the price of 5. Shammy in bowls. Oh, he's gone for a big hit, and it's gone way up in the air. Someone's going to be underneath it. You're going to ruin it for me. No, it's been dropped. Thank you, the god of journalists, for ensuring that went down. And who was it? Jasprit Bumrah, I think it was, trying to get underneath it.
He's not had a great game.
Swirling away. He's not had a great game at all. And that would have been a shame had Williamson gone there, I have to say. He tried to pick it up over the leg side. It went flying back towards backward point. He got into position.
Catch.
It was a hard catch. And it wouldn't have made much difference, really.
No. He never really got in a position, did he?
Not really. I thought it had gone straight up. I thought it might have been the wicket.
Kohli will be blaming him for the loss. If you'd have caught Kane Williamson with 12 runs required, we'd have run through him.
In comes Shammy again. What's he going to do? He's going to pull this into the leg side. That's much better. And that, I think, is going to go for 4 runs. It is indeed. And Kane Williamson becomes only the second man in this match to get a half century. He goes to 51 from 86 balls. We were talking about him being slow earlier on. He needed a bit of impetus from Ross Taylor. He got it. And now he has seen New Zealand to within 6 runs. One big blow for mankind one enormous step for New Zealand or something like that.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Well, it's Taylor to face now as Ishant Sharma starts the new over down the leg side, can't reach it, and it's taken by Rishabh Pant. What do you think? Send Tim Southey out to hit another Test 6 to win it?
Well, they got to get a wicket first.
Well, no, I was thinking about retirement. I thought they could retire, send Tim Southey out, and he could go to 76 sixes and win it at the same time. I think that would be
Taylor could get a 4 and then a 6 and still get 50 himself.
Well, he could. In fact, he needs to get the next 5 runs and then hit a 4, doesn't he, really?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone cares about 50s. Stop talking about 50s.
We all care about 50s. Have you never been a batsman? Taylor, probably not, actually. Ishant Sharma in full, driven into the ground and straight back to Sharma, and actually flies off his wrist out towards mid-wicket. He's been in the wars a little bit in the last 2 or 3 overs, Ishant Sharma. And now he needs some treatment.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Couldn't be better. We've got 1 minute to go before the T20 starts in Cardiff.
You wanted it to finish at 6:29, and you're being denied by
Exactly.
Sharma's fingernail.
We are being denied by Sharma's fingernail. I mean, just go off, mate. Go on, just go. Go on. Off you go. And they're just leaving the bloke who came on, the 12th man with the red vest, has just taken that off and said, I'll stay out here for the next few balls. But it does mean that someone is going to have to finish Ishant Sharma's over. And who should it be? Who should it be to finish off?
Kohli.
Kohli! Yes, we want Kohli. Well, off goes Ishant Sharma.
Well, it looks like he's broken his finger, to be honest.
Really?
Well, the way he's holding it, one looks like it. Certainly.
It may be a dislocation, although dislocated fingers can be quite nasty, can't they? I mean, it was only a dislocation, wasn't it, that Ben Stokes suffered in the IPL, I think. I may be wrong. Taylor to face, and it's Bumrah who's going to come on. So we're not going to get a joke bowler, unfortunately. In he comes, bowls to Taylor, and it shoots off an outside edge as he goes back. They're going to get 1, and they're going to get 2 quite comfortably. 135 for 2. They now need 4 more to win the World Test Championship final, the first one. What a great day for Kiwis around the world. There are many out there wearing their little sailors' hats in honour of Kane Williamson, the man who steadies the ship. And there is a man doing the haka as well, which is all very good to see. Taylor settles down. He's on 43. In comes Bumrah, bowls. Oh, it's gone through him! He's bowled him, has it? No! Oh. It almost rolled back onto his stumps. Got caught up sort of between glove and body. And then, while he was looking around for it, it dropped down and spun back, but fortunately for Taylor it didn't hit the stumps, so he remains out there, and we remain on course to get this perfectly fitting end to the test match. Here is Bumrah again, 4 required, but this one is just tucked to mid-wicket. Rahane does the fielding, so India not giving things away easily, but they have ended up being pretty well beaten in a test match which is, well, it's been an odd test match, hasn't it? You don't normally lose 2 complete days to rain and still get a result. You don't often get a reserve day in test cricket, or in any form of cricket, to be honest.
Was the ICC test match a 6-day affair?
Outside the off stump, left alone through the keeper. You mean the
international team versus Australia?
Oh goodness me, I don't know. I really don't know. Can't remember. Didn't last anything like that, did it? It was a terrible game, as I recall.
But I think it was due to be a 6-day game.
Okay, you could be right. So we will just spend a little time rounding this game up at the end before we go to England Sri Lanka. If anyone wants to give us news on what's happening there, in terms of who's batting and who's bowling, and
who cares?
And who cares, indeed. And I suppose if you're getting up in New Zealand and you're getting prepared to go for work, you might like to stay in our company and enjoy a little bit of celebrating on your behalf. Here comes Shami into Williamson, and Williamson plays with those soft hands, just drops it down into the gullies, waiting for the ball that he can put away for 4.
Well, I can tell you that we're bowling.
Okay. Well, Andy Ward, who did tell me he wouldn't be here until 7, has got here early, ready to do the T20, and he's sitting there muted, waiting desperately to have his voice heard. Now he's gone. Williamson 51. In comes Shami bowls. Oh, he has a little nibble at that outside the off stump, but it dies on its way through to Rishabh Pant. So even if he had got an edge, there was no danger of being caught. He goes down the wicket and has a little prod. It's now 6:33. 6:33.
What I can tell you,
magic time for New Zealand to claim. Can we say that this is the biggest trophy in the sport?
Wow.
Well,
it's
not
the
yet.
Premier format of the game, I suppose. But
in comes Shami bowls, and he drops it down again towards Gully, and they actually take a single on this occasion. So they move within 3 runs of victory.
Ooh.
Williamson to 52. Taylor is on 43. So he could get a 2 and a 6 would do him, wouldn't it?
Well, if he gets a 4, we win the IPL. We win the GPL.
Hang on, say that again.
If we get a 4, the bank wins the GPL.
So what are we on at the moment?
Well, if they get the exact score that they require to win, which is the 139, then someone wins. Anything other than
Who
that,
wins? Who wins?
His name is. It's Scrambid Channel.
Okay, great name. Left alone by Taylor outside the off stump through the keeper, no run. Williamson 52. Taylor is on 43. And what are these two added together? What did they? When did they lose the second wicket? It was 44. So they have added 92.
That's good.
92.
From the 2 most experienced guys.
The 2 highest scoring Test cricketers in New Zealand's history. Shami wide on the crease and whipped away over the top of square leg. That's going to go all the way. He's not going to get his 50, but he is going to claim the first World Test Championship for New Zealand. Does this make you feel better after Lord's 2019? The biggest trophy in the sport, allegedly. New Zealand on 140 for 2. No one wins the GPL. And there are being shirts swirled above naked torsos by New Zealand fans in the Southampton crowd. Congratulations from Virat Kohli to Kane Williamson. Very touching and sporting from him. Rahane is in there. The New Zealand players up on that balcony are just overcome with delight. There are hugs galore. Nobody seems to quite know who they're hugging or why they're hugging, but they're having a very good time of it. New Zealand win. They beat India by 8 wickets. We didn't see it coming this morning, really. I had to say I thought it was going to be a draw. But, well, how well they have bowled, how well they have played as a team. This is not just about individuals. It's about how they construct a game as a team, New Zealand. When one bowler isn't quite getting the breakthrough, it's almost as if another can come on and take over and pick up the wicket when they need it. But it was Taylor whipping that away over square leg, going up to his captain, punching gloves, hugging him. And what a moment it is for those 2 guys who've been around the New Zealand scene for so long. Tremendous moment. And if you are a Kiwi fan, please tweet us in and tell us what you're feeling now. How does it feel to be World Test Champions? Any tweets?
Well, I'll just run through some of the people who've joined us on YouTube. Aslam Shakir, Stan Weasler, of course Sunil Singh, who's been tweeting, sending messages for ages. Bharat Mata, I don't know what that says. Wow Now says, thank you gentlemen for your awesome commentary. Take care and God bless Aroha Nui. Much love from New Zealand. On the tweets, we have Brian Barish, who's telling us what's going on in Sri Lanka. Messi Jez, Vishal Bansal, he does doubts that India would have chased it as easily as New Zealand did. Noel Ronnie says the Indian batsmen need to learn from Williamson how to play under pressure. Basically, the New Zealand people on various social media are enjoying it. The Indian fans mostly are being good, gracious in defeat. It's been a tremendous test match. I know we've struggled with the weather, and a lot of people have wondered whether it was going to be a damp squib, but it could really not have turned out better, and these last 2 days have been fantastic. It's been gripping all the way through, and if you don't enjoy this, you just don't enjoy cricket.
That's probably true. And
that's to you, Andy Ward.
I said this morning, who you'll be hearing from not too long from now. I said this morning when Virat Kohli went out to bat, and he sought out BJ Watling and congratulated him on his test career, because of course this is his last test, and he's done the same again this evening in defeat, as Ravi Shastri just goes past congratulating the backroom staff.
Like a tracer bullet.
Not really like a tracer bullet. Something much slower than a tracer bullet, has to be said. Taylor and Williamson disappear into the recesses of the dressing room. And it's a great moment in sport. It's a historic moment. New Zealand, they've so often been so close, never closer, of course, than that World Cup in 2019. But today, I hope, if you're a Kiwi fan, that this makes up for it. You deserved it then, you deserve it now. You've outplayed India, not throughout the test, but you have today. And you deserve every bit of praise that comes your way. Shall we look back on this test? India 217. Did we lose the first day to rain? I think we did.
We lost the entire first day.
India made 217. New Zealand replied with 249. That was important, wasn't it? Yesterday, it seems, only. India went back in 170, didn't bat as they can, and New Zealand bowled and fielded extremely well this morning, and they thoroughly deserve to be taking the plaudits to those fans, and they've gone out and they're applauding those fans for coming out in Southampton in their numbers, and with some incredible hats and beards. What more can you say about New Zealand? They've won, they are the test champions, and no one will be able to take that away from them, well, not for at least 2 years anyway.
They're going to be maced shortly, but we are going to switch, I believe, to the T20 International. We've got our B team in place: Andy Ward, Tony Bishop, and Nakul Mpande.
Well, I think we should.
Only joking, lads.
Yeah, I think we should go through a few of the tweets. Do you want to do them, or do you want to leave them with me? I don't mind.
I'll leave them with you, Hendo. You're
okay. Well,
you
Tony
see
Merriman,
more than I do. Let's put it that way.
I see more. I can see the tweets. Tony Merriman says New Zealand are now World Test Cricket Test champions. Eases the rugby and ODI failures recently. Woohoo! Gorilla Cricket. Thanks so much for your commentary. Angelic Scooter says thanks so much. I thought you went some time ago, but you must have come back. Anything more? Ross Taylor, New Zealand's leading Test run score smashes a 4, and they are World Test champions. I think that was our tweet, actually. I think we said that a few minutes ago. Well, in the absence of lots of Kiwis jumping on board to have their say, I suppose we could get over to that rather minor game that's going on in Cardiff. I don't know whether one or two people have taken up their positions. Maybe the Bear needs to exit his seat to allow
Nakul will come over and take over for me.
And we have indeed turned over to Sri Lanka versus England, but don't forget the most important thing of the day that's happened is that New Zealand have become World Test champions, and they have thoroughly deserved it. So it's goodbye from me.
It's goodbye from me. And I think Fred has already left. So Nakul's going to come over and take over for me.
The most important thing was first, can you hear me?
No, we can't.
Really loud. You're distorted.
It says my mic is working.
Mute yourself for the time being.
Yeah. Mute for now. Gunathalaka is on 4. Sri Lanka have already lost a wicket. That one is down leg. And signalled, not surprisingly, as a wide by, is that umpire David Milnes? I think it is, who's grown himself a beard since I looked at my picture. Very loud, I think, is the answer to the question you were looking for. Yep, it was looking to spoon that over the keeper. And there was Sam Curran, who's taken that wicket to fall at Sapphire Gardens. He's going to be over the wicket to Gunathalaka, who tickles him away to leg and will get a single, 77 miles an hour from him. 9 for 1, and it is the end of the second over as we try and play catch up. We will give you the teams very shortly, but first we'll go to Nestlers, we hope, who is going to be reading your social media.
How am I doing now? Am I a bit more level?
You are considerably, you're still quite loud and a bit fuzzy, but you are at least there and we know what you're saying.
Yep, this is my first go. How is that? Is that better?
It needs to be a little bit louder and a little bit more
Now you
let in and outy.
Make up your mind.
Well, I'm judging what I hear on Zoom. I don't know about our listeners.
Well, why not put it in between the
You are breaking up though quite a lot. That's the problem. You're kind of going in and outy. Let me do this over while you just figure it out. It's Wokes who is bowling 2, Ganathalaka who's on 5. The wicket to fall, I can tell you, of course, was Avishka Fernando, who was caught by Chris Jordan off the bowling of Curran